Chapter 1 of A Fiend in Need by Milton K. Ozaki. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. A Fiend in Need by Milton K. Ozaki. Chapter 1. I was in the doghouse, definitely and literally, and all because Professor Caldwell had decided to rig up a dog pen as a laboratory demonstration of animal learning in the process of facilitation by conditioned stimuli. That's what I said. Facilitation by conditioned stimuli. The idea was swell. I'm all in favor of visual demonstrations whenever possible because actually seeing things done helps a class more than a dozen lectures. What burned me up was that I, Bendy Brinks' personal secretary to Professor Caldwell, had ended up with the job of taking care of the dog. But let me explain. Caldwell had gotten a mangy old alley dog from the city pound and rigged up this problem box in the psychology lab. It was a big square box with slatted sides and a sliding panel at each end. A trick door had been built into the center of the box so that the dog was ordinarily confined to one half of the cage, but by pressing a wooden lever, it could release the door and enter the other area. It was all very neat and very scientific, and as I said, it was a good idea. But I simply didn't like the acrid odor of dog which hung about the cage, and my nerves were practically ruined by the 4-hour feeding and cleaning routine. You see, the dog had to be fed every 4 hours, the idea being that if food were put into one end of the box, the dog would do his darndest to get to it. He'd scratch and paw and plunge around until he pressed the lever. Then the trick door would open, he'd discover the food right in front of him, and he'd start filling his belly. After a while, providing the dog had any sort of a brain at all, he'd begin to associate the touching of the lever with the opening of the door, and by, getting at the food would be no problem at all to him. That would be evidence of animal learning and proof of facilitation by conditioned stimuli, and I would be released to normal life. Every time I approached the lab, I rolled my eyes toward heaven and prayed that Stinky would be a little smarter. I kept thinking about the damn dog as Caldwell and I walked north on Russ Street toward Gotha Street. It was 7 o'clock, and in 2 hours I had to rush back to the lab and concoct a plate of canine hors d'oeuvres. Caldwell strode along, his spare shoulders squared back into the loose shoulders of his jacket, his lean, pock-marked face pressing forward into the wind which blew toward us from off Lake Michigan, making his short, unruly brown hair move like sunburnt grass in a gale. Caldwell is just a little guy. He weighs about 120 and is 5 feet 1 inch tall. He's 56 years old but doesn't look it, and he's a bachelor, as any woman would know from a glance at his rumpled suit, the soft sag of his collar, the oblique position of his necktie. The only thing which distinguishes him in appearance from, say, a small-time bookkeeper are his eyes. They're warm and blue and wonderfully alive, suggesting at once great kindness and a glow of intellectual fervor. Did I say kindness? At the moment, not to me. I was mad clear through. The hell with Caldwell. Why shouldn't he take care of his own dog? Unfortunately, I knew the answer to that. Professor Androcles Caldwell, Ph.D., was head of the Psychology Department of North University, and incidentally, my boss. I was his secretary, his general factotum, his neophyte, his whatever he willed. That's the way it was, and that's the way I knew it'd be until I finished plowing my way through the graduate school and got my MS in psychology. Most of the students thought my living and working with Caldwell was a break, but, of course, they didn't know that the job included valeting a dog. Valeting a dog? Can you imagine a guy who stands 5'8" in his socks, weighs 175, and looks dark and sinister in an unfathomable, nondescript way that some women like, catering to a dog? Caldwell's pace increased as we approached Gotha Street, and looking ahead, I saw the building we were headed for. I started to glare at it resentfully. Then I blinked and widened my eyes. It was incredible. It was wonderful. My anger wilted away, and a satisfyingly pleasant, sadistic emotion took its place. "Thompson isn't home," I said pleasantly.
"Nonsense,"
Caldwell's reply was blunt.
"Professor Thompson is expecting us."
"There aren't any lights in his apartment," I said. I almost chuckled. If Thompson wasn't there, Caldwell would return home and I'd be free for the rest of the evening. That is, I'd be free until 9 o'clock when Stinky was due to be fed again.
Professor Thompson is expecting us,
Caldwell reiterated. I could tell by the way he clipped the words that, as far as he was concerned, that settled the matter. I shrugged, preceded him up the steps of the building, and held the door open for him. It was a 4-story brick building housing 8 apartments. I jabbed the self-service elevator button with my thumb, saw the red "in use" signal light up, and tapped my foot impatiently while the cage descended. The light in the elevator cage appeared at the top of the ground glass doors and gradually descended to the floor. The hum of the motor clicked off and the cage stopped with an abrupt sigh. I slid the door back and was pulling at the inner brass grill when I saw it. "Well," I said, astonished, "this is the last straw." Caldwell, having started to follow me into the cage, pressed against me. I pushed him back a little roughly. "Sorry, Prof," I said gravely, "but I think we ought to go back to the lab and see how stinky he is." I let the door of the elevator bang shut and, taking Caldwell's elbow, tried to turn him back toward the lobby.
"Bendy?"
Caldwell jerked his arm free and peered at me.
"Are you ill?"
I sighed. "No, sir," I said.
"We have an engagement with Professor Thompson," Caldwell stated flatly, "and your services will not be required at the laboratory for another 3 hours. Unless you are ill, we will proceed as planned."
I sighed again, slid the elevator door open, and pulled back the brass grill. "After you, sir," I said. Caldwell stepped into the cage. The next moment, he was out of the cage. "Shall we go back to the lab?" I asked casually. Caldwell stared silently into the cage. He reached up, removed his pipe from his mouth, and pushed it into his jacket pocket.
"Nonsense," he muttered. "We must telephone the police."
"Let's go home, or to the lab, or to a movie," I pleaded. "You know what happens when we get involved in a murder. That last case you dabbled in tore our schedule to shreds and played havoc with your lectures. It's too much of a strain, sir. Besides," I added, "Phelan takes credit for everything, the big lug."
"Yes, Lieutenant Phelan," Caldwell murmured in a meditative tone. "You had better phone him."
The body wasn't a pretty sight. The man must have been about 35 years old, 5'9", 170 pounds. He wore a neat blue flannel suit, a white shirt, a conservative dark blue tie. He was sitting on the floor of the elevator with his back against the right-hand wall and the brown hilt of a knife protruding between the lapels of his coat. His legs were stretched flat on the floor at right angles to his body, a pose which contrasted oddly with the almost careless way his head rested against the elevator wall. I could hear the wail of a police siren approaching fast. I went outside and waited on the curb. Soon a black police car ground to a stop. The doors flew open and 5 burly cops piled out. Lieutenant Phelan, whose 275 pounds filled his nondescript brown suit almost to bursting, hurried toward me with a speed astonishing for a man his size. His fat face was flushed from exertion, and his small eyes, almost buried in the flesh of his cheeks, were bright and hard.
"Where is it?"
Phelan demanded without preamble. "Inside," I said, waving toward the door. "You can't miss it." The coppers crowded up the steps and pushed their way through the door, and, for want of anything else to do, I followed. The arrival of law and order started things ticking. Phelan and Sergeant Jenkins, I hadn't recognized him at first, knelt on the floor beside the body. Jenkins shook his head hopelessly, and Phelan began bawling instructions.
"Meadors, phone headquarters and get the technical boys here pronto. Hawes, get around to the back of the building and check on the tenants. You, Jenkins, start going through his clothes and see what you can find. Be careful, though. Better make an inventory as you go along."
Phelan stood up and seemed to notice Caldwell for the first time.
"Well, Professor," he beamed, "it looks like you're in on the ground floor this time. How'd you happen to find him?"
"Bendy and I were proceeding to an engagement with Professor Thompson, who lives on the 3rd floor,"
Caldwell explained. I wrinkled my nose suspiciously at the disinterested tone of his voice.
"We were about to step into the elevator when we noticed the body."
Phelan nodded.
"Where is this Professor Thompson?" he snapped at me.
I raised one shoulder indifferently. "I have no idea."
"You had a date with him, didn't you?"
"Caldwell did."
"Ugh,"
Phelan growled and gave me a hard look.
"Did you ring his bell?"
"No."
"Why not? How'd you get in?"
"It's this way," I said, taking a deep breath and trying to sound more patient than I felt. "Caldwell and Thompson are professors at North University. Thompson knows us, and we know Thompson. We are, in short, well acquainted. Professor Thompson knew we were calling this evening. He expects us. Since we have been here many times before, and since we know which apartment Thompson lives in, we merely opened the door and walked in. It didn't occur to me to ring the bell.
You mean the inner door here was open?
Yes.
You mean open or unlocked?
Okay, unlocked. I took hold of the knob and pushed. The door opened. Therefore, I did not ring the bell. Is everything clear now? Phelan's eyes flickered craftily.
Then Thompson doesn't know you're down here.
No, Lieutenant. I shook my head elaborately. I don't suppose he does. Phelan digested the morsel of information carefully. My sarcasm was wasted. His stolid, self-satisfied attitude shed my digs the way an umbrella does rain.
All right, Phelan grunted abruptly. You opened the door and walked in. Then what?
I walked right up to the elevator and pushed the button like this. I demonstrated with my thumb. Then I leaned gracefully against the wall and waited.
For what?
For the elevator to descend, of course.
Phelan registered surprise. Was the elevator upstairs?
Certainly, I snapped. You don't suppose I'd have pushed the button and...
How long did it take for it to come down?
How the hell would I know?
You said you were waiting for it.
Sure, I was waiting for it, so what?
You ought to know how long you waited.
My God, Phelan, I exclaimed, losing patience. You don't suppose I glue my eyes to the second hand of my watch every time I push an elevator button, do you? Besides, what difference does it make?
Because, smart guy, if we knew how long you waited, we can calculate which floor the cage was on when you press the button.
Phelan gave me a disgusted glance and turned to Caldwell.
How about you, Professor? Any idea how long you waited?
Caldwell blinked as though Phelan's query had interrupted a thought. Then, with a confused little cough, he said, No, indeed, in a disinterested tone. He gave Phelan an abstract stare and murmured, I paid no attention. Sergeant Jenkins pushed a yellow ostrich-skin wallet into Phelan's hand. A card identified the victim as Lawrence Straw, Cedar Crest Apartments, Chicago 11, Illinois. More cars arrived just then. Another half-dozen coppers crammed into the small lobby. A photographer angled his camera and began to flash bulbs. Eventually the police doctor arrived. He knelt beside the body, examined it briefly, and then stood up, wiping his hands.
How long ago did it happen?
Phelan demanded. I'd guess about 60 to 90 minutes ago.
Let's see.
Phelan glanced at his watch.
That'd make it between 6 and 6:30.
That's just a guess, the doctor reminded him. I'll have the lab make out a detailed report.
Murder or suicide?
Murder, of course. The doctor permitted an amused smile to crack across his lips. Take a look at the knife. You don't suppose he put it that way himself, do you? And with a sardonic glance at Phelan, he picked up his bag and hurried out. Detective Davids, leading a Nordic-looking fellow in cotton trousers and a wrinkled brown work shirt, pulled his way through the crowd which was beginning to congregate outside the doors. I got the janitor, Davids announced. He was in the basement.
Good.
Phelan appraised the janitor speculatively.
What's your name?
Alfred Bonquist.
You're the janitor?
Yes.
How long?
Phelan's voice became brisk.
About 3 years.
Know everybody in the building?
Yes, sir.
The janitor nodded vigorously.
I sure do.
Know this fellow?
Phelan gestured toward the elevator and, with his other hand, pushed Bonquist toward the cage. The janitor stepped in and almost instantly backed out again.
No, sir,
he exclaimed, swallowing excitedly.
I never saw him before.
Okay. How many apartments in the building?
9.
An odd number. How come?
Phelan bent toward Bonquist, who immediately retreated nervously.
I was counting my place in the basement,
Bonquist explained.
Suppose you give us a list of the tenants. Start with the first floor and give us the names and apartment numbers. Got your notebook ready, Davids?
Go ahead, David said. Phelan nodded to Bonquist to proceed.
Well, Mr. Charles Edelson has apartment 1A,
the janitor began cautiously.
That's on the right here, and...
What's he do?
Phelan interrupted.
He owns some restaurants.
All right, go on.
Then on the other side, in apartment 1B, there's Miss Sinclair and Mr. William Dentino. They're...
Miss Claire and Mr. Dentino.
Phelan's brows shot up.
You mean Mr. and Mrs. Dentino, don't you?
It's kind of complicated, sir.
The janitor winked slightly.
Miss Claire is a singer, see, and she and Mr. Dentino used to be married, only she got a divorce about 6 months ago, and now they ain't married anymore, but she and Mr. Dentino still live together.
What does this Dentino do?
Phelan growled.
He runs a nightclub on Madison Street. It's called the Rio Susana.
Does this Miss Claire singing his joint?
No, sir, I don't know where she sings, but it ain't in his place.
All right, get on to the tenants.
Well, Mr. Flecker has 2A on the floor above. That's Mr. Richard Starr Flecker, you know, the writer and lecturer. You'll have heard of him, I guess.
Is he the fellow who writes poetry and makes speeches at women's clubs? Phelan asked.
That's him, sir. The janitor nodded. He's a very cultured gentleman. Then across from him, in 2B, there's Mr. and Mrs. Don McGregor. Mrs. McGregor's name is Maud. You'll like her, sir.
He shuffled his feet self-consciously.
Mr. McGregor doesn't do much of anything, but Maud, that is, Mrs. McGregor, works in a hat store over on Michigan Avenue. She's a clerk.
Phelan snorted.
Tell us about the others.
Oh, that's on the 2nd floor. On the 3rd floor, Professor Thompson is in 3A. That's John Niles Thompson, you know, of North University. Very quiet, very scholarly, although there's some that think he's a little...
The janitor raised his arms and fluttered his fingers.
If you know what I mean.
I know what you mean, Phelan assured him.
Then across from the professor, there's 3 girls in 3B. There's Miss Elaine Rule, Miss Barbara O'Neill, and Miss June Hanson. Miss Hanson is the real tenant because the furniture belongs to her and she signed the lease. But Miss Rule and Miss O'Neill live with her.
What do they do?
And they're stenographers, I guess.
Pretty ritzy apartment for 3 stenographers, isn't it? Phelan asked.
Well, the rent's $150 a month, split 3 ways. It ain't so much.
Says you, commented Phelan. Well, get on to the next floor.
Mrs. Damon Ross has 4A. She's old and an invalid. Her husband died and left her a pile of money. And she's got a nurse and a maid in the apartment with her.
Ross?
Phelan's brow wrinkled into an expression of concentration.
Is that the Ross who owned a coal yard? Died about 3 years ago.
That's the one, sir. Damon Ross, Ross Lumber and Coal Company. She's been very sickly ever since. Hardly ever leaves the building except in a wheelchair with her nurse. It's too bad.
He wagged his head sympathetically.
Go on,
Phelan prompted.
Yes, sir. Across the hall from Mrs. Ross, there's Mr. and Mrs. Lloyd Dougal in 4B. He's a contractor. His wife's name is Bertha. She's a lot of fun, likes to joke, and...
That's the lot?
Yes, sir.
All right, Bonquist, that's all for now.
Phelan gave him a shrewd glance.
Not married, are you?
The janitor looked startled.
Sure, I'm married. Why?
You seem pretty familiar with the women in the building.
Oh, that.
Bonquist waved one hand carelessly.
That's because I see 'em around more than I do the men. Most of the men are away all day. It's the women who are always coming around with complaints, things to be fixed, and so on.
I see.
Phelan grunted a dismissal.
Davids, stay here and keep people out of the lobby. Lock the front doors and keep them locked. Don't let anyone in or out, and I mean anyone. Understand?
Sure, Lieutenant. Detective Davids nodded agreeably and adjusted the bolt on the front door. Phelan grunted again and turned to Sergeant Jenkins.
What'd you find on him?
He asked, indicating the body.
Not much, Lieutenant. There's a white monogram handkerchief, 78 cents in small change, $33 in bills, a fountain pen, 3 pencils, a keytainer, a silver cigarette case containing 8 cigarettes, and a chromium lighter.
Jenkins gestured mildly with his notebook.
The bills were in his wallet, which was in his left hip pocket. The change was in his front pants pocket on the right side.
Phelan shifted his weight indecisively from one foot to the other, then turned and started for the stairs.
We'd better circulate through the building, he said. It's funny we haven't heard from any of the tenants yet. They usually stand around in droves.
He started up the steps, then paused and peered back.
Get David's list, Perkins, and come along. You too, Professor. You still want to visit your friend, don't you?
Caldwell, who had been standing unobtrusively against the lobby wall, puffing his pipe with apparent disinterest in the activity about him, straightened up and nodded casually.
Thank you, Percy, he murmured. Professor Thompson is expecting me, and if you don't mind, I'd like to go directly to his apartment.
Sure, Phelan agreed. We'll all go up and see him.
Professor Thompson appeared at his door dressed in a natty blue satin lounging robe.
Oh, good evening, Doctor, he greeted Caldwell effusively. And Bendy, how good it is to see you.
His small, spectacled eyes blinked as they took in Phelan and Sergeant Jenkins, but poise gained from years of lecturing to undergraduate classes effectively concealed any surprise he may have felt. He bowed graciously and waved toward the interior of the apartment.
Come in. Lovely evening, isn't it? Good evening, Professor,
Caldwell responded.
Our escort wishes to make your acquaintance.
He indicated Phelan and Jenkins with a nod.
Lieutenant Percy Phelan and Sergeant Jenkins, who are connected with the Detective Bureau. Professor John Niles Thompson.
And at that, Caldwell turned abruptly and walked into the apartment. I followed.
The Detective Bureau?
Thompson exclaimed with apparent delight.
Indeed. This is a great pleasure, Lieutenant. Do come in. And you, Sergeant.
Professor Thompson was always enthusiastic. His sentences were short, lively, sprinkled lavishly with italics. In a way, his mannerisms of speech were similar to his physical mannerisms. He was short, full of nervous energy, and a perfect example of the polished academician. He was about 45 years old, I'd say, and had the thin, ascetic features usually associated with Dante. His hair, gray and sparse, came to a pointed widow's peak on his forehead. The whole effect was one of careful grooming and ultra-intelligence.
"Thanks, Professor Thompson,"
Phelan said, striding into the room and looking about with professional thoroughness. It was a large, lavish room, richly ornamented with porcelain lamps, deep pile rugs, comfortable leather chairs, a long couch with thick satin pillows, and thousands of books on shelves which reached to the ceiling. Its decor was masculine in severity, but the appointments, almost femininely luxurious, indicated a love of comfort, color, and literature.
Professor Thompson," Phelan began heavily, "this isn't a social call. I am here on business."
He cleared his throat, hesitated.
Really?
Thompson's brows shot up with polite interest.
From the Detective Bureau, Dr. Caldwell said, didn't he? Most interesting.
Yes.
Phelan leaned forward and fixed his eyes on Professor Thompson. "Tell me, Professor, what time did you get home this afternoon?"
5 o'clock.
Thompson gave a pert nod and smiled.
"Did you meet anyone as you came into the building?"
"No."
Thompson shook his head and smiled brightly.
"Did you come up in the elevator?"
Certainly."
"Notice anything out of the ordinary or unusual?"
"Well, it did seem a little slow, and I noticed a slight metallic rattle, as though a chain had come loose somewhere, and—"
"That isn't what I mean," Phelan interrupted. "Were you alone in the elevator?"
"Yes, indeed."
"And you didn't notice anything unusual?"
"No, only that the elevator seemed—"
"Okay." A scowl crossed Phelan's face. "Have you had any visitors since you got home?"
"None at all."
Thompson smiled amiably at Caldwell and me, and then returned his attention to Phelan.
"Have you heard any strange noises, any unusual sounds or disturbances since you got home?"
Phelan persisted.
"No, I haven't. I've been quite busy since arriving home, Lieutenant, and much as I'd like to oblige you, I'm afraid—"
"Perhaps you wouldn't mind telling us, Professor, what you've been doing?" Phelan glanced at his watch. "For the last 2.5 hours."
"With pleasure. Let me see."
Thompson patted his satin lounging robe free of wrinkles and arranged his right leg comfortably across his left knee. He twitched the trouser crease away from the point of greatest strain, and then cocked his eyes thoughtfully toward the ceiling.
"Upon arriving home, I straightened the apartment. It had been quite thoroughly disarranged by my seminar class, which met here last evening. I returned books to their proper shelves, restored phonograph albums to the record cabinet, and generally tidied the room. Oh, yes," he raised a forefinger triumphantly, "I also washed and dried several dishes."
"How long did that take?"
20 minutes.
"Exactly?"
"I am both efficient and methodical,"
Thompson assured Phelan primly.
"Then what'd you do?"
"I bathed."
"At 5:20 in the afternoon?"
The expression on Phelan's face betrayed surprise.
"My usual practice," Thompson explained. "I like to wash away the soil of toil."
He tipped his head on one side and repeated,
"The soil of toil. Euphonious, isn't it?"
I grinned at him, and he nodded and smiled back.
"I would say that consumed perhaps another 30 minutes.
30 minutes just for a bath?" Phelan raised his voice incredulously.
"Certainly," Thompson assured him. "I do not believe in brief immersions, nor did I merely sprinkle myself in a shower. I bathed in the manner that an enlightened human being should."
Phelan merely grunted, but his eyebrows remained near his hairline.
"That brings us to 5:50, doesn't it?" Thompson added.
He dipped his head in a quick nod and went on.
"I proceeded to dress, spending at least 10 minutes donning fresh linen, changing accessories from one trouser to another, selecting the proper tie, and so on."
"That brings us to 6 o'clock, Phelan said relentlessly.
At 6 o'clock I entered my study.
You noticed the time?
Yes, Lieutenant, you see it is my habit to spend the hour between 6 and 7 each Thursday evening in my study.
Doing what?
I spend the hour in absolute contemplation.
Contemplation of what?
Caldwell interpolated dryly.
Professor Thompson is a Veracrucianist, Lieutenant.
Yeah, what's that?
It's a mystic order concerned with mental development and the search for truth,
Caldwell explained.
Anything like spiritualism? Phelan asked, a puzzled look on his face.
Certainly not, Thompson exclaimed indignantly.
It is not like spiritualism,
Caldwell agreed, a note of strained patience creeping into his voice.
I assure you, Lieutenant, that it is their general practice to spend an hour in meditative confinement each Thursday.
Look, Professor,
Phelan leaned forward with an expression of extreme seriousness.
Do you mean to tell me that that you people always spend the hour between 6 and 7 every Thursday alone in some room?
Not all Veracrucianists devote the same hour to contemplation, Thompson explained. Each selects the hour most convenient to him.
How'd you happen to pick the hour between 6 and 7 tonight?
I always devote that hour each Thursday to absolute contemplation. It is a practice which I have followed for years. Dr. Caldwell is familiar with this practice of mine, and I believe has always timed his Thursday evening visits accordingly.
What you actually mean,
Phelan concluded pointedly,
is that you can't account for any of your activities this evening.
I don't understand. Thompson's eyebrows fluttered up and down like butterfly wings. I have accounted for them.
You haven't got any witnesses, have you?
Of course not. Thompson seemed slightly irritated by Phelan's obtuseness. Solitude is an absolute requirement for satisfactory bathing and contemplation. He laughed brightly, as though he had scored a bon mot, and beamed at all four of us through his spectacles.
Do you know Lawrence Straw?
Phelan demanded abruptly. Straw? Lawrence Straw. I believe there was a Straw... Let me see. Was his name Lawrence? In one of my classes. Not last year, perhaps the year previous.
He was murdered this evening.
Murdered? Thompson's eyes widened. Really?
Right outside your door, Phelan added.
No. Professor Thompson blinked rapidly and then, with a nervous, poorly coordinated gesture, picked his spectacles from his nose and stared bare-eyed at Phelan. Outside my door, he repeated. Goodness. He shook his head as though partially stunned by the announcement. In the hall?
In the elevator.
And this evening, you say? He began to associate the idea of a murdered man with the presence of Lieutenant Phelan. Oh, my goodness. You suspect me in connection with this horrible occurrence.
He was murdered between 6 and 6:30, Phelan stated grimly.
Why, that was during my period of contemplation. Thompson turned the fact over mentally, twisting the earpieces of his spectacles with his fingers as he did so. I see, I do not have an alibi.
None at all,
Phelan agreed, watching Thompson's face intently. With a sudden determined motion, Thompson replaced his spectacles and jumped to his feet. Lieutenant, my apartment is at your disposal. He made a quixotic little bow and described a sweeping arc toward the rear of the apartment with one hand. You have my permission to search for incriminating evidence, as you no doubt desire to do.
Thanks, Professor. Phelan rose ponderously to his feet. We'll just glance through the place.
Phelan and Sergeant Jenkins went down the hall, turning on lights as they went. Caldwell continued to puff calmly on his pipe. Thompson sat down and began rubbing his hands together like an agitated pawnshop proprietor. I glanced at Caldwell and found him looking at me. He tipped his head slightly in the direction of the hallway. I sighed, coaxed my legs under my body, and trotted after the coppers. Phelan and Jenkins uncovered nothing of unusual interest in their search, and soon we were all together again in the living room.
There's one more thing, Professor, Phelan said gruffly. I'd like you to look at the body of this Lawrence Straw, just in case you can recall him.
Certainly, Lieutenant. I'll be glad to oblige you. Thompson got to his feet and fluttered to the door. Phelan went out the door after him and called down the stairs.
Davids, Professor Thompson is on his way down. Show him the body.
Okay.
David's voice echoed back, and Thompson scampered down the tile steps.
Well, we'll start upstairs and work down, Phelan decided, glancing at Jenkins. Who's up there? Mrs. Ross and who else?
Let's see. Jenkins consulted his notebook. Mrs. Ross, the invalid, is in 4A, directly upstairs of Professor Thompson. Mr. and Mrs. Dougal are in 4B.
Okay, we'll take Mrs. Ross first.
With Phelan in the lead, they started toward the 4th floor. I watched them as they went up the steps, trying to think of a simile to describe the way Phelan managed to move his bulk both forward and upward at the same time. But of course it wasn't any use. I shrugged and walked back into Thompson's apartment, only to find Caldwell's eyes leveled at me. Prof, I said, anticipating his instructions. Do I have to tag along after the coppers?
Merely go along and observe, Bendy, Caldwell said quietly between puffs on his pipe. I'm interested in Phelan's procedure.
All right, I said, making no effort to conceal my dislike for the job. But you may as well know that I'd rather be digging coal or shoveling garbage. I went upstairs with dragging feet, but got there in time to follow Jenkins into the Ross apartment. It was sort of funny the way Phelan was pushing the fat old nurse back step by step. She was waving her hands and protesting in a high, shrill voice that Mrs. Ross was ill, that Mrs. Ross was sleeping, that Mrs. Ross couldn't be disturbed. And Phelan, stolidly and insistently, was nodding and agreeing and pushing himself forward into the apartment. The old nurse argued every inch of the way like a hen protecting her chick, but Phelan's superior bulk was too much for her.
Yeah, Phelan kept assuring her. We aren't going to disturb Mrs. Ross. I know she's sick. We're looking for a murderer, and he may be in here.
Murderer? She shrilled. In here?
Her resistance crumbled completely.
You don't mean in here, officer. There hasn't been anybody in here all evening.
That's fine, then, Phelan assured her soothingly. We'll just glance through the apartment to make sure and then be on our way.
He nodded to Sergeant Jenkins, who immediately maneuvered around Phelan's flank and started down the hallway. I followed him. Jenkins strode rapidly through the apartment, turning on lights, entering rooms, examining tables and drawers, turning lights off, and going on to the next room. At last we got to Mrs. Ross's bedroom. Jenkins snapped on the lights, stared briefly at the invalid's wizened, sleeping face, gave the room a quick glance, and snapped the light off. We went back to the living room, where Phelan was still arguing with the nurse.
The maid, Phelan was saying. You know what a maid is, don't you? Where is she?
I'm alone on Thursdays, the old nurse hollered back. Sally isn't here, and she won't be here until tomorrow morning.
Have you and Mrs. Ross been alone all day?
I keep telling you that over and over.
The nurse was fairly quivering with rage.
No one's been here. We've been alone. We didn't hear anything.
Can you hear the elevator from here?
This is a soundproof building, and you can't hear nothing in here that goes on out there. I told you that 4 times already.
She pressed hot lips together indignantly.
The idea!
What were you doing at 6 o'clock? Phelan continued, ignoring her mounting anger.
I was resting.
She snapped the words at him.
All right. Do you know Lawrence Straw?
Certainly I know Lawrence Straw, the nurse snapped. What's he got to do with this?
You do?
Phelan's face showed surprise.
Who is he?
He works for Mrs. Ross. What about him?
What kind of work?
Phelan demanded.
Lawrence is her auditor. Why?
Was he here this afternoon?
The nurse groaned painfully and rolled her eyes.
No one was here this afternoon, she shouted, slapping the arm of a chair for emphasis. No one! Do you want me to spell it?
That won't be necessary, Phelan assured her. You see, I happen to know that Lawrence Straw was in the building this afternoon, and if he's an employee of Mrs. Ross, it seems logical to assume that he either came here or was on his way here.
He raised his brows inquiringly.
He wasn't here.
She put her hands on her hips and moved her shoulders angrily.
I keep telling you that. He wasn't here.
She paused, breathing heavily, then asked,
Who says Lawrence was in the building?
I know he was in the building, Phelan said, his eyes intent on her face, because he's still here. He was murdered right outside this door.
The old nurse's mouth gaped foolishly, and her eyes opened so wide I thought they'd split.
I don't believe it, she gasped. Not Mr. Straw?
Phelan shrugged.
Take her downstairs and show him to her, Jenkins,
he said in a tight, hard voice. He watched Jenkins and the nurse start down, then he muttered, "An auditor." The effort of correlating an auditor with the dead body in the elevator was too much for him. With a conclusive, "Hell," he jerked his shoulders helplessly and started for the door. "Let's move on," he said. "We'll leave Mrs. Ross until morning." He pressed the buzzer of the door across the hall, and we heard it squawk like a woodpecker on a tin roof. Phelan waited a minute, then jabbed it again, longer and more insistently. The buzzer responded mockingly, but no one answered. "Out," Phelan muttered. I followed him down to the third floor and watched him buzz the apartment across from Thompson's. The door opened almost before the buzzer stopped.
"Hello?" a slip of a girl greeted. "Mr. Faraday?"
"No, it isn't Mr. Faraday," Phelan said gruffly, stepping forward. "It's Lieutenant Phelan of the Detective Bureau. Mind if we come in?"
He pushed forward into the apartment without waiting for an answer, and, like a small tug pulled along in the wake of a liner, I followed too. The girl was too astonished to stop us. The room, furnished with modern furniture, inexpensively but with good taste, had welcome written all over it. A large square sofa interested me immediately, for a small blonde sat in the center of it, her blue eyes wide and expectant. She started to raise one hand in a welcoming gesture, but, on seeing us, she hesitated and left it motionless in her lap. On a rectangular glass cocktail table in front of the sofa stood a bottle of bourbon, ice cubes, and 3 glasses. I smiled at the blonde and walked over and sat down beside her.
"Hello," she said pleasantly enough. "I'm Elaine Rule."
"I'm Benedict Brinks," I said, treating my eyes to a survey of her figure. "Call me Bendy."
"All right, Bendy,"
she said. Her voice lingered on the syllables. Then she looked at Phelan, glanced back at me, then stared at Phelan again. I leaned toward her until my lips almost touched her ear.
"Jiggers, the cops,"
I whispered.
"Oh?"
Her eyes widened prettily.
"What's the idea?"
"Stick around," I said. Lieutenant Phelan stood in the center of the room. Sergeant Jenkins, returning from downstairs, came in and stood behind him, ready to search the premises. The girl who had opened the door was confronting Phelan with her hands on her hips, her shoulders back, and a dangerous glitter in her eyes. She was small and sleek and special in a gray wool dress which dotted all her I's and crossed all her T's.
"What the hell do you lugs want?" she demanded sweetly.
"Are you June Hanson?" Phelan asked.
"That's right, Lieutenant."
Her voice vibrated with resentment.
"What's on your mind?"
"Is this one of your roommates?"
Phelan jerked his head toward the blonde beside me.
"Yes, her name is Elaine Rule."
She tossed her head.
"So what?"
"Where's your other roommate, Miss O'Neill?"
"Barbara isn't in, if you're looking for her."
"I'm not," Phelan cut in. "At least not right now."
He stared at June Hanson as though appraising her.
"You were expecting Lawrence Straw, weren't you?"
he asked, fishing for information.
"What's it to you?"
she countered, beginning to tap her right toe impatiently. "Has he been here already?"
"Listen, copper."
Her chin tilted challengingly.
"I never heard of a guy named Straw, and we haven't had any company this evening. We are expecting company, however, and it certainly would be nice if you were somewhere else when he arrives."
"Been home all evening?"
"Since 5:30. Listen, this is beginning to sound like a quiz program. What are you after?"
Phelan shrugged massively.
"This isn't a social call," he said in a hard voice. "A man was killed outside this apartment about 2 hours ago. And even if it inconveniences you, it's my duty to conduct an investigation."
"Murdered?"
The girls jerked erect and stared blankly at each other. Then, as though the same question occurred to each of them at the same time, they turned startled faces toward Phelan and asked in unison,
"Outside our apartment?"
"Probably," Phelan stated grimly. "Now cut the dramatics and let's get on with this. Tell me what you were doing at 6 o'clock.
"We were eating dinner together."
"Then what'd you do?"
"We bathed and dressed,"
her voice tightened sarcastically,
"as is usual when company is expected."
"Yeah, who's this Faraday you're expecting?"
"A friend."
June Hanson bit the words off short.
"What time is Faraday supposed to get here?"
"He said he'd be here about 7:30.
"Sort of late, isn't he?"
"It's no business of yours."
June Hanson gripped her hands together so tightly the knuckles stood out like white buttons.
"Why do you persist in annoying us? If there's been a murder, why aren't you out looking for the murderer? We haven't been out of the apartment, and I told you that no one's been here. We had nothing to do with it."
"Maybe you didn't, maybe you did," Phelan said stolidly. "We'll have to look through the place just to make sure."
Well, I'm sure I couldn't stop you.
Phelan and Jenkins walked down the hall and began turning on lights and opening doors. I weighed the pros and cons, and the advantages and disadvantages, and decided, just like that, to stay with the girls. June Hansen gave me an accusing glance. I shook my head and said, "Don't shoot, I'm not a copper."
"You're with them,"
she reminded me. "I just came for the ride," I said. I raised my right hand. Honest.
"You're a smooth liar."
"It's the truth," I grinned amiably. "I'm secretary to Dr. Androcles Steverson Caldwell of North University, and we happened to stumble across the body while on the way to visit with Professor Thompson, who lives across the hall from you."
"Who do you say was killed?"
June asked. "Straw. A fellow by the name of Lawrence Straw," I said. I was thinking about something else. The scent of Elaine was in my nostrils, and for all I cared, the entire first floor of the building could have been piled with corpses. June Hansen kept biting her lip angrily and glanced toward the hallway as though she was restraining herself with difficulty. Personally, I didn't blame her, for I wouldn't have liked having the cops dig around in my personal effects. Phelan and Jenkins ambled back, eventually, empty-handed, and, judging by the expressions on their faces, unsuccessful in discovering anything out of the ordinary. "All right, girls," Phelan grunted. "That's all for now. As soon as you've both looked at the body," Elaine squealed.
"Oh, do we have to?" "Anything to get you guys out of here," June Hansen exclaimed, jumping to her feet. "Come on, Elaine, let's get it over with."
"Gosh, June, I don't want to look at a dead man,"
Elaine protested, but she slid off the couch nevertheless, her hands automatically smoothing her dress, and followed June to the door. I tagged downstairs with the girls while Phelan waited impatiently in the hall. The girls peered into the cage together. Color drained from Elaine's face, and June Hansen pressed her fist hard against her mouth to stifle a scream as she saw Lawrence Straw's face.
"Oh my God," she whispered hoarsely. "It's John Faraday."
End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of A Fiend in Need by Milton K. Ozaki. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 2. It was like the explosion of a bomb. Sergeant Jenkins gaped, and even I had trouble getting my mouth closed. Then Jenkins was rushing the girls back upstairs and telling Phelan what had happened. And Phelan, his fat face momentarily startled by the unexpected twist of names, was shaking June Hansen's shoulders and trying to get her to speak coherently. "You say he's John Faraday?" Phelan kept asking a little incredulously, as though he suspected a trick. "His identification card says he's Lawrence Straw, and the nurse upstairs identified him as Straw."
But...
"Please control yourself, Miss Hansen," Phelan pleaded. "Are you sure you got a good look at him?"
"It's John," June gasped, "and he was coming to see us."
She burst into tears. "How do you know his name is Faraday? How long have you known him?"
"I've been seeing him for months,"
she sobbed.
"That's his name, John Faraday."
"Where does he live?"
"I don't know."
"If he's a friend of yours, you ought to know where he lives."
"He always came here. I never visited him."
June wiped her eyes and tried to make her lips cease quivering.
"He was awfully nice to me."
"Were you his girlfriend?" She hesitated and gave Phelan a plaintive look.
"Not really," she said, "but he came to see me regularly."
Phelan stared at her thoughtfully. "Oh, yeah?" he said. She returned his stare and tossed her head with a trace of her former spirit.
"Yeah,"
she snapped irritably, mimicking his tone. "Are you sure he wasn't here, say, about 6 o'clock?" Phelan demanded, his voice betraying the course of his thoughts. He was convinced that she was lying, that she was trying to conceal the fact that the dead man had visited her earlier in the day.
"I swear to God he wasn't,"
June averred. She sounded sincere to me, but of course I may have been prejudiced. "When did he make this date with you?"
"This afternoon. He phoned."
"Here or where you work?"
"He phoned the office."
"Where's that?"
"I work at the Department of Labor."
"That's in the Merchandise Mart, isn't it?"
"Yes, Elaine and I both work there."
Phelan shot his questions faster and faster, but she kept her eyes on his and answered his questions automatically, as though hardly thinking about them. I decided that back in her cerebellum she was fitting together the pieces of an entirely different matter.
What'd Faraday say when he phoned?
He said he expected to be in the neighborhood this afternoon and would drop in to see me about 7:30.
Where'd he call from?
He didn't say.
You're positive he said 7:30 and not 6:30?
Of course.
Where'd you meet him?
At the office. He called on business once, and we started talking. Then he asked me for a date.
Pick up, eh?
He picked me out, not up,
she replied, tossing her head as she scented the words, and suddenly all the tenseness seemed to flow from her, leaving her cool and poised.
Well, it could be,
Phelan admitted, pulling at his ear perplexedly.
I don't imagine he came up here to play backgammon.
He looked at his watch, shook his head, and, addressing Jenkins, said,
We'd better keep moving.
He shot Elaine and June a stern look.
I want you girls to stay in your apartment. Don't try to leave, because I'll be back later.
He motioned to Jenkins and started for the door. I winked at Elaine and murmured, Me too. She smiled, nodded, and wiggled her fingers in a friendly goodbye. He pressed the button beside the door of apartment 2A. The door swung open, and there was Mr. Personality Plus, Richard Starr Flecker by name, the idol of 1,000,000 frustrated women by repute. He was tall, about 5'11", solidly built and handsome in a rangy, elderly sort of way. His hair was white and thick and bushy, cut in a flowing bohemian bob in back like a prize horse's tail. It made a good frame for his thin, bony nose and his heavy-lidded brown eyes.
Good evening.
Richard Starr Flecker let each syllable thrash around in his throat for a while before releasing it, reminding me of the pompous tones affected by movie butlers. His eyes, big brown dreamy eyes, regarded us aloofly as though we might be unclean, and believe it or not, he raised one hand slowly and gracefully, and fondled his luxuriant head of hair like a girl making sure her wave was still in place. Talk about affectation.
Evening, Mr. Flecker, Phelan said brusquely, pushing forward. I'm Lieutenant Phelan of the Detective Bureau. We're sorry to disturb you, but we'd like to come in.
Flecker stepped back with a little formal bow and let us pass. As I brushed against his blue lounging robe, the scent of a heavy cologne touched my nostrils. Entering Flecker's living room was like stepping into the boudoir of a Chinese potentate. Cleverly concealed lighting gave the room an exotic rose tint effect. Cushions, big soft brocade beauties, covered the floor in profusion, and incense, sandalwood I think, was curling upward from an orange porcelain brazier in the center of a group of carved Chinese gods. The only thing in the room that was even remotely occidental was a huge, ornately carved desk of dark wood, which faced 2 heavily draped windows. The 3 of us stood looking, just looking, for a minute. Richard Starr Flecker followed us in, and with a gracious gesture toward the cushions, crossed his knees in an odd way and sank effortlessly to a sitting position on the floor.
"Would you gentlemen care to be seated?"
he asked. He leaned against a mound of cushions and reached lazily for a cigarette, and I noticed that he wore nothing on his feet except plain black socks, no shoes. Phelan glanced around as though looking for a chair, but finding none, lowered himself to the floor with the ponderous slowness of a Goodrich blimp coming to earth. Jenkins, as though he felt obligated to guard the door, remained standing. Flecker passed a hand caressingly over his hair again, then, with a small, apologetic bow, passed a jade tray of cigarettes to us, and waited for us to light them. That done, he evidently felt he had discharged his duties as host, for he raised his brows interrogatively.
"A crime was committed in this building, Mr. Flecker," Phelan began, trying to shift his legs around a cushion. "I have to ask you a few questions."
"Yes?"
Flecker intoned politely.
"Yes."
Phelan measured Flecker with his eyes, and his voice became crisp and official.
"What time did you get home this afternoon?"
"I was at home the entire afternoon."
"You didn't go out at all?"
"Your conclusion is correct, Lieutenant."
"Did you have any visitors this afternoon?"
"Why, yes, I did."
Flecker inclined his head affirmatively.
"Who?"
"Miss Sarah Goodrich called here shortly after 1 o'clock.
He moved one shoulder negligently.
She represents the Women's Literary Society of Evanston, and we discussed a lecture which I am to give to her group next week."
"And what time did Miss Goodrich leave?"
"Between 2 and 2:30.
"No later than that?"
Flecker shook his head slightly. "Anyone else call on you?" Phelan asked.
"No one of importance."
"But someone did call on you?" Phelan persisted.
"Merely a friend."
"What time did she arrive?"
Flecker's heavy-lidded eyes widened curiously. Did I mention a gender? He asked.
You didn't mention anybody except a Miss Goodrich, not by name anyway. Phelan growled. What time did this other visitor come?
She arrived about 5:30.
When did she leave?
Flecker studied the tip of his cigarette before answering.
About 15 minutes ago,
he said finally, shrugging as though he had cast a die and realized it was too late to recall it. Phelan jerked as though someone had kicked him.
15 minutes ago, he ejaculated. That's impossible.
Really?
Flecker's eyes evinced interest.
Why?
Because the entire building has been under guard for over an hour, Phelan stated. No one could have left here without my permission.
I did not say she left the building.
Then where did she go?
Flecker knocked the ash from his cigarette into a cloisonné bowl and gazed dreamily toward the ceiling.
You are a detective, are you not, Lieutenant?
Yeah.
Phelan's lips tightened into a thin, angry line.
She couldn't go downstairs without David seeing her. She didn't come upstairs, therefore...
He watched Flecker's face narrowly.
She could only have gone across the hall. Jenkins, who lives across the hall?
Jenkins consulted his notebook. Mr. and Mrs. McGregor, he reported.
Yeah, Maud McGregor. Phelan nodded positively. So, Mrs. McGregor was here from 5:30 until about 8:20.
Flecker shrugged noncommittally and spread the palms of his hands in a graceful gesture.
The conclusion is entirely yours, he pointed out.
Phelan nodded with satisfaction.
I can check it easily enough, he said, rolling his lips thoughtfully. What were you two doing for 2 hours and 50 minutes?
Lieutenant, I did not say that Mrs. McGregor was here,
Flecker reminded Phelan, pointing his cigarette warningly.
I merely alluded to the presence of a friend.
Absolutely, Phelan agreed.
Thank you.
Flecker filled his lungs with smoke and exhaled slowly.
I read to her for several hours.
You read for 2 hours and 50 minutes.
Not the entire time,
Flecker conceded, his brows doing a little dance.
Let us say 2 hours. I imagine we spent at least an hour discussing Oriental philosophy.
Phelan snorted in disbelief.
Do you know a Lawrence Straw?
I don't believe so.
How about John Faraday? Know him?
Not that I can recall.
Phelan grunted inconclusively and stood up, rubbing the backs of his legs as he did so.
We'll have to look through your apartment, he said, squaring his shoulders.
Make yourself at home, Lieutenant,
Flecker invited, waving a hand toward the hallway. He lit a fresh cigarette and, closing his eyes, sank dreamily back onto his pile of cushions. Since I wanted to see what sort of a seraglio he had in back, I got up and trotted down the hall after Phelan. The bedroom was a disappointment, looking as if it had been furnished by one of those stores that advertise beautiful 10-piece bedroom set $99. Nothing expensive, nothing selected, just a lot of furniture. The rug was good, being soft, deep, and woolly, but it was the only thing that was. Phelan strode about the room, peering at the floor, examining the contents of drawers, and inspecting the tops of tables and dressers. I casually opened one of his bureau drawers just to see what sort of clothing he wore next to his skin. It was very, very nice stuff. In a small upper drawer among a pile of expensive handkerchiefs, I saw a square of odd material which I picked up and examined curiously. It looked like 2 sheets of stiff gauze, stuck together with a thin slab of chewing gum, or like a piece of adhesive tape between 2 slices of gauze. It measured about 2 by 3 inches, making it too big for a corn plaster, and too small for any other kind of medical application I'd ever seen. It smelled faintly like adhesive tape, but just as I was about to peel a corner of the gauze back to satisfy my curiosity, Phelan strode toward me, and for absolutely no good reason at all, I poked the square of stuff into my pocket. Then I closed the drawer and followed Phelan into the bathroom, the dining room, kitchen, and the 2 other bedrooms. No stains on the floors, no bodies in the closets, no missing knives, no feminine garments lying abandoned. Flecker's study, however, was a surprise. It was equipped like a regular office, with filing cabinets, an adding machine, a typewriter, a phone, and a broad mahogany desk. Contrasting with the oriental splendor of the living room, it didn't seem in key with the personality of Richard Starr Flecker. At least, I didn't think it was the sort of place a dreamer would choose for the concoction of poems. Phelan stared at the office equipment and pulled thoughtfully at his ear. I slid open one of the filing cabinet drawers and found it filled with carefully typed alphabetized cards, arranged like a mailing list. For each card carried a name and address, a few numerical hieroglyphics, and a column of monetary amounts which varied from as little as $10 to as much as $50. Phelan examined the cards too, but he merely shrugged and withheld comment. I knew what he thought, though. He thought the cards proof that writing poetry and lecturing to women was a business, a racket, and that it really paid off in coin of the realm. When we got back to the living room, Phelan said, "I'd like you to step downstairs for a minute now, Mr. Flecker, just in case you can identify the murdered man." Flecker's brows expressed alarm.
"There's been a murder?"
"That's what I said, isn't it?" Phelan growled.
"Why, at first you merely said a crime had been committed."
Flecker waved a hand aimlessly.
"I had no idea you meant murder."
He rose to his feet with a smooth, effortless movement, repeating dramatically,
"Murder." "Yes," Phelan said impatiently. "It's a crime in Illinois."
"I understand, of course."
He slid his feet into a pair of soft leather sandals and, after following us downstairs, stepped gingerly into the elevator and stared briefly at the body of Lawrence Straw. He shook his head positively.
"I have never seen this unfortunate man before," he said.
"All right," Phelan said ponderously. "Thank you, Mr. Flecker."
We tramped back upstairs, and Flecker entered his apartment. Jenkins tapped his head significantly and muttered, "Powitz." Phelan grunted and crossed the hall to the door of the apartment 2B. He pressed the buzzer, waited a moment, then pressed it again. The door finally opened.
"Mrs. McGregor?"
Phelan asked.
"Yes."
The girl's eyes were questioning.
"I'm Mrs. McGregor."
"I'm Lieutenant Phelan of the Detective Bureau. May we come in a moment?"
"Why, of course."
She stood aside and waited to close the door after us. We walked on into the living room and sat down. As I approached the davenport, what I took to be an orange pillow jumped straight into the air and disappeared over the side. I jerked nervously, and Mrs. McGregor laughed at the expression on my face.
"That was Frady," she explained. "Frady cat, you know, because he's so afraid of strange people. He's a prize Angora."
"Oh," I said.
"Mrs. McGregor," Phelan began hurriedly, "a man was murdered in this building. I'm investigating the activity of the tenants, and it'd save a great deal of time if you detail your movements between, say, 5 o'clock and now."
She wasn't beautiful, but she was certainly interesting. Her face was thin and angular with clean-cut features, and she wore her drab brown hair high up on her head in a bulky pompadour roll which accentuated her high forehead with her faraway gray eyes. She was skinny and flat-chested, with tiny ascetic hands and bony ankles, but there was none of the gawkiness of movement about her which usually goes with ultra-slenderness. Instead, there was a petite charm about her, which was novel and appealing.
"I'm sorry," she said, as though with genuine regret. "I'm afraid I can't account for my afternoon."
"Why not, Mrs. McGregor?" Phelan demanded.
"My husband left here at 4:30, and feeling a little tired, I lay down here on the davenport and fell asleep."
She gave a small, apologetic smile.
"I didn't wake up until a few minutes ago."
"Do you ever walk in your sleep?" Phelan asked.
"I don't believe so. Why?"
Her gray eyes were suddenly fascinated by Phelan's lips. She was watching them with an intentness which made me vaguely uncomfortable.
"Because I've reason to believe that you visited another apartment in this building during the time you say you were napping," Phelan said bluntly.
"But that's impossible, isn't it?"
Maud McGregor faltered. Phelan's jaw tightened stubbornly.
"I don't think so."
She turned the statement over in her mind.
"If you tell me what reason you have for—"
she suggested at last.
"A witness has just testified that you visited him this afternoon."
"Oh."
Her lips formed the words carefully, and she nodded slowly.
"I see."
"I'm not going to tell your husband unless it's necessary, if that's what you're worrying about," Phelan said.
She twisted her hands nervously.
"Yes, I did leave the apartment. I was across the hall with Mr. Flecker for several hours."
She lowered her eyes in embarrassment for a moment, then raised them defiantly.
"It was beautiful," she said raptly. "He has such a wonderful voice, such marvelous interpretive power. The time passed so quickly I hardly realized it. After he read to me, we talked for a while. I have no idea how long we talked, and then I came home."
"What time was it when you went to Mr. Flecker's apartment?"
"It was about 5:30.
"When did you leave?"
About 20 or 25 minutes ago.
Well, that jibes with his story, Phelan conceded. What did Mr. Flecker read to you?
The quatrains of Omar Khayyam, she murmured.
Really? Phelan decided to retreat. Do you know a Lawrence Straw?
No.
A John Faraday?
No.
She shook her head. Is your husband away at this time every day?
Usually.
What kind of work does he do?
Well, she hesitated. He isn't working right now.
Is that so? Phelan simulated surprise. I understand you work, Mrs. McGregor.
Yes, I'm a clerk at the Salon Trois on Michigan Avenue. Hats, you know.
Is this your day off?
No, I'm supposed to be vacationing for 2 weeks.
Oh. Phelan stared glumly at Maud McGregor as though questioning her had been a waste of time. Well, I guess that's all, Mrs. McGregor, he said. We'll just glance through your apartment and then we'll stop pestering you. He and Jenkins started their tour, and I, not thinking there'd be anything interesting to see, continued to sit in the corner of the Davenport, with Maud McGregor watching me with a definitely unfriendly light in her eyes. Don't glare like that, I said. You'll get wrinkles. She sniffed. You must think I'm a copper.
You're with them?
Sure, but any further similarity is purely accidental.
Who are you then?
I'm a student at North University. Bendy Brinks, by name. I'm working as secretary to Dr. Androcles Caldwell, one of the psychology professors.
What are you doing with them?
She jerked her head toward the rear of the apartment. Caldwell and I happened to discover the body, and, not having anything else to do, I thought I'd trail along and watch a couple of detectives in action. I started to grin, then jumped nervously as a ball of fur catapulted over the back of the Davenport onto my lap. The orange Angora stood stiff-legged for a minute, then rubbed his whiskers against my coat and tried to poke his tail into my nose. I rubbed its neck gently and was immediately rewarded by a purr which sounded like a jeep rattling over a steel bridge.
Brady likes you,
Maud McGregor commented, her voice more friendly.
He's very fussy.
Cats always like me, I told her. All kinds. Even the blonde and brunette kinds.
It's because you have a great soul,
she said seriously. I laughed. I always thought it was because of my red corpuscles.
Silly.
She smiled suddenly, and the smile lighted her face, softening the angularity of her features.
Did you say you worked for a psychology professor?
I nodded.
That must be fascinating. Tell me.
Her gray eyes went large and bright, and she came over and sat down beside me.
Does he ever need subjects for the demonstration of hypnosis?
I groaned inwardly. Why do people always associate hypnotism with psychology? The popular magazines started the business, I suppose, with the result that everyone thinks of a mental prestidigitator as soon as the science of psychology is mentioned. Hypnosis is a normal mental manifestation, and it definitely isn't hocus pocus. It burns me up every time someone tries to infer that the science of psychology is little more than a refinement of medicine show technique. Hardly ever, I assured her shortly.
But doesn't he ever do demonstrations for his classes?
Her voice betrayed disappointment. Very rarely, Mrs. McGregor, and when he does, Caldwell uses students from his classes.
Oh, I thought he might need a subject someday.
She smiled wistfully.
I'd like to volunteer.
You mean you'd like to be hypnotized?
I'd love it.
She touched my hand with a pleading little gesture.
I've always wanted to float in limbo. It must be a little like dying, isn't it?
She sighed. Look, Mrs. McGregor, I lowered my voice and tried to sound serious. Have you ever looked into a man's eyes and felt that you loved him? She nodded. Have you ever felt yourself carried away by passion, as though you were being swept beyond physical sensation into a realm of ethereal beings?
Oh, yes,
she gasped, her breathing becoming deep and fast. Then you've been hypnotized, I told her shortly, because that's all there is to it. You've probably been exposed to it 1,000 times. She came to with a jerk and drew away from me.
You aren't serious. You're making fun of me,
she accused. Not at all, I assured her. It's exactly like I told you. Phelan and Jenkins came back into the room at that moment and saved me from making any further comments, so I patted her hand as I got up and said, Maybe we can talk about it some other time. She was disappointed, but she nodded. If you'll step downstairs with us for a moment, Mrs. McGregor, and look at the body. We'll leave you to your own devices for the rest of the evening," Phelan announced gruffly.
"Of course," she assented. She went downstairs, looked at Straw, and shook her head negatively. "I've never seen him before."
"That's all then, Mrs. McGregor,"
Phelan told her, and he bent his 275 pounds at the point he imagined his waist to be in a slight bow of dismissal. Phelan looked at his watch and groaned.
"We'll have to pep it up," he said. "We've got 2 more apartments to investigate, and if the people in them are as screwy as the others we've talked to, we'll be here to all hours."
He pressed the button of 1A, Charles Edelson's apartment, and waited. He jabbed it again, shook his head, and crossed the hall to buzz 1B. The door opened to reveal a young couple in evening dress, obviously on the point of leaving the building. The fellow was all prettied up like a gigolo in a double-breasted tux which fitted too soon. The girl was the Ritz, all fluffy and perfumey and bare in an ivory satin gown which almost accentuated the impossible. Her blonde hair, which looked fragile and golden, as though it had been sprayed out of an atomizer, was fluffed on top of her head like a massive gossamer. Everything about her rated a long whistle except her face, which was pretty, but only in a weak, mascaraed way.
"Going someplace, Mr. Dentino?"
Phelan asked. Dentino's eyes did a rapid survey of Phelan's bulk, then passed swiftly over Sergeant Jenkins and me. His brows twitched slightly.
"What's it to you?"
he asked in a low, hard voice.
"I'm Lieutenant Phelan, Detective Bureau," Phelan announced. "There's been a murder in the building, and I'll have to detain you for a few minutes."
"A murder?" Dentino admitted the gravity of the situation by allowing his voice to lose part of its hardness. "You'll have to hurry, Lieutenant, because my wife and I are already late." Phelan strode into the apartment, and Dentino, with some reluctance, followed.
"Now then," Phelan began, "where were you and Miss Clare this afternoon?"
"Miss Clare?" Dentino considered this remark carefully. "Ah, you know." He stood poised before Phelan like a dancer about to spring into the air and click his heels. "We were here all afternoon. It's our usual practice to sleep until 5 o'clock, you know." He smiled thinly.
"Yes, I understand you do most of your work at night," Phelan commented dryly. "What did you do between 5 and 7?
"We had breakfast, and then Miss Clare spent an hour practicing lyrics, while I attended to some business."
"Did you leave the apartment at all?"
"No, neither of us has been out."
"What do you mean when you say you attended to some business?"
"My auditor called about 5:30 with some tax reports. He was here for perhaps half an hour, during which time I went over the forms with him, checked his calculations, and discussed various business details with him." Phelan's eyes strained in their sockets, but he swallowed carefully before asking,
"And what's his name?"
"Lawrence Straw?" Phelan's breath escaped in a loud rush.
"Do you mean to say Lawrence Straw was here from 5:30 to 6?
"Why, yes." Dentino sensed Phelan's excitement, quickly added, "Why?"
"Does Straw make a practice of coming here to see you?"
"Yes, of course. I don't ordinarily go to my place until 9:30 in the evening, and I'm there until about 7 in the morning. Straw naturally doesn't work the same hours I do, so he calls at the club during the day, does whatever work is necessary, and reports to me here."
"Let me see the reports he brought today," Phelan ordered.
"Certainly," his face polite and inscrutable. Dentino went into an adjoining room and returned with a sheaf of printed forms which he handed to Phelan.
"Ah."
Phelan handled the sheets carefully, as though they were fragile and might shatter unless handled with extreme care. He glanced at each sheet separately, reading aloud the headings.
"Social Security, Illinois Unemployment Compensation, income tax withheld on wages, excise tax, claim for reimbursement."
"The usual quarterly returns," Dentino explained.
"I see."
Phelan scanned the signature.
"I see Straw was a notary and witnessed your signature."
"He takes care of everything." Phelan handed the sheaf of tax forms to Jenkins.
"Take care of these," he directed.
Dentino, with one hand raised in protest, stepped toward Jenkins and tried to repossess them.
"You can't have them," he exclaimed. "They gotta be filed tomorrow."
Phelan waved him back.
"You can file them as soon as they're photostatted," he promised. "They'll be back in plenty of time."
"But why?" A worried frown cut across Dentino's forehead. Phelan turned abruptly away from him and confronted Miss Clare, who had remained near the door ready to leave.
"Did you see Lawrence Straw leave here?"
Phelan demanded.
Why, yes.
What did he say when he left?
Why, nothing except... let's see.
She puckered her forehead.
He said, "See you later."
She nodded.
That's what he said.
Did he say where he was going?
No.
She shook her head, and the golden blonde fluff rippled like a bed of yellow tulips in a high wind.
Just a minute, Lieutenant,
Dentino interrupted.
Why the interest in Lawrence Straw? You said you were investigating a murder, but surely my business affairs have nothing to do...
He paused abruptly.
Has something happened to Straw?
Straw was murdered this afternoon sometime between 6 and 6:30,
Phelan told him bluntly. Dentino swayed on his heels as though he had been pushed, and Miss Clare opened her red lips wide, gasped, then covered her mouth with her hand.
He was all right when he left here, Dentino said.
So you say,
Phelan pointed out.
But he's not all right now, and something happened to him almost immediately after he left here. He could have been here later than you admit. In fact,
he eyed Dentino accusingly,
he could have been here, right here, until 6:30.
It was exactly 6 when he left,
Dentino exclaimed, his poise shaken.
I remember it, positively, because we both looked at our watches, and he said he had to hurry as it was 6 o'clock.
Did he ever refer to himself as John Faraday in front of you?
No, why should he?
Dentino's eyes flickered.
Say, are you sure it's Straw who's been killed?
Have a look,
Phelan invited grimly, motioning Jenkins to show them the body. Dentino and Miss Clare went into the hall. When they returned, both looked shaken.
That's him, all right,
Dentino said.
I can't understand it.
Did Straw ever mention knowing other tenants in the building?
Why, yes, he mentioned once that he took care of Mr. Edelson's books.
The fellow across the hall?
Yes, he runs a large restaurant.
Do you think Straw called on him after leaving you?
How would I know?
Dentino lifted his shoulders.
Well, Phelan snorted finally, that seems to be all right now. I'll want to talk to both of you later.
And after a quick tour of the apartment, Phelan thanked them and sent them on their way.
Tell the boys it's okay to move him now,
Phelan instructed Sergeant Jenkins. He lifted his hat and rubbed his head reflectively.
Davids, find Bonquist again and get the keys to 4B and 1A. We'll give them a quick once-over and then head for the station.
I looked at my watch, saw that it was 5 minutes to 9, and accelerated up the stairs to Professor Thompson's apartment to tell Caldwell that I was off to the lab. I have to feed the dog, I explained to Thompson.
The dog? Excellent.
Thompson didn't know what I was talking about, but in his bright, enthusiastic way was absolutely in favor of it.
You'll be back?
You bet, I said. Don't let Dr. Caldwell leave without me. During the trolley ride to the lab and back, I got to thinking about the murder. There was Elaine Rule, the blonde across the hall, for instance. A prize package if I ever saw one. And there was Maud McGregor with her disturbing gray eyes. Had she really been listening to Richard Starr Flecker read for 2 hours? Possibly, I decided, but not probably. I imagined them lolling on the floor amid the satin cushions, gushing poetry at each other and sniffing incense. Maybe marijuana and dope, too. Still, why the hell would a ladies' man like Flecker be playing around with as physically unattractive a specimen of womanhood as Maud McGregor? And Dentino and Sinclair. When Dentino talked, he was like a crapshooter keyed to the rattle of the dice, and he was a little too suave, too poised. And if Sinclair was a singer, as used to being in the spotlight as a public entertainer ordinarily is, why had she let Dentino do all the talking? It seemed to me she'd been too quiet, too unobtrusive, maybe even too scatterbrained. Lawrence Straw had planned to call on June Hansen. No, it was John Faraday. Why the hell should Straw have told June Hansen his name was Faraday when sooner or later she'd... Hey, I tried to revisualize June opening the door to Phelan. She had said, John Faraday? Hadn't she, with her voice turning up like a question? She couldn't have known John Faraday then. Otherwise, when she saw us, she'd have known that neither Phelan nor Jenkins nor I was Faraday. Therefore, Faraday hadn't been on his way to see June Hansen, and June was a damned liar. Still, she'd identified Straw as John Faraday. What the hell? The alarm clock started to bang its brain out at 8 a.m., and peering around through half-closed eyes, I saw that sunlight was drifting into the room in that soft, quiet, sawdusty way that heralds a hot, sticky day. I stretched and groaned the usual amount, then looked through the closet for a suit with something resembling a press. The blue worsted I'd worn the previous day was wrinkled and soiled, so I tossed it over the back of a chair for Mary, our maid, to take care of. After much weighty deliberation, I pulled my gray gabardine off its hanger and spread it on the bed. Then I combed my hair, shaved, and rubbed a little Yardley lotion on my chin. Still yawning, I finished dressing and stumbled downstairs. I hadn't even gotten around to my second cup of coffee when the doorbell rang, and there was Lieutenant Phelan, as big and as fat as ever. Caldwell smiled benignly as Phelan came in. "When are you going to arrest the murderer?" I asked in a vain attempt to irk Phelan.
"Your guess is as good as mine. Got any suggestions?"
"I haven't seen all the candidates," I reminded him, "while you have."
"You've seen everybody essential," Phelan assured me. "Edelson operates a hash house on South State Street, and he was there all evening. Hadn't been in his apartment all day and didn't get home until late last night. It's true that Straw worked for him, but he couldn't have had anything to do with the murder."
"And how about the couple on the top floor?"
"The Dougals? They seemed okay. He operates a small construction outfit, and she's an attractive woman. They've only been married 3 months. He says they went cycling about 5 o'clock and left by the back way because they keep their cycles on the porch. They rode through Lincoln Park and then stopped to visit with some friends on the way back. Bonquist, the janitor, says he remembers hearing the bumping of their cycles on the back steps at about the time they say they left."
How about Barbara what's-her-name?
"Barbara O'Neill was working. The Gold Coast Club threw a stag party at the Baltimore Hotel last night, and she was one of the girls."
"At a stag party? What did she do? Dance?"
"Don't be dumb."
"Oh." I repeated it flatly.
"Oh."
"Personally," Phelan said, pursing his lips judiciously,
"it looks to me like our best candidate is Professor Thompson."
Caldwell came to life. He took the pipe out of his mouth and pointed it at Phelan.
"What did you say, Percy?"
"I said that Professor Thompson is the only person in the building without some sort of alibi." Phelan nodded grimly. "Thompson is our most logical suspect."
"You're making a ridiculous error," Caldwell snapped.
"Can you offer a better suspect?" Phelan asked.
"Perhaps,"
Caldwell said coldly, and, putting his pipe in his mouth with an abrupt, angry gesture, he stalked out of the door. Knowing what that meant, I groaned and gave Lieutenant Phelan a dirty look as I followed. Caldwell brushed back the unruly lock of hair which insisted on clinging to his forehead, cleared his desk, and went into action. He took a sheet of paper and drew a rough cross-section of the building where Lawrence Straw's body had been found, and then he filled in the names of the tenants, indicating their activity and approximate position at 6 o'clock the previous evening. Then he stared at it for half an hour. Then, as I expected he would, he began dictating a series of jobs for me. 1. See Bonquist, the janitor. Where was he and what was he doing between 6 and 6:30? 2. See Mrs. Ross. Who was her physician? 3. Check on Don McGregor. 4. Verify Edelson's alibi. 5. See Elaine Rule and June Hansen. Why did J.H. lie? 6. Check financial condition, etc. of Dentino's nightclub. 7. Ascertain everything possible about Flecker. 8. Visit Straw's apartment. Get list of accounts. 9. Get medical and lab report from Phelan. Fingerprints on knife? In elevator? In any of the apartments? 10. Whom did Dougals visit? What time did they arrive? Leave?
"Begin with those, Bendy,"
Caldwell instructed briskly.
"We'll demonstrate to Lieutenant Phelan that a modicum of intelligence is more effective than an organization of unimaginative detectives."
"Did you say we?" I asked.
"Yes, certainly, Bendy."
I looked at the list, and then I looked at Caldwell. "Thank you," I said. I closed my eyes, wiggled a finger, and jabbed it toward the list. Then I slowly opened my eyes. Visit Straw's apartment. Pushing the list into a pocket, I boarded a State Street trolley and rode it north to Cedar Street. Then, suddenly inspired, I went into Solomon's drugstore on the corner and phoned the detective bureau. Phelan was out. Sergeant Jenkins was in, however, and had a copy of the lab report, which he read to me. "It's the same old story. No prints, no nothing." "No leads at all, huh?" "No, the only screwy thing about him was his sleeves." "What about them?" "They were rolled up." "You mean his shirt sleeves were rolled up?" "Yeah, they were pushed into his coat sleeves." "Well, so what?" "So nothing. I just thought you might make something out of it." I thanked him, hung up, and then trotted down Cedar Street to the Cedar Crest apartment building, which turned out to be a fairly new-looking, medium-sized square of brick and glass. Going down 3 concrete steps, I entered a lobby and read down a list of names until I came to Strauss. I pushed the button beside his name and waited until, as I expected, a plainclothes detective came hurrying down. "Hello, Davids," I said, recognizing him. I grinned and tried to exude friendship and bonhomie. Davids didn't seem pleased.
"What do you want?"
he growled. "I came down to help you pore over Strauss' effects," I said blithely, "through the courtesy of Lieutenant Phelan."
"He didn't say nothing to me about letting you in,"
Davids objected, eyeing me suspiciously.
"My God, Davids, just because you're a detective, you don't have to be suspicious of everybody," I said.
I patted his shoulder and led him toward the stairs. "Phelan's at Caldwell's house right now trying to dig up a psychological clue like we did in the Justine case. As usual, I'm doing the dirty work, and he wants me to look things over and then report to Caldwell. You remember how we did it last time, don't you?" David nodded skeptically, but I rushed him up the stairs and into Strauss' apartment before he could decide to keep me out. Once inside, I stood in the center of the room and opened my pores, trying to feel what sort of a person had lived there. There were 2.5 rooms, a living room, bedroom, and combination kitchen and dining nook. They looked and smelled like money, for everything in the place was ultra. Even the dust catchers on the fireplace mantel were of exquisitely glazed porcelain, which, even to my inexperienced eyes, had cost plenty. I whistled softly. "Nice stuff," I said.
"Yeah,"
Davids agreed, watching me with the narrow, alert eyes of a Charles Boyer about to select a candidate for the Casbah. Wading through a rug, which had a pile about 2 inches thick, I went into the bedroom and peeked into the closet. There were about a dozen suits, several sports jackets, and 8 pairs of slacks hanging on wire hangers. I flipped the suit coats open and whistled again. They all bore the label of Hills, which meant merely that they had cost at least $90 a copy. His shirts from Black & Black, a custom shirt maker. Ties by Sulka. Shoes from Florsham's. The boy had certainly done all right. "This his own furniture?" I asked.
"Yeah,"
Davids was positive.
"These kind of joints are all unfurnished."
"Wonder what the rent is."
"6 bits."
$75 a month? I shook my head. "I should have been an auditor, Davids. I'm in the wrong racket."
"You can sing that song again,"
Davids agreed affably. "How much do you suppose he made a month?"
"According to his income tax, about 2 C's.
"You're kidding."
"Nope."
David solemnly made the sign of a cross on his chest.
"That's straight. The reports are in the desk."
I sat down at the desk and casually began opening drawers. Davids plopped into a nearby chair and lazily watched me. I found a folder containing the duplicate copies of Strauss' income tax returns, and I scanned the one for 1946. Gross income for the year, $2,315. The estimate for 1947 was higher, $2,510. "Hell," I said aloud. "You had to do better than that. Most of the clothes in that closet are fairly new. Each one of those suits cost at least $90. That's $1,080. Rent at $75 a month is another $900. That's $2,000 for suits and rent, leaving less than $20 a week to cover the rest of his expenses. Something is screwy."
"You figure it, chum,"
Davids agreed. "Yeah." I leaned down and lifted a pile of manila folders from beside the desk. Some were red and some were black, but each bore a typewritten name and address on its front. I selected a red folder named Mid-State Lunch, 569 South State, and slid its contents onto the desk. There were all sorts of tax returns: Illinois unemployment compensation, income, excise, personal property, income taxes withheld on wages, Social Security, retailers, occupational, all neatly typed and attached to worksheets. Thumbing through the other folders, I found a black one bearing the same Mid-State Lunch label, and on opening it, found that it contained another set of similar returns. What the hell? I compared a 1944 income tax return from the red folder with one for 1944 from the black folder, and found that one showed gross sales of $218,122.36, while the other showed gross sales of $116,541.60. 2 returns for the same person, the same address, the same business, the same year, with a difference in gross sales of over $100,000. Hastily, I compared the retailer's occupational tax forms. There was the same wild discrepancy, with one set showing a business almost double that shown by the other. "Did Phelan look at these?" I asked casually.
"Yeah." David's, his eyes almost closed, was slumped comfortably in his chair. "He copied down the names and addresses."
"That's an idea," I said, and I took out my notebook and began copying the labels of the red folders. I made a check beside the name of each account, for which there were 2 folders, and when I finished there were 8 names so checked. Then, making a great pretense of sorting through the returns, I separated the 2 income tax schedules from the other papers and slipped them into my side pocket without David's noticing. I slapped my notebook shut, ostentatiously returned it to my pocket, and restored the other returns to their proper folders. Trying to seem disappointed, I griped at David's for a few minutes and kidded him about the soft berth he'd landed in. All the time my mind was racing like mad around and around, trying to figure a meaning for the double sets of tax returns. I tried to calculate 2% of 98% of $100,000, but I got mixed in the moving of decimal points and wasn't sure whether it was $19,600 or $1,960. Either way, it was a lot of dough. "Say, it's 12:30, I said. "No wonder I'm beginning to feel weak. It's time to eat." I stood up, stretched lazily, and started toward the door. "Want me to send you some lunch?" I asked.
"Nah," David's mumbled. "I'll get relieved pretty soon, thanks just the same."
"See you later, then," I said, and relieved at having gotten away without arousing any further suspicion, I trotted happily downstairs. The coffee and sandwich I ate at a nearby BG satisfied my stomach, and I proceeded down Michigan Avenue toward the psychology lab with my mind chugging and churning every step of the way. If Lawrence Straw had been running a double set of books for 8 big accounts, he'd either been gypping the accounts for his personal benefit, or he'd been gypping the government for the account's benefit. It had to be one or the other, but I couldn't decide which. If Straw had been defrauding the government by manipulating records and maintaining a double set of tax returns with an account's knowledge, then his continued good health was valuable to that account, because his death might result in the fraudulent records coming to the attention of the authorities. On the other hand, if Straw needed money, it put him in a swell position to put the screws on the account, which a lot of guys wouldn't like. But suppose Straw had falsified the records without an account's knowledge, and suppose the account found out. Well, that wouldn't be good either, but how the hell could Straw make any money unless the account did know? If they drew a check to the collector of internal revenue, or the director of labor, or whomever, and sent it in, or even if they gave the check to him and told him to mail it with the returns, it wouldn't have done Straw any good. Not unless some of the smaller accounts paid taxes to him in cash. Say they did, and he let their taxes become delinquent and accumulate until they approximated an amount regularly paid by one of the larger accounts. Couldn't he have sent the larger accounts check in with the smaller accounts' delinquent returns and kept the cash he'd collected? Of course, then there'd be a delinquency chargeable against the large account, and he wouldn't be anything to the good unless he then increased the account's taxes by drawing a bigger check, but actually filing a smaller return, thereby gaining a balance to apply on the delinquent account. My head was whirling like a Tennessee hepcat by the time I got to the lab, and I gave Stinky his meal in short order, without even bothering to give him a pep talk. As soon as I had slapped some clean papers into his cage, I sat down, got out my notebook, and went over the list of Straw's accounts. I felt that the ones I'd checked, the ones with complimentary black folders, were the important ones. Mid-State Lunch, 569 South State Street. Grigsby's Grill, 819 West Madison Street. Mother's Restaurant, 1200 North Clark Street. Johnson's Restaurant, 801 North Clark Street. Rio Susanna Club, 25 East Ohio Street. The Ruby Lunch, 12 Oak Street. Sunset Cafe, 720 South State Street. And Breezy Foods, 698 West Madison Street. Trouble was, I couldn't see why anybody'd kill Straw without first arranging to get possession of the fraudulent returns. If Charles Edelson, for instance, had hired Straw to manipulate his books in order to avoid taxes, and if Straw tried to blackmail him, it'd be incredibly stupid for him to kill Straw without first destroying the crooked records. They'd not only make him a suspect and provide evidence of a motive, but they'd prove him liable for thousands of dollars in delinquent taxes. And exactly the same situation would occur if Edelson had been subject to embezzlement by Straw, for before exacting revenge, he'd want to get rid of the telltale returns and records. Still, Charles Edelson owned the Mid-State Lunch, and Dentino operated the Rio Susanna Club. Now, if there was a connection between Mrs. Ross and any one of the other 6 accounts on the list, things would get really complicated. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Of a Fiend in Need by Milton K. Ozaki. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 3. I went back to the building on Gotha Street without any definite plan. Starting to push the button for the elevator, I caught myself just in time and went up the stairs instead, an exertion which had me panting for breath by the time I reached the 4th floor. I rapped briskly on Mrs. Ross's door, ignoring the buzzer button, and after a while the fat old nurse opened the door. She gave me a quick up and down, then started to close it again. "Hey," I cried, "it's me."
"I know it," she said grimly. "Good day."
"Just listen for a minute," I pleaded, polishing up my best smile. "I'm not a copper. Really, I'm not. I'm Dr. Caldwell's secretary, and he's a friend of Professor Thompson who lives below you, and on whom the cops are trying to pin the murder." I talked as fast as I could, trying to get it all in before the door closed. "If I can talk to Mrs. Ross for only a minute, I may be able to figure out who really killed Straw and—"
"Mrs. Ross don't know nothing about it,"
the nurse stated flatly. "I know that," I assured her earnestly. "All I want to find out is whether she knew Lawrence Straw was stealing money from her." The door opened a little, and she peered at me.
"What'd you say?"
she asked. "You heard me. Straw was stealing money from her. I want to ask her if she knew about it."
"You wait right there,"
the nurse commanded, shutting the door. I waited. The door opened abruptly.
"Come on in,"
she directed shortly.
"Mrs. Ross is abed. Come this way."
She waddled down the hall ahead of me to the bedroom.
"This is the young man, Mrs. Ross,"
she said, indicating me with an unenthusiastic wave. Mrs. Ross was wizened and old. She looked older than anybody I'd ever seen, except maybe the High Lama in that movie about Shangri-La. Her head was in the center of a large pillow, looking like a wrinkled old pear, and her voice when she spoke was as thin as nickel beer.
"Come here,"
she whispered, raising a bony arm and motioning me nearer.
"I want to see you."
She moved her eyes, alert, piercing eyes, over to my face, my clothes, my hands.
"What's this about Lawrence?"
she asked weakly. I felt self-conscious, the way a strong, healthy person always feels on meeting an invalid. "I'm sorry if it's bad news, Mrs. Ross," I said. "You know, of course, that Lawrence Straw was murdered last night." She nodded almost imperceptibly. "I've just come from his apartment, where I examined some of his papers, and I'm afraid he's been embezzling large sums of money from his accounts. I don't know what your business interests are, but your nurse mentioned last night that he was your auditor, and I thought you might want to check on him." Her bright, piercing eyes watched me emotionlessly.
"Why?"
she asked, almost inaudibly. "Because as soon as the cops find out about this, they'll be around like a pack of hornets, and they'll turn your affairs upside down. You know how cops are. I don't think you can get your money back, but if you'll tell me a few things about Straw, I may be able to find the murderer and save you a lot of unnecessary worry and turmoil." I stood beside the bed while she thought about it. Her fingers twitched spasmodically. I glanced toward the nurse and saw that she had seated herself beside an old-fashioned roll-top desk, which I hadn't noticed at first. Mrs. Ross's lips twitched several times before words came.
"I didn't like Lawrence Straw," she managed finally.
"Why not?"
"He was neurotic, fidgety. He irritated me."
"Then why did you hire him?" A withered arm rolled helplessly.
"He took care of things for my husband. My husband died. I kept him, but I didn't like him."
"Your husband was in the coal business, wasn't he?"
"Yes. Lawrence had nothing to do with that."
She gestured feebly.
"Lawrence took care of a restaurant my husband owned on Oak Street. Ruby Lunch."
Her breath rasped in her throat like wind blowing through a hollow tube.
"Told him not to buy it. He did anyway."
"Did you know that Straw was filing fraudulent tax returns?"
"I'm too sick to care about business."
The words were tired, halting.
"Money's no use anymore."
She gestured weakly.
"He brought the papers every month. I signed them."
"Did you verify or check them before you paid them?"
"No. I signed them. Gave him the check to get him out of here."
"Why did he irritate you?" I asked curiously. Was it the way he acted? The way he talked?
Things he did. Mannerisms. He was neurotic.
She moved her arms restlessly.
He'd bring the books. He'd sit there.
She turned her eyes toward the desk.
And tap with his pencil.
Her eyes rolled to indicate despair.
It drove me crazy.
That's right,
the nurse put in.
He'd sit like this.
She picked up a pencil and held it in writing position. Then she tapped its point on the desktop, making a rapid tapping noise like the muffled clicking of a telegrapher's key.
Mrs. Ross couldn't stand it. It'd put her nerves on edge for hours.
I see what you mean, I said. It'd drive me nuts, too.
He did it all the time. Neurotic.
Mrs. Ross closed her eyes for a moment, opened them tiredly.
I'm sorry he's dead, but I didn't like him.
When was he here last?
2 weeks ago.
When was he due to call again?
End of month.
I see. I tried to think of all the things I'd been intending to ask her. How much did he charge for his services?
$10.
A month? I asked incredulously. She nodded silently. That was extremely reasonable. The corners of her wrinkled lips tried to smile.
Maybe,
she said. I reached over and touched her hand. It was like touching a paper bag. Thanks, I said. I'm sorry if I've tired you. I'll be leaving now. Crossing the hall, I knocked on the door of the Dougal apartment, and a tall, sandy-haired girl in a pair of dark brown slacks and a tan jersey opened the door. She took one look at me, shook her head, and said,
No, thanks. Not today.
I'm not selling anything, I said quickly, raising my arms and shaking them. No briefcase, no samples, no brushes, no insurance policies. I grinned and added, Honest. She looked me over carefully.
You look safe,
she decided. That's the only slighting remark I've gotten today. She smiled.
I meant that you really do look as though you aren't selling razor blades or glass cutters or jar openers.
About the other, I wouldn't know. She held the door open.
Come on in.
And leaving me to close the door, she walked into the apartment, plopped into a Cogswell chair, and kicked off her shoes.
Okay, she said. Spill it.
I introduced myself and repeated the usual formula.
You're wasting your time,
she said, crossing her legs and pushing herself into a corner of the chair.
We never heard of Lawrence Straw until the cops came barging in here last night.
Did your husband get a good look at him?
Sure. They took us both to the morgue to see him.
She made a face. How far did you cycle?
About 6 miles north, the same back.
Along the lake shore?
Through Lincoln Park and along the outer drive.
It's rather pretty in that part of the city, I said. I understand you stopped to visit some friends.
Look,
she gestured carelessly.
The cops took my friend's name and went to see her. I think they even had somebody cycle out there and back so they could clock them. Anyway, they decided we hadn't anything to do with the murder.
Her shoulders moved in a lazy shrug.
So why don't you stop being nosy?
I can't, I told her. I'm supposed to keep asking questions and bothering people until something goes click. I pointed at my head and snapped my fingers. Idea. Then I do it some more. When I get enough of them, I spread them all out on a table and Caldwell puts them together. That's the way crimes are solved. She eyed me gravely.
You know,
she said,
I think I like you. You're kind of crazy.
Thanks.
How about a drink?
She got lazily to her feet and walked barefooted to a mahogany buffet and brought back 2 glasses and a bottle of bourbon. Then she got some ice cubes, dropped 2 in each glass, and splashed in a liberal amount of the liquor.
You don't need a mix, do you?
She asked. Never use them, I assured her, jiggling the ice cubes and holding the amber liquid to my nose. It smelled dangerous. Is your husband bigger than I am? She tasted her drink critically, nodded approval.
He'll be back in a minute, she said. I'll weigh you in.
When she moved all at once, smoothly and surely like an athlete, and when she smiled, her whole face got into the spirit of the thing. She was a good-natured, healthy creature, not beautiful, not even of above-average looks, but attractive in a lusty, physical way. A girdle and a dress, a few curls here and there, and a little powder and rouge might have made a world of difference, but I doubted if she would ever be bothered with things like that. Lloyd Dougal arrived like a sprinter at the end of a mile dash, chest bared and clad in blue sports shorts and canvas sneakers. He burst through the door on flexed bouncing legs, breathing heavily and exuding the sharp smell of sweat. About 39 years old, he was of a medium height, hairy-chested, built like a Rodin statue. He had wavy reddish-brown hair, which retreated from his forehead to a line which somehow gave him a bewildered intellectual look. A pair of dark horn-rimmed glasses accentuated that impression.
Hello, 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 he panted heavily. Great day. Makes a man feel like a million.
He flexed his arm vigorously, simulating the action of locomotive pistons, and, inhaling deeply, demonstrated a chest expansion which would have made Jane Russell green with envy. Exhaling with great enthusiasm, he slapped his knees and bounced into a chair.
"How far did you run, dear?"
Bertha Dougal asked, getting another glass and pouring a round of drinks.
Oak Street and back. Feel fine.
Lloyd Dougal polished his glasses and peered at me.
Gallagher, isn't it?
He bobbed his head.
Met you at the Adams last week, didn't I?
That's a bad guess, I said. The name is Brinks, Benedict Brinks, and you didn't meet me.
Didn't meet you? Friend of Bertha's, eh?
He tossed off his drink, did a little vigorous inhaling and exhaling, and slapped his chest heartily.
Glad to know you. Always glad to meet a friend of Bertha's.
Same here, I said, but not so enthusiastically. The animal energy which he radiated depressed me, and I decided I was wasting time. Sorry to leave so abruptly, I said, getting up, but I have to make another call. Bertha and Lloyd Dougal both sprang to their feet with cries of regret and walked me to the door like a friend whose parting deeply grieved them.
"Do stop in again,"
Bertha Dougal suggested.
Yes, do,
Lloyd Dougal echoed heartily. Maybe I will, I said, but I didn't mean it. Trotting down the 2 flights of stairs to the 2nd floor, I tried to flex my arms and expand my chest the way Dougal had. The effort only made my shoulders ache and my lungs sore. I paused in the hall outside 2B and checked 2, 8, 9, and 10 off my list. Then, optimistically, I checked off 3 and rapped smartly on the door. Maud McGregor opened the door, her thin, drab-brown hair still piled on top of her head in the pompadour roll she had worn last night. At the sight of me, her gray eyes lit up, thereby illuminating briefly her angular face.
"Hello," she said. "Back again?"
"A bad Bendy always returns," I said. She looked blank, then laughed.
"I almost didn't get it. Come on in."
I went in, again scaring hell out of Frady, who streaked out of the living room and down the hall. Don McGregor was home, and he laid down the newspaper he'd been reading and stood up to greet me. Somehow, with Maud so skinny and bony, I'd expected Don McGregor to carry a little flesh on his bones. He didn't. He was about 5'9" and looked like he was shy a couple of pounds of being 100. And for good measure, he had a shuffling Charlie Chaplin walk, a nondescript shock of you-name-the-color hair, a small wispy mustache, and a pair of eyes which seemed slung in a brassiere of purple flesh.
Glad to meet you, he said, coughing hollowly. Maud told me about you. Did they get the guy yet?
Who ever heard of the cops solving a case in one day? I asked. They laughed, and I added, well, this may take longer than the Drake case.
What's their trouble this time?
Don asked. He coughed again and pointed at a chair. Too many suspects and too many alibis. Everybody was somewhere else, with witnesses.
Tough.
Don McGregor wiped his lips carefully with a moist handkerchief.
I've got a dozen myself.
That's good. I nodded knowingly and added, How'd you do yesterday?
Lousy.
He shook his head.
Couple amateurs in the game. Screwed the whole thing up.
Holding his hand over his mouth, he coughed.
Nothing runs a poker game like a couple of beginners. Spoils the tempo.
Thinking about the game, he seemed suddenly sad. I guess you're right, I said. I like a fast, tight game. 5 cards, and bet or get out.
Now you're talking.
McGregor's eyes flickered, and he moved his chair nearer.
What limit do you usually play?
I gestured airily. It doesn't make much difference, not if the game's tight.
Exactly my idea.
He slapped his knee approvingly.
Look, if you want to see a good tight game, why don't you come over and sit in with the boys some evening? You and me, we could show 'em.
Well, maybe I will, I said. What time's the game usually start?
It doesn't.
He laughed and his pallid eyes seemed to strain toward me.
It goes on and on. 5 o'clock's a good time to break in, though. 'Cause somebody usually wants to drop out for supper, but the game, it runs until... period.
Sounds like a good thing. How do I find the place?
It's on Division Street, a couple of doors west of State, and it's called the Copper Kettle. Go straight through the bar to the rear and turn left. If a watcher stops you, just tell him you're a friend of mine.
Thanks, I'll do that.
Swell.
He covered his mouth with a handkerchief and coughed hollowly into it. Then he wiped his lips and replaced the handkerchief in his hip pocket. "I'm going over there now, so stop in if you got time," he urged, giving me a limp hand to shake. I nodded, and giving his wife a peck on the cheek, he shuffled out. When the door closed, Maud McGregor moved her shoulders elaborately and asked,
"See what I mean?"
"A woman who would only have a perfect man never has a man," I quoted.
"Who said that?"
I shrugged. Confucius, probably.
"I never heard it before." She paused to think about it, then abruptly said, "Hell, Don isn't a man."
"He looked like one to me."
"You're kidding." She tossed her head. "I talked to my doctor about it, and he said I was frustrated. I wouldn't be if Don were a man."
"Well, what's sauce for the goose is sometimes salt to the gander."
"Sure," she admitted, "but I get damn sick of it sometimes."
"You're over 21.
"Meaning?"
"If you don't like things, you can move out." She shook her head.
"Oh, I happen to love the guy. I don't know why, but I do."
The orange Angora stalked into the room, his plume-like tail stiffly erect. He arched his back and began to rub himself sensuously against Maud McGregor's legs. She smiled and, reaching down, picked him up and brought him over to me.
"See, Frady, this is Bendy. Don't you remember Bendy?"
She stroked the cat's fur affectionately and coaxed him to climb into my lap. I obligingly rubbed his chin with the back of my hand. He stretched, licked my hand inquiringly with a pink rough tongue, and then settled on my knee with a loud spasmodic purr. Maud McGregor balanced her hip on the arm of my chair and, leaning over, continued to stroke Frady.
"Women are sort of like cats,"
she mused. "Because they like to have their necks rubbed?"
I love it."
"How about your back?"
"Especially my back. You know, maybe I was a cat in some other incarnation."
"It's too bad you can't purr."
"How do you know I can't?"
"I don't." I winked, then lowered my voice wickedly. "Maybe I'll try to find out someday." Maud laughed, and her gray eyes became alive and challenging.
"You might get the surprise of your life."
She hesitated as though some other thought had come to mind.
"The reason Mr. Flecker fascinates me is he has such a caressing voice. When he reads, it's like having something soft and silken touch you."
She closed her eyes and relaxed against the back of my chair, her shoulder lightly touching mine.
"He has such a warm, liquid tone, and it's as versatile as an instrument."
"Cut it out," I said. "The guy gives me a pain."
"Why?"
"Oh, the clouds of stink in the air, the pillows on the floor, the pretties, the fancy sandals." I held my chin high and stroked my hair in mimicry of Richard Starr Flecker. "Why, for Christ's sake, the guy acts like a fairy."
"You're jealous."
"Of what?"
"Because he gets results." She smiled tauntingly. "And because lots of women are in love with him."
"I haven't had any complaints lately."
"You're bragging."
I slipped my arm around her and jerked her into my lap. Frady howled and jumped for the floor, but I wasn't thinking about the cat. I kissed her hard on the mouth, twice, then pushed her roughly back onto the arm of the chair. "That's a sample," I said. She sighed ecstatically and slid back into my lap, putting her arms around my neck and pursing her lips. I watched her gray eyes, which had become suddenly alive and shiny, but I didn't move. She tried to pull my head down. Abruptly, I pushed her off my lap.
"What's the matter?" she demanded. "Don't you like me?"
Her eyes went wide and hot. "Sure, I like you a lot," I said. "But I happened to remember yesterday."
"What about it?"
"You and Flecker, and the pillows on the floor. For 2 hours and 50 minutes.
"Silly."
Her lips smiled coaxingly.
"All he did was read to me. Honest to God, he never touched me."
She crossed her heart, and as I stood up, came close and tried to reach her arms around my neck. I caught her hands and held them away. "What did he read to you?" I asked.
"The Rubaiyat, like I told you yesterday."
"Which version?"
"Is there more than one?"
"Sure, several." I kept holding her hands away from me and tried to think. "Do you remember any of it?"
"Oh, yes." Closing her eyes, she sighed. "It was beautiful. Especially that part that goes, 'I sometimes think that never blows so red the rose as where some buried Caesar bled.'"
"That's the Fitzgerald version."
"It is? I'll remember that."
She raised her lips again and tried to press against me. I pushed her away again and started to walk to the door.
"Bendy, you aren't going, are you?"
"I have to go to the lab." I said.
Why?
I have to see a dog. She was standing in the center of the room, her hands clenched in little fists, and her eyes damp with angry tears as I closed the door. When I reached home, I found that Mary had prepared one of her specialties, boneless chicken sautéed in wine sauce, and after 2 helpings, a piece of cherry pie, and a cup of coffee, I felt like a new man. Pouring myself a second cup of coffee, I carried it into the study and balanced it on the arm of a chair. Caldwell arranged himself at his desk, filled his pipe, held a match to it, and then faced me attentively. I started at the beginning and gave a detailed account of the morning and afternoon. He listened gravely, nodded occasionally.
"Are you certain," he asked abruptly, "that Lieutenant Phelan isn't aware of Straw's defalcations?"
Positive. David said that all Phelan did was make a list of the accounts, and even if Phelan had examined the returns, I don't think he'd have spotted the scheme. I happened to notice the difference between the 2 sets accidentally. Besides, if Phelan did know about it, he'd have Edelson and Dentino and Mrs. Ross on the grill. Caldwell smoked silently for a while.
"I think we had better communicate with Lieutenant Phelan," he decided.
"Do we have to hand everything to him on a silver platter?" I asked resentfully. "I don't see him doing anything for us."
"Phone him now, Bendy,"
Caldwell directed quietly. I phoned the detective bureau, and Phelan, not being in, left word for him to communicate with Caldwell at his earliest convenience. It wasn't more than 10 minutes later that the doorbell rang, and I got up to answer it. It was Lieutenant Phelan, and giving me a negligent little nod, he walked right past me and on into the study.
"Evening, Professor,"
Phelan growled in a hurried, businesslike manner.
"I understand you phoned headquarters."
"Why, yes, Percy,"
Caldwell said pleasantly.
"Can you sit down a moment? Bendy and I were discussing the Straw murder. I don't suppose you've apprehended the murderer yet?"
Phelan sat down and crossed his legs as though he owned the place.
"We've uncovered vital clues, which, without a doubt, will bring an arrest before many hours have passed."
"Look, Phelan," I interrupted. "Stop giving us the business. You aren't talking to the press so you can skip the fancy blowing. You haven't the slightest idea who the murderer is, and Caldwell and I both know it."
"I tell you I'm on my way to arrest the murderer," Phelan blustered. "There's only one man who could have killed Straw, and I'm going to grab him as soon as I leave here."
"Who?"
"Never mind," he set his lips stubbornly. "Let's hear about the stuff you dug up."
"Why should I blow my breath if you already know who the murderer is?" I demanded.
"It may help to clinch the case."
"Then you can't prove who did it."
"I can prove motive and opportunity," Phelan countered, "and that's plenty."
"Well, I still don't believe it," I stated flatly.
"Suit yourself,"
Phelan growled, settling complacently back in his chair.
"Better tell him, Bendy," Caldwell interrupted. "This bickering is childish, and it's wasting time."
I gave Caldwell an et-tu look. "Okay, Caldwell's the boss," I said. "But as far as I'm concerned, I hope you get the case so screwed up that the commissioners put you back on the banana swiping detail."
"Never mind the small talk," Phelan cut in. "Let's hear the facts."
"Did you check Edelson's alibi?"
"Yeah, it's okay."
"Where was he?"
"If you've been working on anything involving Edelson, you've wasted your time. He was in his place on South State Street from 5 until 7. He's out."
"Did you check through Straw's apartment?"
"Of course, that's routine."
"Did you notice the folders, the red and black folders, beside his desk?"
"I made a list of them, naturally. What kind of a—"
"Let's not go into that," I said quickly. "Did you look inside the folders?"
"Yeah, copies of tax returns."
"Did you examine the returns?"
"No."
Phelan's eyes narrowed as though he suspected a trick.
"What about them?" he asked. "Straw was an auditor and handled a lot of tax returns. Is there anything wrong with that?"
"A little. Didn't it occur to you to wonder why there were 2 folders for some of the accounts?"
Phelan shifted uneasily. "Why should I? One was for state returns, the other for federal."
"No, Lieutenant Phelan," I contradicted with great formality. "You didn't examine them very carefully. If you had, you'd have noticed that both folders contain a complete set of state and federal returns. 2 sets of returns for the same filing periods."
"So what?"
Straw was keeping a double set of books for 8 accounts. In other words, he was maintaining fraudulent books for the purpose of gypping the government, with or without the knowledge of his clients. Phelan's mouth relaxed in surprise.
"You're absolutely sure of that?"
"Of course. The way I figure it, Straw filed bona fide federal returns but cut the state figures to the bone. In a place like Dentino's, The savings in state retailers' occupational taxes alone would amount to thousands of dollars annually. Phelan pulled at his ear. You mean one set of folders contained fraudulent returns? I nodded. Got a list of them? I handed over the list and he looked at it, nodded, and handed it back to me. That's swell, he said, not a bit ruffled. Why swell? It clinches my case. A sly grin cut across his fat face. It proves that one person, and only one person, could have killed Straw. It's as clear as crystal. I don't get it, I admitted. Look at the layout. Phelan spread his hands descriptively. There are 9 apartments in the building, counting the janitors, and Straw was knifed sometime between 6 and 6:30. Someone in one of those 9 apartments had to be the murderer. Why? Because Straw was knifed in the building. Bleeding the way he was, he couldn't have been carried in from outside the building without leaving a trail of blood. There are a dozen other reasons too, but the best one, to my way of thinking, is the fact that an outsider would have had to take the extremely dangerous chance of being caught with a body. He nodded positively. When Straw left Dentino, he called on one of the other tenants and got killed. Who'd he call on? Figure it out yourself. The Dougals were miles away. Don McGregor was playing cards in the back room of a bar, and his wife was playing games with Flecker in Flecker's apartment. Barbara O'Neill was at a stag party. Elaine Rule and June Hansen were home waiting for Straw, whom June knew as John Faraday, to show up for a date. Bonquist, the janitor, was in the basement helping a plumber repair the hot water boiler. That accounts for 5 of the apartments. He checked them off on his fingers. Of the remaining 4, 3 have alibis. Mrs. Ross was in bed with a nurse in attendance. Charles Edelson was in his restaurant with any number of witnesses. Dentino was there until 6 o'clock. He stopped, raised his brows, and looked at Caldwell. Caldwell's pipe stuck out from his lips with a straight tightness which betrayed the tension of his jaw. His eyes were cold, hard, expressionless. Suddenly I saw what Phelan was driving at. Not Professor Thompson? Correct, Phelan nodded emphatically. I know he's a friend of yours, Professor Caldwell, but facts are facts. And what Bendy just told me clinches the case. For Pete's sake, how? According to you, there were 8 black folders, each representing an account, containing proof that the account had been filing fraudulent tax returns, right? Yes, but 3 of the accounts, according to your list, were tenants of the building, Edelson, Dentino, and Mrs. Ross. Now, even if none of the 3 had an alibi, the existence of the black folders would excuse them. Why? I knew the answer, but I had to ask. Because they'd have gotten that folder before they murdered Straw. They either knew about the fraudulent returns or they had recently learned of their existence. In either case, they'd have made sure they got them before they killed Straw. The fact that those returns, involving them, as you pointed out, for huge sums and back taxes, are still in Straw's apartment without any attempt having been made to destroy them, proves that none of the 3 knew Straw was dead. But Thompson... Why, he didn't even know Straw. Thompson says he didn't know him, Phelan corrected grimly. But I happen to know differently. Reaching into a pocket, he brought out several sheets of printed stationery. He handed one to Caldwell, one to me. This is Exhibit A. It was a blank sheet of business stationery with a printed heading. I read it twice before I caught Phelan's inference. Across the top of the sheet in large letters was printed, The Anchor Bookstore Incorporated, 1347 North Clark Street, Chicago, Illinois. To the right of this heading, in a column, was printed a list of the classifications of books available, with the phrase, Chicago's Big Bookstore. To the left of the heading, in another column, was listed the firm's officials. John Faraday, President. John Niles Thompson, A.B., A.M., Vice President. Lawrence Straw, Secretary. John Faraday, Treasurer.
Where did you get this?
Caldwell asked, his face stern. Jenkins found it. I sent him around to check on Straw's accounts, and he came across this in the bookstore. He thought it might have a bearing on the case, and boy, what a bearing it has. I still don't see, I began. You must be dumb. Thompson and Straw were in business together, consequently Thompson knew about those returns. The first thing he did, either before killing Straw or immediately thereafter, was to get Straw's black folder and destroy it, thinking it wouldn't occur to us to check further. This, he waved the sheet of stationery, proves that Thompson knew Straw and was participating in business with him. Besides, the folder for the Anchor Bookstore is missing. I just sat there and stared at the smug grin on Phelan's face. Caldwell must have been overwhelmed too, because although he had his eyes fixed on Phelan, he didn't say anything, and his face was tight and strained. "I don't believe it," I finally managed to say.
"Facts are facts," Phelan reminded me. "The bookstore is a corporation, although actually Straw and Thompson were partners. If Straw used the name of John Faraday, as June Hanson's testimony indicates, then he was president, secretary, and treasurer of the corporation, while Thompson was vice president, making them, to all practical purposes, partners. They couldn't see eye to eye about something. Maybe Straw was trying to squeeze Thompson out altogether, and Thompson decided to kill Straw."
Phelan shook his head.
"The only screwy thing about it is the dumb way Thompson acted under questioning. You think a guy as educated as Thompson could think up a good alibi, but to say he was taking a bath and sitting in concentration, that takes the prize."
He stood up and put the sheets of stationery back into his pocket.
"Well, I guess I'd better go get him. This is one case we aren't going to have to worry about."
"I'd like to accompany you," Caldwell said, his voice surprisingly calm.
"Why, certainly, Professor. Glad to have you."
Phelan beamed and radiated geniality. I thought for a minute he was going to slap Caldwell on the back.
"I suppose this is a shock, his being a friend of yours, but facts are facts, you know."
I felt sorry for Caldwell. He stood stiffly in one corner of the elevator, his face hard and his hands stiffly at his sides like a man forcing himself to do something he hated doing. When the elevator reached the 3rd floor, Phelan opened the door and stepped out first. He seemed bigger, more alert, and as tense as a cat about to pounce on a mouse as he stepped toward Thompson's door. His big body blocked the door completely, but standing behind him we could hear the buzzer responding to the jab of his thumb. Scarcely breathing, Caldwell and I waited for Thompson to open the door. Phelan kept jabbing the buzzer, insistently and imperiously. At last he stepped away from the door, a puzzled look on his face.
"I know he's in there," Phelan muttered.
"How do you know?" I asked.
"I got a man watching across the street. He'd have warned me if Thompson left."
He jabbed the buzzer again, then ordered,
"Stay right here for a minute. I'm going to get the janitor."
Phelan came back up, jingling a bunch of keys, and the janitor followed with a stubborn, resentful look on his face. Phelan pressed the buzzer briefly, pushed a key into the lock, then threw the bolt. The door swung open. The living room was glowing with electric light from a pair of lamps beside the satin-covered couch, and a cushion at one end of the couch was depressed as though it had been sat on. Phelan strode into the room, his eyes darting about as though he expected to find Thompson cowering behind a chair or table. He grunted shortly and started for the study. He halted abruptly in the doorway. Caldwell and I crowded against him, trying to see over his shoulder.
"Stay where you are,"
Phelan directed in a hard, angry voice. He stepped cautiously into Thompson's study, stopping beside the desk. He stood there, his body obscuring our view. Then he moved aside so we could see the chair where Thompson sat, his hands folded peacefully in his lap, the hilt of a knife protruding from his chest.
"Thompson,"
Caldwell whispered.
"Well, for Christ's sake," I gasped.
Lieutenant Phelan looked older and tired and frustrated. Almost unbelievingly, his eyes moved about the room, touching the bookshelves, the desk, the chairs, the piles of magazines. Then, his thick shoulders slumping in his coat, he leaned over the desk and slipped the phone from its cradle. He dialed a number and spoke warily into the phone, then put the phone back and turned to Caldwell.
"I'm sorry, Professor," he said wearily. He shrugged. "Well, it's too late now."
I left the janitor and Caldwell and Lieutenant Phelan standing there in Thompson's study, staring at his dead body, and closing the door quietly behind me, I went across the hall and rang the bell of apartment 3B. Elaine Rule opened the door and smiled when she recognized me.
"Well," she said, "welcome."
"Hello, baby." I stepped into the room and stood admiring her. She was wearing a pale blue dress which fitted her as though it was a pleasure, and her blonde hair had the softness of pale butterscotch. "Where's June?" I asked, trying not to let the perfume of her overwhelm me. She giggled.
"We're alone, aren't you afraid?"
"Barbara's out too?"
"Mm-hmm. They stayed downtown to see a movie and won't be back until late, probably."
She slid her arm through mine and walked me across the room.
"Lucky me."
She sat in the center of the davenport, patted the cushion beside her. You're too dangerous," I said, shaking my head. I pulled a chair close to her. Her big blue eyes were surprised, then hurt.
"What's the matter? Don't you like me?"
"I like you too much," I told her. "And we haven't time enough now, anyway."
June and Barbara won't be back until...
I know, I said. It's just that I want to talk to you about something. Her eyes softened, brightened, softened again.
I hope you aren't going to ask me about that fellow who was killed. That isn't why you came to see me, is it?
You guessed it, I told her. You see, you're in a spot. A laugh trickled around in her throat and poured musically from her lips.
Silly. We didn't know anything about it. The cops came back and asked us all kinds of questions, but we couldn't tell them a thing about it. He called June and said he was coming over about 7:30, and...
She moved her lovely shoulders prettily.
We were waiting for him when you and the coppers came.
That's why I've got to talk to you, I said, trying to sound grave. Remember when we rang your buzzer? She nodded. What happened?
Why, June went to the door and let you in.
No, I mean, what else happened? What did June say when she opened the door?
She said, "Why, hello."
Her eyes widened innocently. Then, catching the way I was watching her, she wrinkled her forehead and asked,
Didn't she?
Maybe I can help you remember, I said, mimicking June Hanson's voice.
Mr. Faraday?
I turned the last syllable up carefully like a question.
No.
Yes, I nodded positively. We haven't much time because the cops are across the hall and Phelan is liable to remember that little inflection at any moment. If you want to spar around, it's all right with me, but Phelan's going to remember. Someday, somehow. And then you'll be in a real jam.
We didn't have a thing to do with it,
she cried. Maybe not, but it'll look like hell because Phelan will know that June was deliberately lying. June didn't know John Faraday, and yet, I raised my brows quizzically. When she looked at Lawrence Straw, she identified him as John Faraday. Why? Elaine bit her lip and raised her eyes imploringly. When I didn't react properly, she slipped off the Davenport and tried to sit on my lap. I caught her hands and gently pushed her back. I said. I can think better when you're over there and I'm here. She clasped and unclasped her hands nervously and moistened her lips again.
What's it to you anyway? She demanded. You must be in with the cops. That's what. You're in with the cops.
I hate the cops as much as you do, I assured her. But someone in the building is a murderer. Professor Thompson, across the hall, was murdered sometime today, making 2 victims, and somebody's got to find the murderer.
Across the hall?
Her eyes grew round with surprise, and her body trembled as though suddenly chilled by a blast of cold air. They just found him, and in a few minutes they'll be searching the apartments and questioning the tenants again. I bent toward her earnestly. All I want you to tell me is why June lied.
All right.
She tried to force a smile.
He wasn't her boyfriend.
Who was he?
I can't tell you that.
Why not? He was coming here to see her, wasn't he?
Yes.
Socially?
Well,
she raised her eyes.
Honest, Bendy, he was coming on business.
What kind of business?
I can't tell you.
Let's start over. Was he coming to see June or you?
He was coming to see June and me.
You had business with both of you? That's odd. Where'd you meet him?
We didn't.
She hesitated.
We'd never met him before.
You mean he was a stranger to both of you? I snorted unbelievingly. How'd he happen to be coming here, then?
He called June and asked to see her.
But she didn't know him?
She'd seen him,
Elaine admitted reluctantly. You're giving me the runaround, I accused. I thought you'd be smart enough to see that I'm on your side. I don't think you killed Straw, but if you keep on diddling like this, I'm going to decide you're trying to help the murderer escape. If you'll just tell me a few simple things, like what Faraday wanted and why you invited him here, I might be able to smooth things out for you. Instead, you pull that wide-eyed innocent stuff on me. I slapped the arm of the chair disgustedly. She reached over and laid a soft, warm hand on mine.
You like me, don't you, Bendy?
Sometimes.
Do you think I'm pretty?
Of course you're pretty. You're a gorgeous little bit of blonde fluff. But that's got nothing to do with...
Listen to me, Bendy. I'm on the square.
Her hand tightened its grasp and her voice quickened.
I'll tell you, but you've got to promise to try to understand.
I'm listening.
I'm ashamed to tell you.
Her eyes dropped and I noticed with surprise that she was blushing. Don't worry, I said. I suspect the worst anyway.
It's not what you think.
She shook her head and pressed my hand.
Barbara does sometimes, but June and I don't. I suppose what we are going to do is almost as bad, though.
Her voice faltered, stopped. She released my hand and stood up.
I'll show you.
She went into the next room and returned with a large manila envelope. She handed it to me, then flung herself into a corner of the davenport and covered her face with her hands. The envelope was heavy and bulky. I pried up the metal fastener, opened the flap, and shook its contents onto my lap. Then I whistled softly. The photographs were remarkable, so delicately shadowed and highlighted that June Hansen seemed to live, breathe, and move in each of the nude poses. I examined each of the prints appreciatively, then slid them back into the envelope. "Better put them away," I said casually. Elaine peeked at me from around her fingers.
"Now you know,"
she whispered. I don't know any more than I did before. I knew June had a swell figure. Of course, now I know more of the fascinating details, but I'd already gotten the idea.
"She posed for them."
"Looks like it," I agreed.
"For money."
"Well, so what?"
"I was going to do it too."
"Yeah?"
"You'll think we're cheap and awful."
She sat up and leaned pleadingly toward me.
"Bendy, you don't know how it is to be a girl, how hard it is to live decently on the small salaries we make. There's rent and meals and clothes and 100 other things."
Her words came out in a rush.
"People talk about girls being loose and cheap and going wrong, but they don't know what it's like to struggle alone in a big city like Chicago on a stinking little salary. Some get along by dating and cadging mills, letting guys neck and pet them because they have to in order to keep them coming around, and sometimes they get their rent free by letting some guy sleep with them once in a while. We've tried to get along without that, but it's been damned hard."
She swallowed painfully, then continued.
"Barbara got off the beam first. Somebody got her started as a hostess at parties. At first, she just circulated around at these parties, making men buy drinks, kidding with them, and so on. Then one day she got drunk and woke up in some guy's bed. He gave her some tomato juice for her hangover and $20 for services rendered. Barbara felt bad about it, but afterwards she said she might as well make it one way as another, and that seemed easier than most."
I nodded.
"Well, June and I wouldn't do like Barbara, but we needed money just as bad as she did. One day, Barbara told June that she knew how she could make $100 quickly and easily, and naturally June was interested. She said she'd met a fellow who wanted a girl to pose for some book illustrations. Intimate poses, she said, for books which would be circulated privately, so none of her friends would ever recognize her. Well, June needed the money awfully bad, and she told Barbara she'd do it."
"That was John Faraday?"
"Yes. He telephoned the next evening and told June to come to his place the following Sunday morning."
"Where was that?"
"On Clark Street. I forget the number, but it was in a bookstore. June made me go with her, and when we got down there, the fellow that was in the elevator last night took us downstairs. There was a photographer there who posed June and took the pictures."
"Was it the Anchor bookstore?"
"I think so." She nodded. "We were there about an hour, and this Faraday tried to get me to pose too. I needed the money, but I wouldn't do it. Anyway, when June finished, he gave her an envelope with $100 in it and said he'd send her prints of the pictures for her memory book. That's all there was to it."
"Did Faraday introduce himself to you?"
"I suppose so. I don't remember."
Elaine shook her head uncertainly.
"There was a clerk up in front when we went in, and we told her we wanted to see Mr. Faraday. She called to him, toward the back of the store where the office is, and he came out."
"Exactly what did the clerk say?"
"She said, 'Mr. Faraday, there's a couple of ladies to see you.'"
"That's all?"
"Yes."
"Then the fellow you saw in the elevator last night came out of the office?"
"Yes."
"Didn't he say, 'I'm Mr. Faraday,' or something like that?"
"No. June told him she was Miss O'Neill's friend, and I was her roommate, and he nodded and took us right downstairs."
"Who was there besides the photographer?"
"No one. Mr. Faraday went back upstairs, and the photographer showed June where to undress and told her how he wanted her to pose. He was rapid and businesslike about it. At first we were both embarrassed, naturally, but he paid so little attention to her, and it seemed so impersonal that it wasn't as bad as we'd expected."
"Let's get back to last night. I suppose June has been posing for these kinds of pictures right along?"
"Just once since then."
"When?"
"About 6 months ago. He phoned and told her he was thinking of publishing another book and could use some more pictures. June had decided not to do it anymore, but, well, she'd been sick and off work for 3 weeks, so she said she would."
"Did you go along with her again?" I asked.
"Yes."
"And Faraday was there again?"
"No. He told June when he phoned that she should go right downstairs when she arrived, so we did. The same photographer was there and gave June her money when he finished.
Everything went the same as before?
Well, not exactly. You see, there were 2 other models, too, and he posed them in group pictures. I was never so embarrassed in my life, and June almost changed her mind.
But she didn't, eh?
She needed the money. Besides, they didn't know us, and we didn't know them.
And that was the last time she posed?
Yes. Faraday phoned June yesterday morning and said he was getting out another book and wanted her to pose again. But she told him she'd decided not to do it anymore. He told her not to be so hasty with her decision, that he'd stop in about 7:30 to talk to her about it. June said all right. I was mad at her for inviting him to the apartment, but since it was too late to stop him, we decided to make the best of it.
Judging from the bottle on display when I arrived, you were welcoming him like a long-lost friend.
That was June's idea, Elaine said indignantly. She said it was smart to be nice to him, even though she didn't intend to do any more posing because we never could tell what might happen. If she ever needed money real bad, well, it was like having insurance.
June's a smart girl, I admitted, and evidently doesn't believe in burning her bridges. When we rang your buzzer last night, then you both expected it to be Mr. Faraday.
Yes.
And why did June say Mr. Faraday in that questioning tone? She knew immediately that neither Phelan nor I were Faraday, didn't she?
That's the trouble. It's almost a year since we saw him at the bookstore, you know, so we'd forgotten what he looked like. Then, expecting him any moment the way we were, she took it for granted that it was him. We were talking about it last night, and June said that if she'd opened the door and found Mayor Kelly standing there, she'd have said the same words in the same tone because she was so sure it was Faraday.
I suppose it's a simple, clear, logical story, I sighed. But Phelan won't believe it in 1,000 years. I shook my head and added, not in 2,000. Because you can't prove a damn word of it.
Why, there's the pictures and the photographer and...
I gestured dismissively. Even if you knew the photographer's name, which you don't, he'd swear you were lying. Pictures like that are against the law. Therefore, no photographer would admit to having taken them. The clerk at the store won't remember you, and probably didn't know what June was there for, and Faraday's dead. See what I mean?
Gosh.
If June didn't remember what Faraday looked like, how come she recognized him in the elevator?
Why, as soon as we saw him, we both remembered him from the bookstore.
Jogged your memory, I mused, trying to think, trying to make things add up. The Anchor bookstore was printing and circulating pornographic literature, which was illegal and had to be done surreptitiously. June had posed for suggestive nude pictures and had gotten paid for it. Well, so what? So Lawrence Straw and John Niles Thompson had gotten killed.
Bendy?
Yeah? She slid off the davenport and sat on the arm of my chair.
Do you think it was bad of me to let June pose? I knew she shouldn't, but she needed the money so bad.
Her eyes were pleading, and she touched my hand timidly. I put my arm around her, and with a wry grin pulled her into my lap. Sure, I told her. You're both bad girls. I rumpled her soft, fragrant hair and then kissed her lips. Don't let June do it again. As for you, don't you even go near the place.
I won't, Bendy.
Her voice was low and little girlish. Okay. I kissed her lightly again, then said, Be quiet, like a good girl. I've got to think. She relaxed docilely, the tip of her nose touching my cheek and her hair brushing my face. I think I'll keep the pictures, I decided, and I pushed the envelope into my coat pocket. I happened to glance at the face of my watch, and it was 10 to 9. Ye gods, I shouted, jumping so violently that I almost dumped her on the floor. I forgot about Stinky.
Well, who's Stinky?
Our dog. I've got to feed him. I started for the door.
Wait, Bendy.
She grabbed her coat.
I'm coming too.
She caught the door before I could slam it, and we went down the stairs 2 at a time. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4. Of a Fiend in Need by Milton K. Ozaki. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 4. It was still Friday night, or was it Saturday morning? Anyway, the hands of the cuckoo clock indicated 1 o'clock. I hadn't spent much time with Elaine. We'd rush to the lab, given Stinky a few delicacies from the canine snack bar, and then I'd hustled Elaine back to the apartment. There was a lot of chit-chat and a kiss or two, of course, but I was too tired to make an all-evening project out of it. I wanted to crawl into my little bed and go to sleep, but I might have known that such a sane procedure would be out of the question. When I pounded into the house at 10:30, Caldwell was in the study, and as soon as he saw me, he said,
"Come in, Bendy,"
and then gestured me toward my desk, meaning, "I'm thinking, but stay there. I'll have a job for you in a minute." That had been 2.5 hours ago, and Caldwell still sat at his desk like a swami in the ninth plane of controlled breathing. He hadn't said a word, hadn't even glanced my way. His eyes, usually so clear and deep and mild, were fixed on a diagram of the Gotha Street building, and I knew, although he gave no outward sign, that he was analyzing, considering, judging its tenets. For the sake of having something to do, I thumbed a stack of reference cards and began clicking them into the green metal drawers where Caldwell maintained the research material for his syllabus of wifery, which he hoped would one day be considered a companion volume to Westermarck's History of Human Marriage. The doorbell rang abruptly, shattering the placidity of the study, and almost with relief I slapped the cards onto the desk and went to answer it. Lieutenant Phelan's huge frame filled the doorway.
"Is Caldwell still up?"
he demanded. Before my nod was half completed, Phelan breezed by me and entered the study. He sank into the Morris chair with a long, weary sigh.
"Oh, what a night,"
he groaned. "I suppose you've arrested the murderer?" He ignored me and addressed Caldwell.
"I thought you might like to know what we've managed to find out about Professor Thompson's death."
"Yes."
Caldwell's jaw tightened, but his voice was steady.
"I was hoping to hear from you."
"Well," Phelan shook his head, "Thompson's murder merely complicates things, but we did find one thing that may interest you."
He pulled a paper from his pocket and shoved it across the desk.
"It clears up the question of his connection with the Anchor bookstore. We found it in his desk."
Caldwell read the paper carefully and then laid it on the desk. I went over and looked at it. It was a letter dated 2 years ago previously on the stationery of the Anchor bookstore, inviting John Niles Thompson to become an honorary official of the firm, to serve in an advisory capacity, and to receive in compensation for such services a small annual stipend and a wholesale discount on such books as he might care to purchase. It was signed by John Faraday.
"I apologized once tonight, Professor," Phelan said glumly, "and I don't mind doing it again. Your friend obviously had nothing to do with the management of the store. I'm afraid that, with him dead and everybody else with an alibi, it's going to be a tough case. In fact, it looks to me like the murders are a part of a conspiracy."
"You think they're related?"
"That's my idea." When I left the building Thursday night, I ordered the front and rear entrances of the building watched. We have a record of everyone who went in or out of the building Friday and Saturday. Now, according to the medical examiner, Thompson was killed around 1:15 Saturday morning, and the only ones in the building at the time were Mrs. Ross, her nurse, Richard Starr Flecker, Charles Edelson, Maud McGregor, Elaine Rule, June Hansen, and the Dougals.
"Miss Clare and Mr. Dentino were at work?"
"Yes, with witnesses. Barbara O'Neill was at that party at the Baltimore Hotel, also with witnesses, and Don McGregor was playing poker in a tavern."
"How about Bonquist, the janitor?"
"He was sleeping."
"What were the others in the building doing?"
"They say they were sleeping."
Caldwell eyed his diagram.
"That means, then, that if Straw and Thompson were killed by the same hand, the murderer had to be a tenant of the building, and also to have had assistance or cooperation of another tenant."
"That's what it looks like, Professor," Phelan agreed, slapping the arm of his chair in disgust. "I don't know why I get such damned cases."
"How about the knife?" I asked.
"No prints," Phelan said shortly. "It was Thompson's own knife, a long-bladed, fairly sharp instrument, which, I guess, he had had on his desk. Probably used it for opening letters, sharpening pencils, cutting rope, and so forth."
"Look, Phelan," I interrupted. "That letter you just showed us was signed by John Faraday. That means that Straw wrote to Professor Thompson and that—"
"That's another thing," Phelan growled. "There really is a John Faraday, and he isn't dead. When Jenkins picked up those letterheads, there wasn't anyone in the building except a dumb girl clerk. And naturally he assumed that when she referred to Mr. Faraday, she was referring to the Mr. Faraday identified by Elaine Rule and June Hansen. Later I found out that John Faraday is not only alive, but could hardly be confused with Lawrence Straw."
"In that case,"
Caldwell began slowly,
"this John Faraday is the only person even remotely connected with both Lawrence Straw and Professor Thompson.
That's right. Phelan raised his hands helplessly. But it doesn't help a bit. In fact, it only makes things more screwy. I can't understand how those two girls could have mistaken Straw for Faraday when, for Christ's sake, Faraday's a tall, old, bald-headed man. He runs the bookstore all right, but there isn't a particle of resemblance between him and Straw. Not a particle.
You sure the old guy's name is really John Faraday? I put in.
I questioned him personally, and he's been in business there for close to 10 years. Furthermore, even though Straw owned an interest in the store and might have been gypping him along with the others, Faraday couldn't have committed the murders.
Why not?
Why pick out that particular elevator in that particular building on that particular night? Even if Faraday didn't have an alibi for Thursday night, which, incidentally, he has, he couldn't have gotten into the building to kill Thompson, and that lets him out as a suspect, for whoever killed Straw also killed Thompson.
What is Faraday's alibi for Thursday? I asked.
He was in Michigan.
Oh?
He took the boat across to St. Joe on Thursday morning and didn't get back until late Thursday night.
Did you check on it?
Of course. The purser checked him on, remembered him distinctly, swears he didn't leave the boat. It occurred to me that Faraday might have gotten onto the boat to establish an alibi and then sneaked off before the boat left. But the purser described him to a T, bent shoulders, bald head, glasses, and swears he couldn't have gotten off the boat without being noticed.
Phelan spread his hands.
So, Faraday was on the boat and in Michigan.
Okay, I said. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Phelan eyed Caldwell speculatively for a few minutes, then added,
Do you think you could rig up another gadget like you did for the Justine case, Professor? You know, with the clock and the questions?
Caldwell stiffened defensively.
That was a scientific demonstration of association reaction timing.
You know what I mean, Phelan apologized. We haven't a single good clue to work on. There isn't even a woman angle. When there's a love nest and a little shooting with some sort of a motive to wrestle around with, I can handle subjects all right. Or if there were only 2 or 3 suspects, I could grill the truth out of them. But I can't handle a whole building full, not when I have to pick their minds.
Caldwell didn't say anything, so Phelan added,
If you don't care to help me, Professor, do it for the sake of your friend Thompson.
I'll do what I can,
Caldwell promised as Phelan departed. Caldwell filled his pipe and lit it.
Where did you go when you left Thompson's apartment this evening, Bendy?
I went across the hall to see Elaine Rule.
Yes?
He raised his brows slightly. Do I have to tell you all about it?
Please, and in detail.
I exhaled wearily and started in. I told him how I'd noticed the way June Hansen had said Mr. Faraday, and I gave him Elaine's explanation in detail. He listened closely and nodded from time to time. I tried to avoid telling him that I had the photos of June Hansen, but he fixed his eyes on me and seemingly looked through my clothes and saw them in my pocket.
May I see the photos?
He asked. You wouldn't care for them, Prof, I said. They're just, well, nude, you know. June's a very pretty girl, but the pictures are just... He held out his hand. I sighed and handed over the envelope. He opened it delicately and took the pictures out one by one, his eyebrows at a curious angle. Then he put them back in the envelope and returned it to me.
Thank you,
he said, eyeing me thoughtfully.
You may go to bed now.
I tossed restlessly, trying to sleep. Relaxing my muscles and squeezing my eyes shut, I tried to belly breathe a la Dr. William Brady. I inhaled lustily and tried to force it below my lungs into my belly, letting the air escape in a tired whiff, but it didn't make me sleepy. All it did was make me feel pregnant. I kept thinking about Elaine Rule, her perfumed blonde hair, and June Hansen. Flecker, proudly patting his mane of white hair, floated in on an enormous oriental cushion, read dramatically from an enormous copy of the Rubaiyat, then salaamed and touched the floor with his forehead, pinning the Order of Prince Benedict on his breast. I snapped my fingers in dismissal and ordered my 12th assistant secretary to steer his cushion out. Mrs. Damon Ross rolled through the room in her wheelchair, shouting, "I can't stand the tapping! I can't stand the tapping!" The fat old nurse pursued her, gasping for breath, and did a double somersault as she went through the door. When I woke up, I was pounding the sheet into a ball, and my body was damp with perspiration. I groaned and looked at the clock. 8 o'clock. Caldwell, as usual, had had breakfast and was in his study by the time I got downstairs. I mumbled a good morning to him, and then, yawning profusely, ate my breakfast. When I finished, he was still sitting there, staring at his diagram of the Gotha Street building. I stood in the doorway a while, then I said, "I'm going to the lab, Prof."
"Good."
He nodded briefly. The brisk October air stimulated the flow of blood in my veins, and by the time I reached the lab, I was awake and fully conscious. I gave Stinky his breakfast and noticed with no little pleasure that it took him almost no time to find the lever and release the trick door. I felt so good about it, in fact, that I sat down and watched him gobble his chow. The people, shapes, and ideas which had prowled through my mind all night bothered me. It wasn't difficult to explain the recurrent vision of Elaine. She had probably aroused a few of my baser instincts. June Hansen, of course, after my having seen the photographs, was definitely dream material. But Mrs. Damon Ross didn't mean a thing to me. She was feeble and old, and I felt sorry for her. I had to chuckle, remembering how she had rolled across the room in my dream, shouting, "I can't stand the tapping," and the way the fat old nurse had somersaulted through. The tapping? Lawrence Straw's tapping, of course. I remember how the nurse had tapped a pencil point on the desk to show how Straw had annoyed Mrs. Ross whenever he called. And he did it habitually, she said. For Christ's sake, I muttered. I stared at Stinky, remembering that he was a living example of a conditioned habit. Technically, Straw's habit showed facilitation by conditioned stimuli, and he probably was so used to doing it that without the pencil tapping he couldn't think. He must have done it unconsciously, involuntarily, whenever he sat thinking, and if he had, the point of the pencil must have left some mark on the desks and tables he'd used. All we'd have to do to find out which apartment Straw had frequented would be to examine the surfaces of the desks and tables in the building. If we found evidence of pencil tapping in, for example, Maud McGregor's apartment, we'd know that Straw had at one time or another been there. I started back to the house, still trying to think of a sound, practical way of applying my knowledge of Straw's habitual tapping. It wasn't as easy as I thought, for even if we did find evidence of pencil tapping on a desk, we couldn't prove that it was Lawrence Straw's, without also proving that no one else with the same habit had been there. And that was damn near impossible. Still, I consoled myself. The information might prove handy later. Caldwell nodded abstractedly as I came into the study, and putting the diagram into a desk drawer, stood up and started to button the brown tweed jacket of his suit. "Going someplace?" I asked curiously. He nodded casually.
"I think it would be interesting to visit the Anchor bookstore."
"Good idea," I said. We took a Chicago Avenue car to Clark Street and rode to within a block of the Anchor bookstore, which occupied the first 2 floors of a 4-story building at 1347 North Clark Street. It had a dingy wooden rack on the sidewalk in front of its windows on which was featured dirty copies of unsaleable, unheard-of books at 10 cents, 3 for 25. Inside the store, a row of bare, incandescent bulbs gloomily illuminated racks of second-hand books and magazines. One side of the store was devoted to fiction. The opposite side was devoted to old magazines. A series of tables labeled Book Specials ran straight through the center of the store from front to back. The rear wall was devoted to segregations labeled literature, medical, philosophy, legal, history, occult, etc. In the middle of the store, a stringy, unkempt girl of uncertain years lounged against an old-fashioned cash register while she pored over a back issue of Mammoth Mystery. I located the doorway, which, according to Elaine, led to the basement, and by wandering toward the back of the store, I saw the office she had mentioned. It was a small cubbyhole, hardly large enough to accommodate more than 2 chairs and a couple of desks. Caldwell had located the shelf labeled literature and settled there.
"I beg your pardon, young lady,"
Caldwell said a few minutes later. The stringy girl laid her magazine beside the massive register and walked listlessly over to see what he wanted.
"Have you anything by Henry Porter?"
"What do you write?"
"A number of Elizabethan plays,"
Caldwell explained.
"I particularly wanted a copy of his 2 Angry Women of Abington, which I understand was issued in a single folio."
"That's an old book, ain't it?"
the girl asked.
"Fairly,"
Caldwell admitted.
"I'd be satisfied with a reprint, however, if you have it."
The girl shook her head.
"I don't think we got it."
She hesitated.
"I'll ask Mr. Faraday,"
she decided. The old geezer who came out of the office wore a sateen dust jacket and a bald head over his round shoulders. He followed the girl across the store and approached Caldwell. "What were you looking for, sir?" he inquired solicitously. He peered at Caldwell over the top of a pair of steel-rimmed spectacles, and absent-mindedly polished the top of his bald pate with the palm of one hand.
"I was looking for a copy of Henry Porter's 2 Angry Women of Abington,"
Caldwell explained. John Faraday shook his head reluctantly.
We might have it as part of an anthology, or in a selection of Elizabethan plays, but we wouldn't have it
in a single volume." His voice was smooth and fluent for one of his years. That is, it didn't quaver and shift the way the voices of most old men do. "Would something like this do?" He handed a copy of Prentice Hall's Elizabethan Dramatist to Caldwell. Caldwell glanced at the volume and returned it.
"I'm afraid not,"
he intoned with great disappointment.
"The particular volume I had in mind was copiously illustrated, and if you're familiar with the play, you'll understand why I'd like an illustrated edition."
"Certainly, sir, certainly." Faraday nodded quickly, then peered at Caldwell and fingered his spectacles nervously as though making a decision. "Would you perhaps be interested in any other, illustrated books?" He lowered his voice and spaced the words delicately. "We have several privately printed editions available." He paused significantly and rubbed his bald pate. "Very rare and very choice, you understand, sir."
"Well—"
Caldwell hesitated and looked around at the shelves as though he expected to find one labeled Privately Printed Editions.
"Where are they?"
Faraday smiled thinly. "Wait one moment, sir, while I see what we have in stock." He walked in his odd, round-shouldered gait back to the office, and I heard the sound of a drawer or door opening and closing. Then, after about 5 minutes, I heard the sound repeated, and Faraday reappeared with several books. "I'm sure this will interest you," he murmured, handing one of the volumes to Caldwell. "The verses of Sappho, modernistically illustrated with photographs from life." Caldwell leafed through its pages, apparently pleased with the illustrations. "Very choice," Faraday emphasized, watching Caldwell. "Privately printed, you know, and very difficult to secure."
"How much is this copy?"
$12, cheap for so lavishly illustrated a book," Faraday confided.
"Have you anything else?"
Faraday produced a second book, a special edition of Aphrodite, delightfully illustrated and really rare. Caldwell registered approval of what he saw.
"And how much is this one?"
"The same as the other, $12, Faraday told him. "These books are very difficult to obtain."
"I can believe it,"
Caldwell agreed, extending his hand for the third book Faraday had brought. "This is the most beautiful of all," Faraday enthused. "The Love Books of Ovid. Deluxe binding, fine paper, and illustrated with rare photographs."
"Ah,"
Caldwell murmured, turning the pages.
"Very unusual."
"I knew you'd appreciate it, sir," Faraday exclaimed, winking slowly. He bobbed his head with enthusiasm. "There's real art here, sir." He patted the books affectionately, "which can't be duplicated anywhere else."
"How much is the Ovid?"
"The Ovid is slightly more than the others. Special binding and a numbered edition, you know. It's $15. Faraday's lips smiled knowingly. "And well worth it, too, sir."
"Yes, indeed."
Caldwell nodded.
"I think I'll take the Ovid. I may wish copies of the others later, but for the present the Ovid will do."
"You won't be sorry," Faraday promised. "Your friends will envy you your possession of these rare books. There's nothing else quite like them." I watched Faraday wrap the book in a piece of flimsy brown paper, take Caldwell's money, and manipulate the old-fashioned cash register. He gave Caldwell his change, and with a wink over the rim of his steel-edged spectacles, passed over a pad of paper and pencil. "If you don't mind, sir," he said, "we'd like to have your name and address. We receive rare items of a similar nature from time to time, and we'd like to notify you of their arrival."
"Certainly."
Caldwell accepted the pencil and scribbled his name and address upon the pad. Then he put the book under his arm and strolled out of the store. I followed Caldwell onto the street. Catching up with him, I clicked my tongue reprovingly. Tisk, tisk. The sort of literature learned professors go in for these days. He strode along, ignoring me, intent on his own thoughts. He had a calm, far-seeing look in his eyes. Eventually, of course, he came down to earth and remembered me.
"Miss Rule's assumption was erroneous,"
he said abruptly. "About what?"
"About John Faraday."
"Oh," I said, wondering what he was talking about.
"Miss Rule said that when they asked for Mr. Faraday, the clerk called toward the rear of the store for him. Then Lawrence Straw appeared and showed them how to proceed downstairs. From this occurrence, she assumed that the man who responded to the clerk's summons was Faraday. What actually happened, I think, was that Straw happened to be in the office, and when the clerk called, he answered in Faraday's stead, either because Faraday was out, because he was busy doing something else, or because they expected June Hanson's arrival, and Straw was as familiar with the arrangement as Faraday was.
That's right, I agreed. If Straw was an officer and a part owner, he must have known what was going on. But what seems odd to me is this. According to the girls, Straw received them, talked to them, and paid them, yet he never made any attempt to establish his own identity. And it was Faraday who phoned and made the date with them for Thursday evening. They expected him to call. Caldwell nodded thoughtfully.
Yes, that's odd, especially so when we recall that, according to Phelan, Faraday was on the other side of Lake Michigan at the time he was supposed to have come to see Miss Hanson and Miss Rule.
Say, that's right.
Therefore,
Caldwell continued, spacing his words deliberately,
if Faraday actually did phone June Hanson, he must have done so immediately before leaving for the pier from which the boat left. For, if I remember correctly, sailing time is 9:30 each morning. Consequently, he knew when he phoned that he'd be in Michigan and wouldn't be able to keep the engagement. Why then did he tell her that he would call on her? Why didn't he tell her that Lawrence Straw, his associate, would call in his stead?
I give up.
Perhaps Faraday wanted the girls to identify Straw as him.
No, I objected. Too many people knew him. Having been in business for 10 years, the employees of the bookstore, most of the customers, and everybody they bought and sold books to would know he was John Faraday. Furthermore, Straw was too well known to be passed off as somebody else, and since his accounts expected him to appear at regular intervals, they'd have started to make inquiries if he hadn't shown up. If Straw had been an inconspicuous stay-at-home new to the city and with few contacts and friends, the murderer could have tagged him with another name and expected it to stick, but not a man with his connections. Caldwell nodded his agreement.
There must, however, be a reasonable explanation for the confusion of identities.
Wait. I halted in the middle of a step. It could have been the other way around. Maybe it was Straw who wanted to be mistaken for John Faraday. And maybe it was he who phoned June and made the date with her.
Why?
That I don't know. Perhaps he wanted to shift responsibility to Faraday, or, if Straw was embezzling from his other accounts, he may also have been milking the Anchor bookstore. And if he was blackmailing his other accounts, he may also have been blackmailing Faraday. 1 + 1 = 2. See what I mean?
You're suggesting that Faraday may have had a motive for murdering Straw.
Sure. All we have to do is show that Straw was dipping into the till of the Anchor bookstore, and that Faraday knew it and resented it.
And Professor Thompson?
Well, I admitted, that's something else again. Maybe Faraday got the idea that Thompson's cooperation had made Straw's defalcations possible. Or maybe Thompson, I brightened at the thought, found out about Straw's little racket and knew that Faraday was on the warpath. That would have been dangerous knowledge, and Faraday had to kill him before he could tell the police.
Very clever, Bendy,
Caldwell said, crinkling his eyes good-naturedly.
But I'm afraid Lieutenant Phelan would laugh at your theory.
And why, I'd like to know.
Because you've forgotten 2 important things. 1, Faraday was in St. Joe when Straw was murdered. 2, the building was under surveillance at the time of Thompson's murder, and John Faraday wasn't in the building. Since Phelan believes, and I do too incidentally, that both murders were committed by the same hand, it would have been doubly impossible for Faraday to commit the murders.
Nuts, I muttered stubbornly.
Can you refute the facts?
No.
Then you must accept them.
Look, I made one last stab at an argument. Is Phelan absolutely positive that Faraday didn't get off that boat before it sailed?
I thought of that,
Caldwell admitted, hesitating for a moment before answering.
However, the purser was at the gangway and saw Faraday board ship. He's positive he couldn't have left the ship.
How about witnesses and so on?
Faraday says he rode across to St. Joe, strolled about town a while, rode a bus to Muskegon, and saw a movie, then rode back to St. Joe and boarded the boat for the return trip.
Is that all?
While in Muskegon, he stopped in a department store, Grossman's, and purchased a sweater.
Why a sweater?
He said the wind had been chilly on the lake, and it occurred to him that it might be colder on the return trip. Phelan examined the sweater, and it does bear Grossman's label. Besides, one of the clerks remembers selling the sweater to a man of Faraday's description, although she isn't positive when the purchase was made.
I suppose he has a sales check with a date on it and everything.
No, he says he put the sweater on immediately, and since it fitted all right, threw the sales check away. In fact, the clerk says she remembers him particularly because of his donning the sweater right there in the store. She thought him a little odd at the time.
But he hasn't actually proved when he bought the sweater.
Well, he has the sweater. It's brand new, and it's correctly labeled. He obviously bought it in Muskegon, as he says.
Caldwell shrugged.
The checking of such details is work best suited to the facilities of the police department, and since Phelan accepts it, I'm afraid we must.
We strode down Clark Street as far as Chicago Avenue, then turned east and continued home. We went up the walk at a pretty good clip because we had been matching our steps with our thoughts, and by the time we got to the house, our thoughts were racing like mad. I noticed when I opened the door that it was ajar an inch or two, but still engrossed in thought, I just pushed it open and walked in. Caldwell stopped in the doorway of the study and looked about in bewilderment. I pushed in after him and blinked. The study had the appearance of having been swept by a cyclone. Filing cards, papers, letters, and books literally covered the floor, looking as though someone had emptied drawers on top of the desks, pawed through their contents, and swept everything they didn't want onto the floor as they progressed. "I'll be goddamned," I said.
"My files,"
Caldwell whispered. They were a wreck. The cabinet had been pulled out and dumped upon the floor, and the cards were so hopelessly scattered that it'd take weeks to restore them to the proper drawers. Caldwell strode into the hall and shouted, "Mary!" It was such a rational act that it brought me back to earth. Mary, our cook and housekeeper, should be around. She'd know what happened. Caldwell shouted her name again. His voice echoed hollowly back from the stairway. I had a sudden vision of our fat, good-natured cook being neatly trussed with a rope and propped in a closet for safekeeping. So I began to prowl through the house in search of her. I examined the downstairs rooms, opening closet doors as I went, and kept my ears perked to catch the sound of a thump or a muffled shout. Nothing there, nor in the basement, which was as cool and damp and bare as usual. Then I ran upstairs and got a second shock. My room looked as though an earthquake had shaken it violently. The dresser drawers had been emptied onto the bed, hurriedly sorted through, then dumped onto the floor. The closet had been emptied of suits, slacks, and jackets, and they too had been pawed through and tossed about. Shirts, underwear, socks, ties, scarves, handkerchiefs, they'd been scattered like confetti on New Year's Eve. I crossed the hall and looked in Caldwell's room. It was almost an exact duplicate of my own mess. "What the hell happened?" I asked Caldwell, who was standing in the study and acting as though he couldn't believe his eyes. "You haven't been hiding the crown jewels of Pravonia, have you?" Caldwell leaned against the edge of his desk and fumbled in his pockets for his pipe. He found it and began looking for his tobacco pouch. Then he stared thoughtfully at me as he thumbed tobacco into the bowl.
"What did you do with the tax returns you took from Lawrence Straw's office?"
"They're in my pocket."
"Which pocket?"
I reached into the inner breast pocket of my coat and produced the pair of income tax returns. Caldwell eyed the returns but made no effort to take them. He carefully held a match to his pipe and puffed until the tobacco was evenly ignited. His brows twitched quizzically.
"Well?"
he murmured. "Well yourself," I said, still waving the papers toward him. "Here they are."
"You're certain they're the ones you took from Straw's room?"
"Positive. I put them in my pocket yesterday after showing them to you, intending to put them in a safe place later. But I didn't change suits this morning, and I suddenly realized what he meant. "For Christ's sake," I said, "do you think they were looking for these returns?" I stared at them suspiciously, but they looked exactly the same as they had before. They were carbon copies of income tax schedules filed under the Internal Revenue Act, and in the upper left corner of each was the legend, Form 1040, large black numerals in the opposite corner indicating the year of the return, 1944. Then the heading, Charles Edelson, DBA, Mid-State Lunch, 569 South State Street, Chicago, Cook County, Illinois. Occupation, restaurateur, net income from business or profession from Schedule C. One return showed the net income of $1,827.42, and the other showed $4,220.25. Then the calculation of taxes due. Both were signed by Charles Edelson and were dated on the same day, February 27, 1945. Both were notarized by Lawrence Straw. I spread the returns on a desk and compared their second pages, where their similarity ceased. One showed gross receipts of $218,122.36. The other reported a mere $116,541.60. Each listed business expenses, rent, gas, electricity, wages, taxes, repairs and replacement, Laundry, meat and groceries, insurance, petty cash, phone, new equipment, depreciation, purchases for resale, and so on, in proportion to the gross receipts reported. That is, the return which reported the larger amount of receipts also showed the greater expenses. Hell, I said. It wouldn't do anybody any good to steal these. The fact that we know about their existence is enough. We don't have to have these schedules in order to prove that somewhere along the line Edelson was playing games with the tax department. Even if Edelson got these back and destroyed them, we could still get photostats of the original return from the Collector of Internal Revenue's office. Caldwell nodded silently. Furthermore, nobody knows we've got them. The absolute truth of the statement even impressed me. Absolutely no one knows I swiped these returns.
Detective Davids, perhaps?
Caldwell suggested. Davids. I dismissed him with a wave of the hand. I could have moved out half of the furniture without him knowing it. No. I shook my head. If he had seen me slip them into my pocket, he'd never have let me leave with them. Outside of you, I haven't mentioned them to a soul. You didn't tell Phelan, did you?
No.
I recognized the short, heavy step of Mary on the front porch. Then I heard her key in the lock, the sound of the door opening and closing, and then her footsteps as they came toward the study. She gasped when she got to the door and saw us. Her eyes grew round and big, and her hand flew to her mouth to smother the exclamation which sprang to her lips.
"Mother of God," she gasped. "Is it you, Dr. Caldwell?" "Why, yes, Mary."
"I'm that glad," she exclaimed with relief. "I was afraid it was serious."
She fanned her flushed face with one hand. "You were afraid what was serious?" I demanded.
"Why, the accident."
She shot a motherly look at Caldwell.
"Praise the Lord, you hardly look as though you were touched."
"What accident?" I insisted.
"Why,"
she stared at me, astonished.
"wasn't there an accident?"
Her eyes went from me to Caldwell, and during their journey suddenly registered the chaotic condition of the room.
"Dear God,"
she breathed. "Look, Mary," I said, "there hasn't been an accident, and Caldwell's all right, as you can see. But while you've been out, the house has been turned upside down. Now, suppose you tell us where you've been and why." She could hardly tear her eyes away from the mess on the floor, and before we could get anything coherent out of her, I had to fetch her a glass of water, put her in a chair, and repeat the questions a dozen times. About 9:30 the phone had rung, and Mary had answered it. A man who talked in a rapid, gruff voice told her Caldwell had been injured in an accident at the laboratory and wanted her to come right away. That's all he had said. He hung up abruptly, and Mary, shocked by the news, had hurried to the lab without even stopping to take off her apron. "Did you go directly to the lab from here?" I asked.
"Like a bird," Mary averred. "Nobody was in the laboratory except a dog in a cage, and I kept walking and walking about the building trying to find out where you'd been taken, but nobody had heard about the accident. I tried all over, but no one knew where you were, so at last I came home." "Didn't it occur to you that it might be a joke or a trick when you got there and couldn't find Caldwell?" "Oh, no. You see, I was that worried. With the man sounding so excited, that's all I could think of was where they could have taken the professor."
"Did you lock the door when you left?"
"I think so."
"Do you remember locking it?" Her eyes fell guiltily.
"I thought I did."
"But you don't remember whether you actually did or not?"
"Please," she spread her hands entreatingly. "I was worried about the professor."
"Let's have lunch,"
Caldwell interrupted kindly.
"What you did was right, Mary. Bendy doesn't mean to censure you. Fortunately, I wasn't injured, and the condition of the house can be rectified."
He patted her shoulder again.
"Let's forget about it."
"Forget it, my eye," I muttered. "I'll be at least 2 weeks getting those cards reassembled."
"All is well which ends well,"
Caldwell philosophized. "This burns me up," I said angrily. "And I'm going to check on Edelson. I'm going to crack that alibi of his." Caldwell shrugged noncommittally and walked toward the dining room. We ate lunch in silence. Caldwell was busy with his thoughts, and I was busy planning terrible and gruesome punishments for Charles Edelson. After lunch, I put the tax returns in an envelope, and, opening the bottom of the refrigerator, slipped it into the space between the motor and the wall of the cabinet. Then, feeling a lot better, I walked to the lab and fed Stinky. I was just finishing cleaning the bottom of his cage when I heard the door open and shut softly. I looked up, and there was Elaine Rule.
"Hello, Bendy."
She smiled shyly. "Well."
"Surprised?"
"You put it mildly. What are you doing here?"
"I thought I'd see how you and Stinky were."
"Aren't you supposed to be at work?"
"It's much too nice day to work."
"Yeah? How'd you know I'd be here?"
"Easy."
She released a soft golden laugh.
"You had to be here at 9 o'clock the other evening, and you said Stinky ate at 4-hour intervals. Well, 4 from 9 is 5, and 4 from 5 is 1. It's 1 o'clock, and here I am.
I suppose you've got a whole routine planned for the afternoon.
No.
Her blonde head shook gently.
I thought I'd see you for a few minutes and go for a walk. I knew I wouldn't be lucky enough to find you free, but I thought it'd be nice to see you for a little while.
You win, I told her. I don't know why it is, but I can't resist a beautiful girl. And God knows you're beautiful. I eyed her figure appreciatively. At least, I amended, he ought to know it.
Bendy, that's sacrilegious.
Sure, it's a habit I've picked up. I tucked her arm under mine and started out of the lab. How'd you like to go slumming with me?
I'd like it,
she said promptly.
Where?
South State Street. Ever been there?
That's where they have the burlesque shows and tattoo parlors, isn't it?
Her eyes sparkled.
Is that where we're going?
I nodded.
Oh, swell. I've always wanted to see what it was like inside those places, but nobody'd take me.
We took a southbound State Street car to Van Buren and walked south on State to Harrison, looking in the pawnshop windows, laughing at the signs in front of the burlesque shows, and admiring the samples of art displayed by the tattoo studios. We stopped in a penny arcade and had fun with the pinball machines, the anti-aircraft gadgets, the horoscope vendors, and the peep machines, which revealed such startling secrets as What Every Girl Should Know, Sally's First Night, and A Bachelor's Confession. Then we squeezed into a recording booth and harmonized into a microphone, making a record which, as soon as it was played back to us, we decided to throw away. It was fun, and I was sorry when we got to the end of the honky-tonk district and had to think of more sinister things. The Mid-State Lunch was a large, unsightly structure on the east side of State Street, just north of a vacant lot. The front was painted an engine house red, and its 2 huge plate glass windows featured vertical columns of hand-painted banners, which advertised the specialties of the house.
Is this where we're going?
Elaine asked. I gathered by the way she asked the question that she knew of 1,000 other places she'd rather enter. It was less inviting inside than it was outside. The dining room, about 150 feet long and 70 feet wide, was furnished with a huge double counter and dozens of bare marble-topped tables. The counter was lined with Negroes, heavy-lidded girls from the street, dilapidated working men, and sweaty laborers. The more genteel patrons sat at the tables, a Filipino with his mistress, several high-yellow girls in bright dresses, a suave fellow with black hair and glinting eyes who kept bending drunkenly over and against a puffy-eyed blonde with big breasts and thick arms. A dozen or so male waiters, all at least 50 years old, in shirt-sleeves and dirty aprons, bustled up and down behind the double counter and among the tables, taking customers' orders and bawling them toward the kitchen, where a slide man repeated them at the top of his voice and banged the heavy dishes laden with food upon the slide window. We found 2 chairs at a table near the center of the room and sat down, overcome by the odd assortment of people about us, the continuous bawling of the waiters, the scurrying of waiters and customers alike, the bang of dishes, the echo of male and female talk and laughter which ricocheted against the high ceiling. The bare walls and the linoleum floor, the total effect being suggestive of a madhouse. A stooped old waiter hurried over to us, slapped 2 tumblers of water on the table, and said, "What do you want?"
I'm not very hungry,
Elaine said hesitantly. I know, I told her. Order something anyway.
All right.
She looked at the soiled piece of yellow paper, which, according to the printed heading, was the menu.
I'll have the Boston baked beans and coffee.
The waiter arched his back and bawled toward the kitchen.
45.
45? I echoed. Is that Boston baked beans? The waiter wiggled a finger and clicked, his tongue to simulate the firing of a pistol.
45 is beans, sir, he said. What'll yours be?
Just give me some coffee, I said weakly, trying to keep my face straight. Elaine giggled, and then I had to break down and laugh too, because she pointed a finger at me and clicked her tongue, whispering,
45?
The thick platter the beans arrived on had been chipped irregularly around the edge by hard usage, and the beans were piled in the center of it, like a shovelful of brown marbles in a pond of warm mucilage. A thick chunk of some white substance, which we guessed to be pork fat, was perched atop the mound of beans. In spite of their appearance, they smelled all right. The coffee arrived in cups of the same thick breed as the platter, with 2/3 of the brew in the cup and 1/3 in the saucer. The waiter slapped the cups down, pushed a selection of bent tableware toward us, tore a check off a pad and tossed it on the table, and bustled off to another customer. Elaine pushed the beans around with her fork but didn't eat them. Instead, she sipped her coffee experimentally, and we began to amuse ourselves by listening to the waiters and trying to guess what their calls meant. Adam and Eve on a raft, we found, was 2 poached eggs on toast. Irish turkey was corned beef and cabbage. 3 High Special had us stumped for a while, but it turned out to be 3 wheat cakes with a piece of sausage. We argued good-naturedly about Rocky Mountain Special, too. I insisted it was something hard and stony, like grape nuts, maybe. Elaine said it had to be something like miners ate while prospecting in the mountains, but we were both wrong, for it turned out to be lamb stew. "Look, baby," I said in the middle of a chuckle, "let's get serious for a minute." Mockingly, she immediately straightened to attention. "Here's the problem. Charles Edelson, who owns this place, lives in your building. He says that when Straw was being murdered, he was in here going over the day's books, and his employees confirm this. Now, how could Edelson be here and be in your building too sometime between 6 and 6:30?
He couldn't.
He had to be.
You think he's the murderer?"
"You're darn right," I said vehemently. "After what happened this morning, he's my favorite candidate." I told her how we'd arrived home and found the study in a mess, our clothes tossed around, and how Mary had been lured away. "Those tax returns are the only incriminating evidence we have, and since Edelson's name is on them, he's the guy who must want them. I'm certainly going to get even with him."
"The pictures were there too, weren't they?"
I stared at her. I'd forgotten the pictures. In a way, they were just as important as the tax returns because the photographs led to the Anchor bookstore, and both Straw and Thompson had been connected with it. We might have overlooked a clue in them, and if the murderer knew that Elaine had given them to me. "Who'd you tell about giving me the pictures?" I demanded.
"No one."
Her eyes were steady and honest.
"I didn't even tell June."
"Then it couldn't be them," I decided. "If you didn't tell anyone I had the pictures, then they were after the tax papers."
"It was just an idea."
"Yeah, well, let's get back to Edelson." I turned sidewise and touched the arm of our waiter as he went by and stopped him. "Is Charlie around?" I asked. "The old man?" The waiter leaned toward me, and the stench of his body assaulted my nostrils. "Nah, ain't here now. Be in pretty soon, though." He stood beside me, almost touching my shoulder, and the sweaty smell of him almost floored me. I pushed him toward a chair with one hand so he'd be a little away from my nose and said, "Sit down a minute." "Can't, mister. Too busy now." I pushed a dollar bill toward him. 2 minutes." He sat on the edge of the chair, his eyes nervously keeping track of the other waiters. "What time is Charlie usually here?" He jerked his shoulders. "He's usually here now, and then again about 6 o'clock. "He's got an office here?" "Sure, out back." His eyes shifted toward the kitchen, and he stood up suddenly, pushing the chair toward the table with his foot. "The old man came in just now," he whispered hoarsely. "I gotta go." "Wait," I touched his arm. "How'd he get in? He didn't come through here, did he?" "Back door." He hurried away to another table. "I'm going back to see Edelson," I decided, getting up.
"Don't leave me here alone."
She looked around and shivered.
"Some of the men look like...
"I won't be more than a minute or two." Walking into the kitchen was like stepping from purgatory into hell. At least it was hot as hell, fully as noisy and thick with the smell and smoke of grease, frying meat, bubbling stews, and steam table concoctions. 3 cooks, each stripped to his waist, stood over long black ranges, manipulating kettles, roasting pans, fryers, and spatulas. A 4th cook in a dirty white chef's hat stood at a meat block, chopping thin pork chops off a pork loin with a shining cleaver. His arm rose and fell with methodical, murderously precise strokes, leaving a neat row of thin chops on the block. A short, middle-aged fellow in a dark business suit stood beside him, watching the rise and fall of the cleaver and talking with urgent, earnest jerks of his head. I walked up to them and stood there, waiting for the fellow in the dark suit to finish talking. He knew I was there, but he took his time. He finished his instructions to the chef, then he turned his small flat face toward me and gave me the benefit of a look. "Are you Charles Edelson?" "Yeah." "I want to talk to you, privately." He narrowed his eyes and gave me a hard look. I lowered my voice and said confidentially, "I've got something you want." He walked toward the back of the kitchen, away from the chef, and leaned against a long wooden table. "Go ahead." "Lawrence said you had an office." He shrugged and, without a word, led me through a room where 2 colored boys sat cleaning celery and peeling potatoes. He took a bunch of keys from a pocket and unlocked a heavy, greasy brown door and led me into a grimy room containing a desk, several rickety chairs, a dozen cartons of miscellaneous canned goods, stacks of dusty sales checks, an assortment of brooms and mops, and an Oliver typewriter. He pushed one of the chairs toward me, then waited. "Lawrence was killed the other day," I said. "Yeah?" He nodded. "Worried?" He grimaced impatiently. What are you? I laughed. That's not important. Lawrence and I were good friends, and he told me about his work for you. His shoulders expressed unconcern, and his eyes told me that I'd better hurry up. Aren't you worried? I asked again. Why? He gestured elaborately. Bookkeepers are a dime a dozen, so Lawrence is dead. I'll get another one. Not like Lawrence. Why not? Anybody could do it. I could do it myself if I had the time. Not the way Lawrence did it. Go ahead, you tell me. Okay. I leaned toward him and lowered my voice confidentially. Lawrence was smart. Remember the way he rigged the double set of returns for you? Not every auditor would stick his neck out like that, and it saved you a lot of dough. 2 sets of returns? What are you talking about? I have some of the returns, I said gently. Who are you? I guess I made a mistake, I said. I shrugged casually and got to my feet. I thought you were worried. Sit down. He stared at me, his eyes mere slits, and licked his lips nervously. I sat down, folded my hands, and looked idly about the room. I noticed a door at the other end and wondered where it led. I decided that since we had walked so far into the building on the way to the office that it must be an alley entrance. It had to be, I concluded. I suppose you're looking for a handout. I let my brows rise and fall noncommittally. How much? He asked. What's it worth? What have you got? Oh, income tax returns. I gestured indefinitely. Got them with you? I smiled. No, they're in a safe place. He shook his head. I've got to see 'em. Then he released a thin smile. No papers, no business. Of course. I nodded to show that I understood and agreed. I wanted to find out if you'd dicker first. I can bring them around tomorrow. Why not today? It's early. I have a girlfriend with me. She's waiting out front, and we're going places from here. You'll see me tomorrow. Okay. He didn't seem pleased by the delay. I'll take care of you, but you've got to have the papers. I'll have the papers, and you'd better have the you-know-what. Don't worry, Edelson said. I keep my word. Fine. He shook my hand and opened the spring lock on the inside of the door for me. Then, touching my shoulder, he said, I don't like being crapped, my friend. You needn't worry, I told him. I need the dough. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5. Of a Fiend in Need by Milton K. Ozaki. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 5. When we left the mid-state lunch, it was 3:45, and since Stinky had to be fed in an hour and 15 minutes, we decided to walk to the lab by way of Michigan Avenue. I promised Elaine I'd take her to a burlesque show some other time, and by way of satisfying the hunger which the beans had insulted, I persuaded her to have coffee and a sandwich at a nearby BG. We walked briskly, stopping to window shop from time to time, but in the back of my mind I kept thinking about Charles Edelson. I was positive that he had known about Straw's fancy tax manipulations, for he had understood without any explanation from me why it was important for him to have possession of them. He acted like the kind of man who'd go to a lot of trouble to get what he wanted. Still, he hadn't known which returns I had, and therefore he couldn't have contacted David's, and more important, couldn't have known that I had them. If that were true, then Edelson wasn't guilty of ransacking our house. Somebody had been looking for something else, so maybe Elaine's crack about the pictures was closer to the mark than I suspected. But no one except Elaine and Caldwell and I knew that I had the pictures. It suddenly occurred to me that if they had been looking for the photos, they must have found them. I hadn't tried to conceal them, merely tossed them into my dresser drawer, so any clue they might have contained was lost. Caldwell and I had both inspected them, though, and hadn't seen any marks, any writing, anything out of the ordinary. In fact, all I noticed was the excellence of the photography, and the definite swell of physical charm of June Hansen. Why should anyone want the photos? I had heard of famous photographers who had distinctive methods of lighting and shadowing their subjects, and I knew that some photographers used novel methods of printing and developing, but unless June had modeled for such an outstanding man, and frankly I didn't think a big-shot photographer would stoop to that sort of thing, the pictures would be just ordinary photographs and untraceable. Do you remember the photographer who took those pictures? I asked abruptly. What did he look like? She looked at me and laughed.
Still thinking about June?
In a way, yes.
Well, we were both too nervous to pay much attention to him. He was sort of a thin, skinny fellow with brown hair. He was a good photographer, I guess. At least he seemed to know what he was doing.
How tall was he?
Oh, about 5'6", maybe. He had sort of a shuffling walk, I remember, and an artistic way of looking at things. June and I talked about his eyes afterwards. They were so clear and far-seeing and rapt.
Did he do much talking? What sort of a voice did he have?
He didn't talk much. Sometimes he was almost rude with his directions, throwing the words at us one at a time. Laugh, he'd say, or left, higher, smile, things like that.
Did he have a voice like mine?
A little deeper. He had a cold, though, and that might have made him sound different.
You mean he was hoarse?
No, just deeper. I think he had a cold. At least, both times we were there, he had to stop several times to cough and use his handkerchief.
She snapped her fingers suddenly.
And he had a mustache, a little wee one. That helps, doesn't it?
Some people say they do, I agreed.
Here I'm trying to think just to help you, and you don't even appreciate it.
She rolled a soft red lip sulkily. I made like I was blowing her a kiss. I have a nasty disposition, I confessed. Right now I'm burned up because I can't make things add up and come out even. Pay no attention to me.
I'll forgive you.
Thanks. Just to prove that I'm contrite, I'll let you feed Stinky. Elaine skipped into the lab ahead of me, and I let her feed Stinky. When she finished, I said, "Now, young lady, I'm taking you home."
You're giving me the bum's rush.
Not really, I just can't play all day.
You're getting rid of me?
No, in fact, I rather like having you around. I kissed her lips, then shooed her out of the lab. I'll see you later this evening, I promised.
Well, I don't feel like going home yet. I think I'll walk along the lakefront for a while.
That's a good idea, I agreed. She waved and started down the walk, then turned and called,
Don't forget, because I'll be waiting.
I banged the front door and tossed my coat across the back of a chair. Hearing the sound of voices in the study, I went down the hall to investigate. As I'd half expected, Caldwell's guest was Lieutenant Phelan. Mary had picked up all the papers and cards, and the room seemed quite orderly. Phelan, as usual, was doing most of the talking, and Caldwell, also as usual, was listening. "Consequently," Phelan said, giving me the merest glance of recognition, "I began checking. I put both Davids and Jenkins on it this morning. And it's exactly as I suspected. We found 8 or 9 people who used to work with him who distinctly remember that he always took off his coat and rolled up his sleeves before sitting down to work. And most of them are positive that he always put down his sleeves and rebuttoned his cuffs before putting his coat on." "I don't want to be rude," I interrupted, "but what is this business about the sleeves?" Caldwell, crinkling his eyes, murmured,
I believe Lieutenant Phelan has profited from your lecture on habits and conditioned stimuli.
"Yeah," Phelan was almost genial. "I got to thinking about it this morning. The way you explained why I keep this hat on impressed me. And I got to thinking to myself, everybody must have little habits like that, and if I look sharp enough, I ought to be able to translate them into clues. Right away, I began to see things. Jenkins, I noticed, always sits in a swivel chair and puts his feet up on the desk when he reads the morning paper. I'd seen him do it 1,000 times and never thought about it. But once I got to considering those conditioned stimuli, I saw that Jenkins had one of them about his reading the paper. He has to sit in that kind of chair with his feet up on the desk in order to enjoy reading the paper. And David's, he sits with a pencil behind his ear while he's at the desk filing in reports. Never uses that pencil, see, just sits there with the pencil behind his ear, doing his work with another pencil. He puts the pencil there when he sits down and takes it out when he gets up, and probably couldn't do any work unless he had that pencil behind his ear." "Well, a lot of good that information will do you," I commented. "That's because you aren't a detective," Phelan pointed out, his voice assured and benevolent. "As a trained investigator, I have to keep looking for clues, so as soon as I got to thinking about this conditioned stimuli business, I started to apply it to actual cases." He hunched forward enthusiastically. "I got to thinking about this straw. I thought he must have had some of these habits like everyone else, so I concentrated on finding out about them. As soon as I saw his clothes, I remembered that he had his shirt sleeves rolled up and stuffed into his coat. Something clicked." He pointed impressively at his head. "And there it was." "I get it," I interrupted. You found that Straw always rolled up his sleeves when he sat down to work.
That's it exactly, and Caldwell says it's absolutely logical.
But what good does it do you?
It proves that Straw wasn't killed in the elevator.
So, who's the murderer?
A man, and not a woman.
Why?
Because if Straw wasn't killed in the elevator, whoever killed him had to carry the body there. A pretty big load for a woman.
Bertha Dougal could have done it.
Sure, Phelan admitted, only she was several miles away.
All right. If Straw was too heavy for a woman to carry, that eliminates Mrs. Ross, Maud McGregor, Sinclair, Elaine Rule, and June Hansen. And since the sleeve business indicates that Straw was working at the time he was killed, either Edelson or Dentino has to be the murderer.
That's right,
Phelan agreed. But neither Dentino nor Edelson knew Professor Thompson, I pointed out. And if you want to hook the murders together, you'll have to dig up a connection.
I suppose so.
You know so, I corrected. However, I like the idea of Charles Edelson as the murderer, and...
Why, Bendy?
Caldwell asked. Well, I spent part of the afternoon in his South State Street joint, a big place full of noisy people and scurrying waiters. It was like a madhouse this afternoon, and I imagine it's even worse around the dinner hour, say between 5:30 and 6:30.
Meaning?
Meaning that I don't think much of his alibi. Phelan says the employees swear that Edelson was in the restaurant from 5 until 7, but I'll bet not one of them actually saw him between 6 and 6:30. Phelan made a noise in his throat. Did they say they saw him all the time between 6 and 6:30? I demanded.
No, but they swear he was in the restaurant, and if he was in the restaurant, he didn't kill Straw.
My God, I said. You're supposed to be a detective. Didn't it occur to you that Edelson might have cleverly built that alibi for himself?
They weren't lying, Phelan asserted defensively. I talked to them, and they were telling the truth when they said he was there.
But did they see him?
Of course.
Did they see him all the time?
Maybe not, after all.
Good. Let's reconsider the situation. This restaurant of his is a huge place, and during the dinner hour, several hundred people probably jam into it. The waiters run around hollering orders to the cooks. The cooks bang their pots and pans and shout to the waiters. Everything is confusion, chaos, bedlam. Get the idea?
Phelan nodded tolerantly. Go on.
Edelson comes in, say at 5 o'clock. He walks around, talks to the cooks, talks to a few waiters, and everybody sees him. Then he stands around the kitchen for a while talking to the chef, and after that he gets the record of the day's receipts and disbursements from the cashier and goes to his office. I pointed a finger authoritatively. Now, get this. Edelson always checked up on the day's business at that time. Everybody in the place knew it, and what's more, they knew he didn't like being disturbed while so engaged.
So what?
Now that you know all about habits and conditioned stimuli, I said, you ought to be able to figure it out. Edelson made a practice of going into his office every evening to do his bookkeeping and desk work. The employees knew this, and they also knew that he didn't like being bothered. They probably interrupted him a couple of times and got hell for it. Anyway, they knew how he felt and they left him alone. Consequently, he could, after making his presence known, pick up his mail and the cash records and retire to his office with some assurance that he'd be left strictly alone.
You mean?
I mean that with the build-up he had given them, they'd swear that he was in the restaurant, while all the time what they really meant was that he was in his office. I leaned toward him and lowered my voice. And the office has a back door. Phelan's eyes hardened as the full impact of my story hit him.
Who says so?
He demanded. I was there. I saw it.
You think he went out through the back door, drove to his apartment and met Straw, did the murder, put the body in the elevator, drove back to the restaurant, and went into his office through the back way without anyone knowing he had left?
He could have. I didn't say he did.
Well, we may have slipped there, Phelan admitted slowly. I'll have Jenkins look into it right away. You think Straw was gypping him by filing fraudulent tax returns?
No, Edelson knows about them, so he and Straw were conspiring against the government. But maybe Straw was threatening to expose the fraud unless he came through with a little money.
It sounds good, Phelan said reluctantly. But I still can't figure that elevator business. Edelson had to carry Straw into the elevator, run the elevator upstairs, then walk back down. He had to risk running into other tenants, and that seems irrational to me. Why go to all the risk and trouble of riding that cage to an upper floor?
Well, they have to make a few mistakes, don't they?
Why didn't he keep the body until midnight, say, when there wouldn't be much traffic through the building, instead of carrying it out there at a time when it was certain to be discovered in a few minutes? He wouldn't have had an alibi then. Yeah, that's right. Phelan thought it over and nodded in agreement. As my last good deed of the day, I continued, I'll tell you how to prove that Straw was in Edelson's apartment. You know he was there? Phelan ejaculated. No, but I can tell you how to find out. I took a pencil from my pocket and held it in writing position. Then I tapped its point against the desk so it made a rapid clicking noise. Straw used to do this. Nervous, huh? He used to do it whenever he was thinking. Another case of facilitation by conditioned stimuli. You ought to be able to find evidence of it in Edelson's apartment. On a desk? Phelan grunted. Because Straw was working, he had his coat off and his sleeves rolled up. Probably, I agreed. I think you'll find the dots there all right, but I don't know how you'll prove they were made Thursday evening. He diddled with a pencil like that all the time, so you'll probably find the same marks in Dentino's and Mrs. Ross's apartment. Can the lab tell how old a pencil mark is? Probably not, Phelan speculated. But that really isn't important. He swore that Straw had never been in his apartment. Said he did all his work at the restaurant. So if we can prove he's been lying, well, it'll be pretty tough on him. How are you going to work it? Well, first we'll take his apartment apart inch by inch. Phelan seemed to like the idea. Smart as Edelson is, he's bound to have missed something. A fingerprint, a perspiration stain, some hair, the pencil marks. It doesn't take much, and with something definite to work on, the boys in the lab can do wonderful things. He grabbed the arm of his chair and pulled himself to his feet. I'll get at it right away. Thanks much, Bendy. Remind me to buy you a drink. Forget it, I said. Caldwell and I sat silently for a while. Then he said,
Bendy, you propounded a rather clever theory to him.
Yes, sir, I said.
However,
he continued,
you don't believe it, do you?
No.
Why?
I don't know. I wiggled my shoulders indefinitely. It was the best I could do in a hurry.
I suppose you had a purpose?
Oh, sure, I grinned. Edelson really does have a back door to his office, but it didn't look to me as though anyone ever used it. Everything I told Phelan is strictly the truth, though I may have filled in a few hollow spots from imagination. I shrugged carelessly. Phelan's been looking for action, and this ought to keep him happy for a couple of days.
And your purpose?
Well, I wanted to keep Phelan out of the way. When he doesn't have something definite to work on, he's back and forth between here and the Detective Bureau all day. And he gets in my hair. If he keeps on Edelson's tail for a few days, we may be able to gather up the loose ends and tie a knot in them.
Greed is another of the deadly sins.
Yes, sir, I grinned. And a fiend in need is a fiend indeed. Caldwell frowned.
I don't see.
I know, it just popped into my head.
You know how puns irritate me. I hope you won't.
No, of course not, I cracked. And before he could remonstrate further, I started for the dining room. Caldwell made me sit down after dinner and tell him everything that had happened that afternoon. He asked a lot of questions about Elaine Rule and had me describe the layout of Edelson's restaurant in great detail. I told him everything I suspected and a lot of things which I merely hoped. I finally got away at 7:30 by reminding him that I had a date and that Elaine wouldn't like waiting all night.
Perhaps Miss Rule's roommate would like to see how her physical charm has been used to illuminate the classics,
Caldwell suggested dryly. He handed me the Ovid he had purchased that morning, and putting it under my arm, I started out the door. I got to State and Gotha streets, and went into the building and walked up the steps to the second floor, but that's as far as I got. You see, the door of Maud McGregor's apartment opened, and she and Richard Starr Flecker came out into the hall. Flecker, who was wearing conservative and quite ordinary clothes this time, fixed his calm, clear gaze on me and said, "Good evening." "Good evening," I said, and then, "Good evening, Mrs. McGregor." She looked the same as usual, except maybe her cheeks had more than the usual amount of color in them. I had a vague idea that I had happened into an embarrassing situation, and that her cheeks were pink because I'd caught Flecker coming out of her apartment, but she smiled and greeted me pleasantly enough. In fact, she even seemed glad to see me.
"Were you really coming to see me?" she asked.
"Not really," I said awkwardly, "only because I didn't think I'd be welcome."
"Then come in and talk to me for a few minutes," she invited. "Mr. Flecker has to leave, and I hate being alone.
You can tell me whether the police have found out who did those horrible murders."
She sounded so eager and insistent that I gave in and entered her apartment. Flecker, his white hair looking as though it had just been washed and ironed, gave me a polite, aloof nod of farewell and stepped across the hall to his own apartment, for all the world as though he had been borrowing a cup of sugar and had no interest in Maud McGregor's existence. The orange Angora recognized my shape, smell, or voice, whichever one it is that cats are sensitive to, and jumped onto the arm of the sofa when I sat down. I rubbed the cat's back, and it purred and rubbed against my chest. Maud laughed and sat down beside me.
"Afraid he remembers you,"
she said, implying that that was a compliment. "Yeah," I said. I couldn't understand Flecker's interest in Maud McGregor. Flecker was a handsome specimen of a man. A ladies' man if I ever saw one. So why would he be interested in a thin, bony, neurotic woman like her? She had none of the attributes usually associated with a sexually desirable woman. Her breasts were thin and flat, and her lips, curved but narrow, were certainly neither luscious nor exciting. He could have found any number of women with better physical recommendations. Even though she had the propensity, she certainly didn't have the parts. "Where's the husband?" I asked. "Playing cards again?"
"Yes," she
sighed.
"He really isn't a good card player. He used to do better with the ponies. But since they closed the bookies, he's had to play cards instead."
"He must do all right," I said, "if he manages to make ends meet, pay rent, buy grub, and keep you in pretties."
"You may not have noticed," she retorted, making a face, "but I work and draw a check every week myself."
"That's what I've been looking for, a wife who'll work and help support me." I grinned. "Guess that's why I'm still single."
"A girl has to be crazy to do that," Maud stated. "And I told Don this afternoon. I've been helping him along for over a year now, and although he keeps saying he's going to get a regular job, he never does. Lately he's been giving me that old line about saving so he can start a place of his own."
Her lips curled sarcastically.
"Even if they let him use his own deck over there, he couldn't make that much."
"You don't sound as though you care much about him."
"Oh, I love the guy, if that's what you mean. He wasn't always the way he is now. For a while he worked regularly, and we saved money. But since the war, he's been loafing around the gambling joint, saying he's going to make a pile and make it fast."
"That's the way to make it, in piles and fast."
"Sure, but he isn't doing it."
Her voice rose angrily.
"If I didn't have a job, I'd have to go without clothes, and the rent wouldn't get paid. He sits over there playing cards night after night, and if he wins one night, he loses it the next. There isn't any future in it."
"Why not quit your job? Then he'd have to work in order to support you." She sniffed disdainfully.
"Oh, you don't know Don. He's convinced that someday he'll hit a winning streak and build up a big bankroll. Then he intends to quit."
"And start a business of his own?"
"Yes."
She twisted her thin hands.
"Sounds screwy, doesn't it?"
"It does if he expects to pile it up in a small-time game. It takes a lot of cards to win that kind of money."
"That's what I tell him, but he laughs at me and says I don't know anything. He makes me so damn mad sometimes that I could just sit here and scream."
Her eyes flashed angrily.
"Then on top of it, he says he doesn't feel well. It's a good excuse, but I think that's all it is. He goes around coughing and wheezing all the time, but he won't let a doctor examine him, and keeps saying he'll be all right in a week or two."
Her nostrils flared indignantly.
"That's been going on for over a year."
"What sort of business does Don want to start?" I asked curiously.
"He used to be a commercial photographer, and he wants to set up a studio of his own. Do illustrations, advertisements, stuff like that. You can imagine what the equipment for a place like that costs."
For Christ's sake. I saw in a flash a vision of a small man with a cough and a handkerchief taking photographs in the basement of the Anchor bookstore. Elaine said he had had a little mustache, and Don McGregor had a mustache, and Don was a photographer. "Has he done any work lately?" I asked carefully.
"No,"
Maud shook her head.
"He may have helped on a job or two, but I don't think so. He'd have told me if he had."
"Did he used to have a place of his own studio?"
"No, he worked for Smith & Bartels over on LaSalle Street. Jack Bartels, his boss, used to swipe all Don's ideas, and that burned him up so much he quit, and that's when he started gambling."
"Did Don ever specialize in any particular kind of photography?"
"Mostly illustrations, scenes, mood layouts, and that sort of stuff."
She tipped her head speculatively.
Why the interest in photography? Did you ever do any yourself?
A little, I told her. I played with it in an amateurish way for years, but I never could make my pictures come out right. I grinned. I'm still trying to learn, though.
It's fun, Maud agreed. I hope Don gets back in the game soon because he really loves the work. It'd straighten him out again.
Got any of his work around? I'd like to see what sort of a technique he uses.
Oh, sure, we've got a box full.
She got up and rummaged in a closet for a minute, returning with a cardboard box about the size of an overnight case.
These are some of his choice studies.
She handed large glossy prints to me, one by one, and explained the commercial project each had been designed for. They were good. Damned good. Quite a few action scenes, such as are used in confession magazines. You know, the angry husband breaking into a room and discovering his disheveled and bare-shouldered wife in the arms of his best friend, or a young, clean-cut girl seated at a liquor-laden table across from a smooth, wicked fellow whose ulterior intentions are all too apparent. McGregor had a knack for photographic composition. The action in the photos was perfect, the lighting excellent, and the models had been chosen and arranged with understanding artistry. They're damned good, I told her sincerely.
That's what I think. He was getting better right along, too, and he designed most of those scenes without Bartell's help. But do you think he'd give Don credit for them? Her brows rose in an exaggerated arc. I should say not. Jack Bartell sold them to Love Life magazine for plenty, and didn't even give Don credit for planning them. That's what burned Don up.
It'd make me mad, too, I guess.
Certainly it would.
But why quit the business? I asked. Doing this kind of work, Don could get a job any place, any time. Why didn't he just move into some other job instead of quitting entirely? Maud sighed.
Don's temperamental, and he was so mad at Jack Bartell's that he swore he'd never touch a camera again until he owned the studio, the props, and had his own name on the door.
Her shoulders moved helplessly.
He's got a right to live his life, I guess, but it makes it damned hard on me.
She returned the box to the closet and brought back a large folder, such as is used for transporting sketches.
I don't think I should show you these, she said, tilting her head coyly. Don took them of me just before he quit the studio. I think they're good, but he'd be mad if he knew I showed them to anyone.
If they're of you, they're bound to be good, I said. Let's have a look. She laughed and rolled her eyes suggestively, keeping the folder on her lap so I couldn't open it.
I don't have much clothes on, she protested,
but only teasingly. Some real art, eh? I smirked and tried to pry the folder open.
Naughty, naughty, mustn't be impatient,
Maud warned, putting her hands on mine and smiling into my eyes. She leaned toward me, and her lips parted and her eyes soft and promising.
I shouldn't show them to you, she whispered.
I did what she wanted me to do. I kissed her lips, then said, Show me them pictures, you brat. Laughing softly, she opened the folder and held up a large print so I could see it from the proper angle. I whistled enthusiastically, for a slender, sylph-like Maud, clad in a virginal look and a pair of black lace panties, looked at me from the photo. Her small breasts peeked modestly over a carelessly posed arm, making her seem more nude than she really was, and her face, delicately lighted, expressed the startled surprise of a girl who had unexpectedly swallowed an olive. Why, Maud, I said, I never thought it of you.
They're wicked, aren't they?
She exhibited 2 other studies in different poses, but in the same mood before putting the folder away.
Don was experimenting with a new method.
They're damn good. You were a little heavier then, weren't you?
About 12 pounds. I've lost a little this past year.
You certainly looked swell then, I assured her. How long ago were those pictures taken?
A little over a year ago, just before Don quit the studio.
Well, it's too bad he quit when he did, because he was on the trail of something there. In fact, I hesitated carefully. It hasn't been until recently that work like that was being done.
Nobody does that kind of work, Maud contradicted. Don's the only photographer in the business who gives a classic touch. It isn't only the lighting arrangement, you know. It's the way he poses me and the way he adds delicate high lighting and the retouching and developing. Harrell has been trying it for years, but he's never been able to achieve the touch of classic simplicity that Don perfected.
Maybe you're right, I said. I only meant that those pictures reminded me of some that I saw in a book. I don't think they're as good as Don's, but they're in the same spirit, and I'm pretty sure almost the same technique was used.
What book did you see him in?
Maud demanded unbelievingly. Well, I'll show you. I went to the table where I'd parked Caldwell's copy of Ovid and brought the book to her. Take a look at the illustrations. Her chin dropped with surprise as her eyes took in the first study of June Hansen. She glanced at me suspiciously, then hurriedly leafed through the book, staring at each illustration as though she couldn't believe her eyes. "Not bad, are they?" I asked. Without answering, she turned to the front of the book and scanned the title page. "The Art Press of Chicago," she muttered, raising her eyes and staring blankly at me. "I could swear that Don took those pictures." "I told you they were good," I said. "They are Don's work," she stated decisively. "They look like his stuff," I agreed. "But photographs aren't like paintings. You can't tell who made them just by looking at them." "I'd recognize Don's work anywhere. Anybody that knows photography can recognize an outstanding photographer's technique just the same as an artist can identify the brushstrokes of a master." She tapped the cover of the book with a finger. "Don McGregor took those pictures. Nobody but Don has ever achieved anything like that." "Have it your way," I said, shrugging. "They're sweet pictures no matter who took them." "Where'd you get that book?" "Caldwell bought it this morning in a bookstore on Clark Street." Her eyes narrowed. "How'd you happen to be carrying it around with you?" "It's this way. The girl who modeled for these illustrations lives upstairs here, and I thought she might like to see a copy of the book." "Upstairs here?" Maud's voice rose in disbelief. "You mean she lives in this building?" "Sure, she's a nice girl, too." "I'll bet." She took a quick breath. "I'll bet $50,000 that Don took those pictures, and without telling me a thing either." "You can find out easy enough," I reminded her. "All you have to do is ask him." "Oh, don't you worry about that." Her eyes flashed. "I'll ask him, and I'll tell him plenty, too." Okay, I said pacifically. "So you're burned up. You don't have to climb all over me about it." "I'm sorry." She softened her lips into a quick apologetic smile. "I simply had to let off steam." "That's the spirit. It's all right to raise hell with your husband, but don't pick on the bystanders." "I know." "Besides, you can't be positive that he took the pictures. Somebody may have watched him work and may be trying to copy his technique. You never can tell. At least, give him a chance to explain." "All right, Bendy." "And in the meantime, it might be a good idea to remember that you haven't been exactly on the up and up with him, either." Her gray eyes flew open.
"Why, Bendy."
"It's the truth, isn't it? Or do you wear a chastity girdle like the maidens of old?" She raised her hand and slapped my face.
"You're insulting."
I got up and retreated to a safe distance. "You asked for it," I told her, sitting down in an adjacent chair. "It may not sound nice, but it's the impression that I have been getting."
You...
Look, I spread my hands reasonably. How does it look to you? When I first came here, you told Lieutenant Phelan you'd been laying around on the Flecker's floor.
"Lying?"
she corrected pointedly. I like laying because that's what it sounded like to me. Reading poetry for almost 3 hours. What sort of dupes do you think we are? Maud McGregor's chin tightened into a hard, fierce line.
"Go on. Get it out,"
she snapped. "Let's admit that you've been playing around with Flecker. After all, I saw him coming out of here this afternoon, you know, and he wasn't carrying any books under his arm." I paused a moment, but she didn't say anything. "Then there's the line you've been using on me. I'm not too smart, but I'm not dumb either. I know my limitations, and I know when a woman's on the make. You've been acting like a woman with an itch she can't scratch, and it seems to me you ought to get a man who can take care of you and stick to him instead of play in the field." I shook a cigarette out of my pack, fumbled in a pocket for matches, then noticed a box on the table beside my chair. I reached over to get them, then stopped with my hand in midair. Staring at the surface of the table, I took the unlighted cigarette out of my mouth and turned back to Maud McGregor. "Then there's this fellow Straw," I went on casually, "who was murdered here a few nights ago. The cops don't know it yet, but he was a playmate of yours, too." I shook my head wonderingly. "He certainly made the rounds of the building. I suppose you knew he was also playing with one of the girls upstairs?" Her eyes flickered when I mentioned Straw, but the angry line of her chin stubbornly remained firm. "Okay, be stubborn," I said. I took out my pencil and tapped it on the arm of my chair so it made a sharp clicking noise. "Remember how he used to sit here and tap on the table? It's a very annoying habit, I should think. At least, I think it'll be annoying when Lieutenant Phelan sees the marks on this table. They're just as plain as the bluff on your face.
All right, she snapped. I knew him, so what?
Nothing, I admitted. Nothing at all. Phelan will wonder why you lied about knowing Straw, but that's none of my business. I'm merely trying to prove my point. And I don't know why it makes you so mad.
I hate you.
The way she flung the words at me, I knew she'd been thinking about them for minutes. And the janitor, I went on. We mustn't forget the janitor. Why, he seemed to know you so well he could hardly remember to call you Mrs. McGregor. Maud was the name he used. Of course, knowing you so well, he had a right to use it. I waited a moment, then added, How about Professor Thompson? Was he one of your admirers, too?
I despise you.
Sure you do, I agreed. It's a normal reaction. Frankly, I don't give a damn if you bet every man in the Middle West. It's none of my business, and I stopped and thought for a moment. How the devil did we get on the subject? Oh yeah, your husband. Don't be hard on him just because he's been chiseling a buck here and there. You've been doing some pretty fine chiseling yourself.
Get out of here,
she ordered. Her voice was low and tense.
Get out!
There's a couple of other things. How long has your husband known about your bedroom activities?
I want you out, damn you!
Not until I get ready. Answer my question.
My husband trusts me.
He did until he found out about Straw. And maybe Thompson, I accused. Maybe he found out about some of the others too. Her face paled as she realized the direction of my thoughts, and her hands tightened into hard fists as she tried to control her voice.
Don never killed them. Don never hurt anybody in his life.
Her voice rose fervently.
Thank God he was playing cards when it happened.
That's what he says, I reminded her. Maybe if we check up a little more carefully, we'll find that he left the game long enough to come here and take care of Straw. And he could have fixed Thompson with ease, although I don't see how you could help knowing about it.
Get out of here!
Her voice trembled hysterically.
Get out of here before I...
Okay, I said, strolling toward the door. See you in church. I started up the stairs to Elaine's apartment, then remembered I'd forgotten the Ovid. I didn't want to barge back in on Maud McGregor and spoil the nice mood I'd worked up. Furthermore, Caldwell ought to be told about the sudden turn of events, and Phelan should be asked to give McGregor's alibi a thorough going over. If I hurried home, I could sketch the situation to Caldwell, dash to the lab and feed Stinky, and still have time for an hour or so with Elaine. I nodded to myself, turned, and went back down to the second-floor hallway, then crossed in front of the elevator. I started down the dimly lighted flight of stairs which led to the first floor. I was busy planning the case against Don McGregor, and until it was too late, I didn't realize what was happening. Two shadows converged on me. One slapped a hard hand over my mouth. The other tapped me on the back of the head with a load of bricks. I fell limply into a black pool. When I came to, I was lying on a cot in a dim, bare room. A ragged green rug covered most of the 8x10 board floor, but only a complete remodeling could have concealed the cracked, dirty, dingy walls which stretched about me. The window was opaque with dirt, and I ascertained painfully the dim light was coming through a doorway, the door of which was open about 8 inches. It might as well have been locked and barred so far as my escaping was concerned, for a thick rope tied my ankles together, and another held my wrists behind my back. And just in case I might feel talkative, a heavy strip of cloth bound my mouth into helpless, painful silence.
That all he had?
A voice in the next room growled.
That's all. I went through 'em like a comb,
A deep, rough voice responded.
There ain't anything in there like what the old man wants,
The first voice announced.
The bastard's gotta have it. It wasn't in the house, so it's gotta be on him.
Take a look, damn it, see how smart you are.
You're damn right I will.
A chair scraped back over bare flooring, and heavy shoes came toward the door. Closing my eyes, I simulated unconsciousness.
Sleeping Beauty,
commented one, laughing roughly.
Hold the light.
Hands passed over my clothes, methodically turning my pockets inside out. They rolled me over, investigated my rear pockets, then slapped my buttocks disgustedly.
Guess you're right,
the growl admitted.
God damn it.
What do we do now?
Strip him.
For Christ's sake, why? We searched everything, and he hasn't got it.
The boss wants to be sure.
Where the hell does he think he put it, in the lining?
All I know is he wants to go through the clothes himself. He wants to make sure.
They turned me over roughly and untied my arms and legs. Then they stripped off my coat, pants, shirt, shoes, and socks.
"His panties, too?"
Rough voice asked.
The boss said everything.
The growl growled, relieving me of my shorts and undershirt.
"Think I ought to tie him up again?"
The growl laughed.
He ain't going anywhere like that.
The door slammed, and then I heard their footsteps diminish distantly as they descended a flight of stairs. Finally, like a period, another door slammed. I sat up gingerly and felt the back of my head. The skin wasn't broken, but it was swollen and extremely sore. I massaged my wrists until they felt as though they belonged to me, then my ankles. The room weaved dizzily about for a few minutes when I tried to stand, but finally I got to the window and rubbed enough dirt off the pane to see out. It was evening, rather late probably, and some of the buildings looked vaguely familiar. I decided I must be somewhere on Dearborn Street. The floor was cold against my bare feet, but I pattered as hurriedly as possible through the dark, empty building, looking for something with which to cover my naked body. The air was damp and cold and penetrating and seemed to cut through my shivering skin like a sharp blade through tissue paper. The building was evidently an old vacated residence. Except for the cot where I had lain and a couple of wooden chairs, there wasn't a thing in the place except dirt floors, walls, and cold air. I went back upstairs and stripped the sheet and blanket from the mattress, and, with what I considered a stroke of genius, wrapped the blanket about my body so it reached from armpits to ankles. Then I arranged the dirt sheet above my head and shoulders like a burnous, covering the blanket and approximating the costume of an Arab. The blanket hugged my body. It even felt warm. And feeling that I'd conquered my most pressing problem, I trotted downstairs, out the front door, and onto the porch. It was Dearborn Street, all right, and it was nice and dark and deserted. The cold of the sidewalk went through my legs like an electric shock, but I kept putting one foot in front of the other, determined to get away as quickly as possible. I walked south, keeping one eye on the street traffic in case a taxi should come along. None did, of course, so I concentrated on being dignified, knowing that on the Gold Coast, where Chicago's eccentrics live, no one would pay me particular attention as long as I acted as though my costume was the usual thing. Approaching Division Street, I had to pass beneath the lighted marquee of the Surf Theater, but by hardening my face the way I imagined an Arab chief would, and by straightening my back until I felt all up and down, I managed to get by without causing a riot. People glanced at me, gestured to each other, and smiled, but no one shouted, screamed, or called for the loony wagon. I knew I ought to go directly home, but instead I directed my steps toward the lab, probably because I knew subconsciously that it was past Stinky's feeding time. As I rounded the corner toward campus, I noticed that the lights were on in the lab, and for a moment it occurred to me that Caldwell might have missed me, might have remembered the dog, and sent someone over to tend to the feeding. Suddenly conscious of my ridiculous garb, I peeked cautiously around the edge of the door before entering. Elaine Rule, still wearing the dark blue jumper and the white blouse she'd had on in the afternoon, was at the other end of the room. She seemed to be holding one hand under the running water of the sink. She noticed the sound of the door closing and glanced up expectantly. Then her eyes widened and she looked frightened.
"Bendy!" she cried. "Why, Bendy!"
"What are you doing here?"
"Oh, Bendy!"
She shook the water from her fingers and rushed toward me, ignoring my obviously bad disposition.
"I'm so glad. I thought something had happened to you."
"I come back from the war swathed in bandage from head to foot," I said ironically. "And you're glad nothing happened to me. Look." I spread my arms and pivoted slowly. What greater indignity could a man suffer?
"But you're all right," Elaine sighed happily. "I was so worried when it got to be 9 o'clock and you didn't come. I knew Stinky should be fed, but you weren't here, and I was sure something had happened to you."
Her eyelashes fluttered prettily.
"Whatever happened to you?"
I drew the sheet about my waist and straightened haughtily. "I was waylaid by thugs, beaten into unconsciousness, tossed into a dark prison, and subjected to tortures too numerous and terrible to mention."
"Oh, Bendy," Elaine giggled. "You looked like Dennis Morgan in the Desert Song."
"Mind your tongue, young lady," I said darkly, "or I'll send you home."
"Seriously, Bendy, were you really beaten and tortured and—"
"Do you think I'm wearing this for a gag?" I demanded. "Feel my head if you don't think I've been tortured." She explored the back of my head with curious fingers.
"Ouch, be careful. Can't you feel that bump?" "Gee, there is a bump there."
She patted my arm tenderly and urged me into a chair.
"Look, I got injured too."
She exhibited a finger. "What's the matter with it?"
"I cut it fixing Stinky's dinner."
She turned it around so I'd appreciate the extent of the wound. It was a nasty cut and must have bled profusely.
I've been holding it under cold water, but it's still bleeding.
We'd better put some iodine on it and bind it up, I said. And I unblocked the door to the stockroom and rummaged through a cabinet until I found a bottle of iodine and a roll of bandage. I dabbed the cut generously and bound the gauze about her finger, then snipped the ends with a scissor and looked around for a piece of adhesive tape. Adhesive tape, I muttered, poking in a drawer with one hand and trying to hold the end of the bandage with the other. Where the hell did I put that adhesive tape? Something went click and my mouth dropped foolishly. Oh my God.
If you split the end of the bandage, maybe you could tie a knot? Elaine suggested, not noticing my expression.
Elaine! I grabbed her and shook her excitedly. I've got it! I've got it! I lowered my voice warningly. I know what they're looking for. It's the tape they want.
Sure, they want the tape, Elaine agreed gently. Now tie the bandage like a good boy, and we'll let them have all the tape they want.
You don't understand. I shook her urgently. The office, our bedrooms, our clothes, they're looking for that hunk of tape.
What hunk of tape?
She eyed me uncertainly. I swiped a hunk of tape. At least, it looked like tape from Flecker's dresser the other night, I explained. And that's what they're looking for.
Tape? Flecker?
I started for the door. I've got to tell Caldwell right away. And I was out the door and on my way down the walk, the sheet fluttering behind me like a mainsail of a schooner, almost before Elaine could grab her coat and follow.
Bendy, wait!
I was so excited that I'd forgotten my bizarre get-up and the need for dignity, but Elaine caught up with me and pulled me to a slower gait. We made the rest of the trip to the house in a rapid walk, which, compared to the racing of my thoughts, seemed intolerably slow and tedious. I burst into Caldwell's study, shouting, I've got it! He was reading, and when he raised his eyes, his stare was quizzical. He raised his brows a perceptible eighth of an inch, then glanced at Elaine, who had trailed me into the room, and nodded to her.
Good evening, Miss Rule,
he murmured genially.
Good evening,
Elaine stammered, surprised by his recognition of her. Caldwell smiled gently.
Bendy has described you to me with great enthusiasm,
he explained,
and I might say with considerable accuracy.
He reached for a pipe and began to fill it with maddening deliberation. I slapped my hand on the desk. I'll tell you, I've got it! I know what they're looking for. They hit me on the head and took my clothes and threw me into a room on Dearborn Street, and I kept thinking they were looking for the pictures of the tax returns. But all the time...
Please, Bendy,
Caldwell interposed calmly, tamping the tobacco into the bowl of his pipe.
Start at the beginning and try to speak slowly.
I'm trying to, I said impatiently. It's as simple as 1, 2, 3. They went through our desks and our clothes and the closets, and we thought they were looking for Edelson's tax returns or the pictures. Then this evening 2 bruisers waylaid me and searched me. They couldn't find what they were looking for, so they took my clothes to their boss.
I suppose that explains your unusual costume,
Caldwell commented. Well, sure. In order to escape, I had to wrap myself in the bedding because that's all they left me. Whatever they were looking for was so small that their boss was afraid they'd overlooked it. Then, when I went to the lab to feed Stinky, Elaine was there and she had cut her finger, so I put a bandage on it. But I couldn't find the adhesive tape, and...
A little slower, Bendy.
Yes, sir. I swallowed and started in again. That's what reminded me of the piece of stuff which looks like adhesive tape that I picked up in Flecker's room the night Straw was murdered. And... I waved my arms triumphantly. I'll bet 40,000 silver dollars that's what they're looking for.
You say you took a piece of tape from Mr. Flecker's room?
Yes. While Phelan and Jenkins were inspecting the bedroom, I happened to open a drawer of his dresser and see it. I don't know why I took it. It isn't exactly tape. It's more like 2 pieces of stiff gauze with a layer of adhesive in the center. I've never seen anything like it before.
What did you do with it?
I don't know, I confessed. I was looking at it when Phelan happened to walk toward me. I think I put it in... I closed my eyes. The right-hand coat pocket of my blue worsted suit.
See if it's still there.
I tried it upstairs, but my blue suit was missing. I went through the closet a second time, garment by garment, hanger by hanger, before it occurred to me that, since I had left it on the back of a chair, Mary might have sent it to the cleaners. Hurriedly, I slipped out of the sheet and blanket and dressed. Then I raced downstairs in search of Mary. What did you do with my blue suit? I demanded.
The blue suit?
Mary shrugged and held up her hands.
It was dirty, wasn't it?
You sent it to the cleaners?
Of course, it needed it.
Did you look through the pockets?
And don't I always?
She blinked with stolid surprise at the poorness of my memory. Yes, but what did you do with the things in my coat pocket?
Everything is on your dresser. Your pencil, your handkerchief, the papers. They're all there, like always.
I had a little piece of stuff in my right-hand coat pocket, about this big. I made a square about 2 inches by 3 with my fingers. It looked like a piece of stiff gauze.
Oh, that.
Mary waved her hand generously.
I put it in the medicine cabinet.
I chased back upstairs, and sure enough, there it was. When I tossed it on Caldwell's desk, he laid his pipe down and examined the tape critically beneath the light of his desk lamp. He held it to his nose, sniffed gently, then tore back the gauze and exposed the strip of sticky adhesive which it protected.
I think this is known, technically, as pressure-sensitive tape, Caldwell said, nodding with satisfaction. This is excellent, Bendy. Excellent!
You know what it's for?
I think so, Caldwell said slowly, his voice becoming crisp and decisive. It tells me who killed Lawrence Straw, and, his jaw jutted forward, who killed my friend, John Niles Thompson.
Who? Elaine and I asked in the same breath. Caldwell shook his head. It wasn't Flecker, I protested, because Maud McGregor wasn't lying when she said she was with him from 5:30 until 8:20. She was forced into admitting it, and I'm sure she wasn't lying.
She wasn't lying,
Caldwell agreed. So it wasn't Flecker, I reasoned. Yet, you say this hunk of stuff I took from his drawer tells you who the murderer is. Why, it's just a strip of adhesive tape between 2 slices of gauze, isn't it?
Yes, Bendy, but this tape has an odd quality.
For example?
It's sticky on both sides.
So it's messier than the regular kind, I admitted. I can't see that it proves a thing. I particularly don't see why I should be kidnapped, beaten over the head, and stripped of my clothes because someone wanted a hunk of tape like that.
It isn't ordinary tape, Caldwell pointed out patiently. It's pressure-sensitive tape, and it's peculiarly adapted to a certain purpose. The murderer knew that if it fell into the wrong hands, it might reveal his identity.
I threw up my hands. Okay, I challenged. I give up. Who is he?
Be patient an hour or two, Caldwell said. The chase is over, and you shall know quickly enough.
His eyes crinkled into a smile.
I'm afraid your thought processes haven't been very keen the last few days.
What do you mean?
Well, all the facts which I have in my possession were related to me by you. You should be able to manipulate them and arrive at the correct conclusion.
Yeah, I grumbled. That's what I'm afraid of. It's happened 4 times before, and every time I felt like kicking myself. This time it's going to be different because I'm not even going to try. All I'm going to do is take care of this witness. And I winked at Elaine.
All right,
Caldwell murmured.
But perhaps you wouldn't mind phoning Lieutenant Phelan first. Tell him I'd like to see him.
End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of A Fiend in Need by Milton K. Ozaki. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ben Tucker. Chapter 6. Phelan, with Sergeant Jenkins and 2 plainclothes assistants, arrived at 10 o'clock. The lieutenant glowered at me as he came through the door. "My friend," he said in a nasty tone of voice. "I'm sorry," I said. "I guess I was all wrong about Edelson." He grunted something unprintable and strode toward the study. While Caldwell told Phelan what had to be done, Elaine and I went to the kitchen and chiseled some coffee and apple strudel from Mary. I kept my eyes on Elaine's soft blonde hair and tried to think about the way the touch of her hand affected me, but it wasn't any use. My mind kept asking, who? Who? It wasn't Flecker. It wasn't Edelson. It wasn't Dentino. And it wasn't Lloyd Dougal. Yet it had to be a man, and the only man left was Don McGregor, who had an alibi.
"Are you worrying about who the murderer is?"
Elaine asked, patting my hand sympathetically. "Yeah."
"What difference does it make as long as they catch him?"
"It makes a lot of difference. I do all the legwork on these cases, and every bit of physical labor involved falls on me. Back and forth I go, picking up clues and ideas, and then I bring them home and let Caldwell put them together. It makes me feel like a dope because it's probably as plain as the paint on the wall, but he's the only one who can see it. I probably mentioned a couple of silly little things to him yesterday or the day before, and now he's stuck them together with that piece of tape. Voila, the murderer. It's enough to give me an inferiority complex.
But I'm here, Bendy,
Elaine whispered. Her eyes were large and compelling, and when she leaned closer I could smell the strawberry scent of her lips. I surrendered, kissing her lips gently. I pulled her into my arms and started to kiss her again when, "Break it up," Phelan's brusque voice broke in. "The prof wants you." I pushed Elaine off my lap and, avoiding Phelan's glance, went into the study to see what Caldwell wanted.
"I've arranged for the presence of several guests,"
Caldwell began,
"who should begin arriving at any minute. I'd like you to meet them at the door, Bendy, and show them into the study."
He indicated a double row of chairs which he had arranged about his desk in a semicircle. Then, handing me a diagram showing the location of the desk and each of the chairs, he said,
"I'd like them seated in this order."
I read the names which he had penciled on the chairs. Who is Dick Trask?
"He is the purser of the Georgian Bay Steamship Line."
"Ah," I nodded wisely. "And I see you've given John Faraday the seat of honor right in front of your desk." I read the rest of the names. "It looks to me like you'll be doing your act to a good audience." The doorbell rang, and I answered it, letting in Jenkins with Charles Edelson and Maud and Don McGregor. Caldwell greeted them graciously, and with a facility which surprised me, separated Don McGregor from his wife. In Nothing Flat, he had Don in the parlor talking poker with Edelson and Phelan, while he talked to Maud alone in his study. The Dougalls arrived next, escorted by one of the plainclothesmen, and a few minutes later the other detective arrived with June Hansen and Richard Starr Flecker. I led them into the study and guided them to the proper chairs, noticing that Caldwell had finished his talk with Mrs. McGregor and that she had relaxed, with her eyes closed, in a chair at the far side of the room. In a short while, a hearty fellow in a natty blue and gold trimmed uniform arrived, escorted by another detective. His visored cap was embroidered with the legend Purser, Georgian Bay Lines. So I greeted him as Mr. Trask and led him to his chair. The seat reserved for John Faraday was still vacant when Caldwell sat down at his desk, cleared his throat casually, and began to talk in the brisk, incisive manner he usually reserved for classroom lectures.
"All of you are here," he began, "to witness the final episode in a series of abnormal and complicated events. I requested your presence, through the agency of Lieutenant Phelan, for the reason that each of you has either been suspected of murdering Lawrence Straw and John Niles Thompson at some point in this investigation, or have, in most cases unconsciously, played an important part in the solution of the crime."
His eyes moved from person to person, resting on each for a moment like a friendly greeting. There were 6 chairs in each of the 2 semicircles. In the front row, beginning at Caldwell's left, were Lloyd Dougal, Bertha Dougal, Richard Starr Flecker, the chair reserved for John Faraday, Don McGregor, and Lieutenant Phelan. In the second row were Maud McGregor, June Hansen, Elaine Rule, Charles Edelson, Dick Trask, and myself. When his eyes had completed their circuit of the chairs, they returned to the one reserved for Faraday. Caldwell stared at it long and soberly.
"I regret to say," he said gravely, "that the man I most desired to see here this evening, John Faraday, is apparently unavailable."
He raised his eyes and looked at Sergeant Jenkins, who lounged in the doorway.
"There hasn't been any further word about Mr. Faraday, Sergeant?"
"No, sir." Caldwell shook his head regretfully.
"I'm afraid we may never see John Faraday again."
"We'll find him," Phelan growled. Jenkins nodded in agreement, but Caldwell continued to shake his head, as though he had considered their attitude and found it erroneous.
"I'm afraid he has disappeared, perhaps permanently," Caldwell said. "Few of those associated with John Faraday realize the potentialities and capabilities of the man. Let me describe him to you."
Caldwell glanced at the ceiling as though to refresh his memory.
"A bent, ancient creature, with a shiny, bald pate, spectacles on the nose, and a painful walk, yet a man highly self-sufficient in gathering the riches he desired."
Caldwell smiled at the skeptical expressions on the faces of his audience.
"Perhaps not riches in an exact sense, but certainly enough for comfort and quite a bit of luxury. I have no record as to the origin of Faraday, and consequently a great many of my conclusions are based on conjecture and speculation. But it's easy to imagine him as a lover of literature, possibly a student of the classics, starting out in youth to struggle for a place in the literary or scholastic world, but failing because of insufficient financial resources.
I can visualize him gradually relinquishing his dreams and his ambitions and sinking deep into the reality of earning a living. But how could he earn a living? How is this bitter, disillusioned man to earn money in a strictly realistic and practical commercial world?
Caldwell spread his hands dramatically.
It's difficult to understand the emotional strain experienced by him at this point without knowing what jobs he attempted, what sacrifices he made, how much mental and spiritual agony he endured before it occurred to him to enter the book business. But I imagine they were severe enough to imbue him with a profound disgust for the moral and artistic taste of society, because eventually he decided to commercialize on that gross taste. You may be surprised to learn that Faraday made a great deal of money in the book business. The store which he founded, the Anchor Bookstore, is one of the largest bookstores in the Middle West, and his success is particularly notable. Before his advent, almost no one had ever made much money in that type of venture.
Caldwell paused and drew a pipe from his pocket. He rubbed its bowl against his nose thoughtfully, glanced at it, then continued.
At least no one ever made the considerable amount of money he did, and the question which immediately comes to mind is, what peculiar ability did this defeated scholar possess, which enabled him to succeed where more practical men had failed? I think we may attribute Faraday's money-making ability to the fact that he had the intelligence to understand the desires of a certain stratum of our society, and also had the imaginative ability to satisfy them. I refer, of course, to the pseudo-intellectuals, the sexually frustrated and unfit, the bawdy-minded, the poorly adjusted dilettantes, who for lack of emotional balance and experience confuse sex with art, and attempt to blend the two into a whole. The desires to which I refer are those of the poorly informed, the little experienced, who excuse pornography as a natural art form, and who dote on Elizabethan literature because of its frank treatment of sex. These people seek to excuse their low-mindedness by confusing the basic issues and attempting to raise to the level of acceptable art the sexually stimulating literature of a decadent past.
He paused to light his pipe.
Faraday pandered to those desires by causing to be printed, contrary to law but at slight personal risk, a number of volumes of literary classics, each generously illustrated with pornographic photographs. There's no way for us to know how many editions he printed and distributed, but it probably amounted to a considerable number, for at $15, $20, and $25 per copy, he managed to amass a small fortune. Unfortunately for Faraday, as his business began to expand in size and scope, it required the services of other people. Government supervision became more and more stringent, and as the need for an accountant became necessary, Lawrence Straw became his associate, and Straw, being as clever and greedy and unscrupulous as Faraday himself, soon realized the potentialities of the business, and what is more, the peculiarly vulnerable position of Faraday. Little by little he insinuated himself into the business, eventually becoming an officer of the corporation. Not satisfied with that, his demands became more and more unreasonable, until Faraday realized that if he was to enjoy the comfortable niche he had created, Straw would have to be killed.
Elaine Rule gasped. Caldwell nodded.
Yes, it was as simple as that. We must remember that Faraday was not one who believed in the fundamental good of society and the right of law and order. He was an embittered man, one who had been frustrated in the main desire of his life, who had had to fight a particularly unsympathetic and unintelligent society for the right to live and read and dream. After all, hadn't his creative and scholastic desires been vanquished, and hadn't he been forced into his way of life? He thought so. Knowing the way he reasoned, his decision to fight, to kill the man who threatened his success and comfort, becomes understandable.
Caldwell paused.
So, Faraday killed Lawrence Straw.
He was in Michigan when Straw was killed,
Phelan muttered.
Then, as a further protective measure against society,
Caldwell went on, ignoring Phelan's comment,
he also killed John Niles Thompson, who was a book-loving, scholarly man of peaceful and temperate disposition. I doubt that Thompson was even well acquainted with Faraday, although he had been associated with the Anchor bookstore in an honorary manner. Why kill Professor Thompson, then? Caldwell shook his head. Frankly, I don't know, he admitted. I tried to tell myself that the great friendship which existed between Professor Thompson and myself was not a factor in his death. But I suspect that Faraday feared that Thompson might mention, during the course of one of our informal talks, a bit of information which he accidentally had discovered. Rather than gamble on Thompson's silence, he killed him.
Caldwell's emotion was felt in every word he spoke, and he had to stop and press his lips tightly together for a moment before continuing.
It is neither my right nor my purpose to judge a fellow man, for, as a trained psychologist, my task is one of interpretation. But much as I am revolted by the unscrupulous and coldly reasoned murders committed by this man, I can't help thinking that had he been given the right opportunities by a more understanding society, he might have become a useful and brilliant part of the literary world.
How could he kill Straw when he was in Michigan? Phelan asked in a louder voice.
Yes.
Caldwell looked at Phelan and nodded.
His alibi was that he boarded a lake steamship in the morning and crossed to St. Joe, Michigan, not returning until too late to have murdered Straw.
That's right, Phelan averred. I checked, and he was on that boat. He positively went to St. Joe, and he couldn't have come back except by the same boat, which didn't return until 11 o'clock that night. He couldn't have made it in time by train, and he didn't come by plane. Nobody resembling Faraday was on a return flight to Chicago that day.
I invited Mr. Trask, purser of that ship, to join us this evening. Suppose we hear what he has to say, Caldwell suggested. Mr. Trask, do you remember John Faraday?
Yes, sir, I do, Purser Trask answered.
Would you mind describing him to us?
No, sir, the purser coughed. I mean, I don't mind, sir. This, Faraday came on board about 9 o'clock, and I remember him as clearly as I do my own father. Sort of reminded me of the old man, he did. Old, you know, and bent over as though he wasn't very strong. I wasn't busy when he came aboard, and I personally checked him on, and helped him with his hat and parcel. He was carrying his hat in his hand, and he had a package, a box under his arm.
Do you usually notice so many details about your passengers? Caldwell asked.
No, sir, but this Faraday was unusual, and not being busy, I had plenty of time to notice him.
I see. I suppose it was his age which particularly impressed you?
At first, yes, Mr. Trask admitted with a show of confidence. But there were some little reasons, too. I noticed his carrying the hat, see, because his head was as bald as a bronze binnacle. You'd think a guy without any hair would keep his head covered, but this guy Faraday was carrying his hat in his hand, like it was summer and he was too warm.
Yes?
Another thing, he had a cabin ticket, which most old people don't buy for a trip across the lake. It ain't a long trip, and there's plenty of places for them to sit and rest without wasting money on a cabin, you know. It's the young couples who usually want privacy. He hesitated, and his ears reddened still more. I ain't saying what the young ones have in mind, 'cause that ain't any of my business. But I am saying that old fellows like this John Faraday don't usually buy that kind of ticket, and that's how I happen to notice him particularly.
Excellent, Caldwell said. There's no doubt in your mind, then, that he boarded your ship on the morning of Thursday, October 12th?
No, sir.
Your post is at the gangway where people must come aboard?
Yes, sir.
How long did you remain there?
Until we cast off.
And he didn't leave the ship before it sailed?
Positively not, sir. Like I told the police, he couldn't have gotten off without me noticing.
Then, if for any reason he wished to return to shore before sailing time, he'd have to pass you and go down the gangway.
That's right, Trask nodded vigorously.
Do people ever return to shore after once boarding the ship?
Certainly, sir. Dozens of them do every trip. They like to get their bags and luggage aboard early, then stand on dock with their friends until just before the ship leaves. We take their tickets when they come on board with their luggage, then if they want to go ashore again, we give them a special ticket, which they have to give me when they get back on. He shook his head with certainty. This Faraday didn't leave after he got on, no matter how you figure.
I think he did, Caldwell contradicted. I think he left the ship before it sailed, and never made that particular trip to Michigan.
I tell you, I was right there every second, Purser Trask began angrily. Nobody went up or down that plank without me seeing him. The old guy came on, and...
I beg your pardon, Caldwell interrupted. I'm not challenging the honesty of your statement, Mr. Trask. In fact, I'm quite sure the bent, old, bald-headed man who boarded the ship for a trip to St. Joe did not leave the ship."
"You just said," Lieutenant Phelan began.
"Please,"
Caldwell held up his hand.
"let me explain. Faraday didn't leave the ship, but he didn't make the trip to St. Joe either."
With a movement so unexpected and swift that I didn't realize what was happening, Caldwell leaned over his desk, sank his fingers into Richard Stark Flecker's mane of white hair, and jerked the entire head of hair from his head. Flecker, too surprised to prevent Caldwell's action, shouted and grabbed, but too late. Caldwell held up the white wig triumphantly and pointed to the shining bald pate which it had covered.
"Ladies and gentlemen," he said gravely, "may I present Mr. John Faraday, alias Mr. Richard Starr Flecker. I suggest," Caldwell continued, a quiet smile on his lips, "that John Faraday boarded the ship, carrying his hat because it was too large to fit his hairless head, and went to his cabin where he donned this wig, put on a different suit of clothes which he had brought along for the purpose, and wearing the hat which now fitted him, went ashore unobtrusively as Richard Starr Flecker."
Flecker, his face suffused with fury, glowered impotently.
"Since when has it been a crime for a man to wear an artificial hairpiece?" he demanded. "Of course I wear a wig. A man has a right to conceal his baldness."
"By God!" the purser ejaculated, staring fascinated at Flecker's denuded scalp. "He could have done it at that." Phelan jumped to his feet and grabbed Flecker's arm as though to prevent his escape, but Flecker immediately jerked his arm away, exclaiming indignantly,
"Surely you are taking this stupid accusation seriously. I admit, and proudly, that I am also John Faraday, although I deny every word of the fairy tale which this daydreamer," he indicated Caldwell with an insulting nod, "has so skillfully woven."
He drew himself to his full height and looked down his nose at Phelan.
"Don't forget that I couldn't possibly have killed Lawrence Straw."
Phelan looked helplessly from Flecker to Caldwell, not quite certain how to proceed. At Flecker's last words, he groaned and moved his big shoulders dejectedly.
"That's right, Prof," he agreed. "Flecker has the best alibi of the bunch."
Caldwell, his smile tightening a little, tossed the wig negligently onto the desk and sat down. He refilled his pipe and carefully lighted it. Then he said,
"Yes, Mr. Flecker arranged an excellent alibi."
"I arranged?" Flecker turned indignantly to Phelan. "Surely you remember, Lieutenant, that it was you who established the alibi. It was never my intention to reveal Mrs. McGregor's presence in my apartment." "That's right, Prof," Phelan agreed.
"I'm afraid the alibi, although engineered with great skill, isn't quite flawless,"
Caldwell retorted gravely. He gestured with his pipe.
"Please sit down, Mr. Flecker."
Glowering furiously, Flecker reluctantly sat down, and Phelan, his fat face a picture of indecision, retreated to his own chair.
"I said a moment ago that the murderer was a man of intelligence and ingenuity," Caldwell said, "and I think you'll appreciate the full scope of his cleverness when you realize how carefully he protected himself. As John Faraday, he arranged the elaborate alibi of a boat trip to St. Joe, even taking care to purchase a sweater as tangible evidence of having made the trip. He knew his odd physical characteristics would be remembered by the purser, and he counted on not being associated with the erect, athletic, wigged, and hatted man who stepped ashore. So if Faraday was suspected of the murder, he had a fairly credible explanation of his activity and whereabouts. Needless to say, the actual trip was probably made a day or so previously. And if Richard Starr Flecker, his alter ego, was suspected," Caldwell shrugged, "well, Flecker had an alibi also. This was an exceedingly clever arrangement, for if Faraday's alibi was disproved, Faraday could disappear and only Flecker remain. Or if Flecker's alibi was penetrated, then Flecker could disappear and only Faraday remain. To trap the murderer successfully, it would be necessary to associate Mr. Flecker with Mr. Faraday, prove that the two were one, and explode both alibis."
"That's a lie," Flecker asserted. "I intended to dispose of my business and spend the rest of my life in a dignified manner. Living as Richard Starr Flecker, I had no intention of continuing as a second-hand book peddler. I tried to fool the purser because I wanted John Faraday to leave Chicago and never come back."
"I believe you," Caldwell said. "I've already admitted the efficiency and intelligence of your preparations. but I'm just as certain that you were prepared to continue as John Faraday, if the necessity arose, as I am certain that you intended, if possible, to have done with Faraday and to live as Richard Starr Flecker."
"How about that alibi?" Phelan interrupted. "The one for Flecker."
Caldwell touched his pock-marked chin and smiled gravely at Phelan.
"That's the most interesting arrangement of all, and one for the Detective Bureau to remember. It's an evidence that the testimony of second and third parties is not always to be trusted, not even when their honesty and truthfulness is obvious. Flecker's alibi is a tribute to his forethought and perverted genius, and I think he should be complimented on a job which was almost perfectly executed."
"I presume you're about to call Mrs. McGregor a liar,"
Flecker snorted, eyeing Caldwell defiantly.
"No, Mrs. McGregor was quite honest. She stated what she thought was the truth. She confessed that she entered his apartment at 5:30 and stayed there until 8:20, and I believe she was stating the truth as she knew it when she described the way in which they spent the 2 hours and 50 minutes.
"What's all this?"
Don McGregor interjected. Phelan put a restraining hand on his shoulder and pulled him back to his chair. He subsided.
"What I do not believe,"
Caldwell continued,
"is this. I don't believe Maud McGregor was capable of describing in detail all the events which occurred during that period. Instead, here is what I think did happen. I think Mrs. McGregor visited Flecker's apartment at 5:30, and that very shortly after that he began to read to her from the Rubaiyat. However, Flecker's reading didn't last as long as she thought, for I've carefully checked each of the 3 versions of the book, timing them carefully, and in no case has it taken more than 36 minutes for a complete, slow, dramatic rendition. Yet, according to Mrs. McGregor, Flecker spent almost the entire 2 hours and 50 minutes reciting from this work. She admitted that they discussed Oriental philosophy for a while, but I'm certain that she had neither the inclination nor the knowledge to discuss that for 2 hours and 14 minutes, at least not without phrasing her statement differently and attributing the bulk of the time spent to the discussion of philosophy."
He pointed his pipe toward the relaxed form of Maud McGregor.
"Mrs. McGregor is at present in a state similar to the one she was in during the afternoon Lawrence Straw was killed. I found her a particularly susceptible subject for hypnosis."
Everybody in the room, gasping with sudden comprehension, turned and stared at Maud McGregor, whose body was completely relaxed and whose eyes were still closed.
"It occurred to me that Flecker, along with his other scholastic interests, might have read a considerable amount of psychology, and learning the technique of hypnosis might have quietly developed the skill of an experienced hypnotist. I'm sure he practiced on Mrs. McGregor several times previously to October 12th, and found her an excellent subject, so that when the time came, he merely had to read to her from the Rubaiyat in his amazingly flexible and practiced diction, up to possibly the 18th quatrain of the Fitzgerald version."
Caldwell began to quote the quatrain in a melodious, rhythmic tone.
"They say the lion and the lizard keep the courts where Jamshid gloried and drank deep, and Bahram, that great hunter, the wild ass stamps o'er his head, but cannot break his sleep. Sleep, 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 sleep."
He repeated the word sleep until it began to ring through our heads with bell-like insistence.
"I don't want to hypnotize you, but I do want you to understand how subtly a subject as impressionable as Maud McGregor could, without her knowledge, be coaxed into a hypnotic state."
"Amazing," Flecker snapped sarcastically.
"Yes,"
Caldwell agreed calmly.
"and very simple, too."
He paused, thinking.
"While Maud McGregor was in the oblivion of hypnosis, Flecker met Straw, whom he evidently had invited to call, led him into his office, and persuaded Straw, who was entirely unsuspecting, to assist with some calculations. As was his habit, Straw removed his coat and rolled his cuffs, then sat at the desk, and Flecker, pretending to bend over his shoulder as he feigned interest in the accounting procedure, plunged a knife into Straw's heart and killed him. He then pushed his victim's arms into his coat, carried him into the hall, and deposited the body in the elevator cage, which had remained at that level. Then, to confuse subsequent investigation further, he went up the stairs to the 3rd floor, noiselessly, as it was his habit to remove his shoes while at home, pressed the elevator call button on that floor, and returned unseen to his apartment.
"For Christ's sake!" someone ejaculated.
Fortunately for Flecker, Lawrence Straw didn't bleed profusely enough to leave a trail of blood, possibly because the knife which had been left in the body impeded the flow. After depositing the body in the elevator, I imagine Flecker spent quite a bit of time removing all trace of Straw's visit. Then returning to his living room and Mrs. McGregor, he continued his reading, perhaps beginning again with the first quatrain, thus, "Wake, wake, wake, wake. For the sun, who scattered into flight the stars before him from the field of night, drives night along with them from heaven, and strikes the Sultan's turret with the shaft of light."
At the second commanding "wake" uttered by Caldwell, Maud McGregor stirred gently and opened her eyes, dreamily listening to the rest of the quatrain. She seemed surprised to find everyone watching her, and blinked guiltily, as though she had been caught napping when she should have been paying attention.
"Mrs. McGregor,"
Caldwell said, addressing her gravely,
"have you any idea what time it was when you came in here with me this evening?"
Why, yes. She shook her head in a quick nod. It was about 10:15, and you started to read that poem to me, and...
"Exactly,"
Caldwell interrupted.
"And I just finished reading the poem. How long would you say I'd been reading?"
"I don't understand," she faltered, conscious of the tension in the room.
"What time do you think it is now?"
Caldwell asked kindly.
"Why, it can't be more than 10:30 at the most."
"Look at the clock behind you,"
Caldwell directed. Everyone turned and looked at the cuckoo clock on the wall opposite the desk. The hands of the clock pointed to 11:30. Suddenly, with an agility which would have done credit to a trained athlete, Richard Starr Flecker sprang from his chair, crossed the room in a running leap, and plunged through the window. The sharp crack of a gun shattered our startled silence. The pistol spoke again. Then we heard the sound of running feet beneath the window, and a moment later Detective Davids waved his hand through the shattered pane. "Got him!" Davids shouted. "What I don't understand," I said to Caldwell after everyone had gone, "is what made you first connect Flecker with Faraday? I had a hunch it was something I said or something I told you I'd seen, but I'll be damned if I can figure out what it was."
"Have you forgotten all you've learned about habits and the theory of facilitation by conditioned stimuli?"
Caldwell asked pointedly. "Habits?" I scratched my head perplexedly. "What habits? Did Flecker have any that—"
"Do you remember how you mimicked him to me the other evening?"
"Well, sure, but all I said was—" I stared at Caldwell, and with a quiet twinkle in his eye, he raised one hand and carelessly stroked his hair with a gentle, patting motion. "Oh, for Christ's sake!" I remembered the way Faraday had caressed his bald head the day Caldwell and I visited the Inker bookstore. I could kick myself. Caldwell nodded genially.
"When Faraday conceived the personality of Richard Starr Flecker, he probably had difficulty getting used to the wig, and used to touch it from time to time to make sure it was in place. It became a habit, an unconscious gesture."
"He sure had me fooled."
"Also, I imagine the gesture helped him keep his roles separate. When his scalp was bare, he automatically became Faraday. When the wig was in place, he was Flecker. In other words, touching his head facilitated his characterizations."
I'd never have connected that bent, bald-headed Faraday with Richard Starr Flecker. Why, they were as different as day and night.
"It's amazing what a lack of hair, steel-rimmed spectacles, and stooped shoulders can do to a changed man's appearance," Caldwell agreed. "Actually, he was living 3 roles: Flecker, Faraday, and his true self. Flecker, of course, was his ideal. He fancied himself as a literary lion. The role of Faraday was merely a means to an end, and he intended to abandon it as soon as possible."
"But, Prof, why did he kill Thompson?"
"Well,"
Caldwell hesitated,
"I think Flecker called on Professor Thompson, possibly fishing for information, and while there betrayed his dual identity. Thompson, of course, knew Faraday from his dealings with the bookstore."
"But
you probably stole the only piece of wig tape Flecker had on hand. Being a clever and cautious person, he probably got his supply of tape by mail from New York, where he was entirely unknown and where there was no chance of anyone stumbling over his double identity. When you took that piece of tape from his dresser drawer, you really complicated things for him."
"So that's why he was in such a panic to get it back."
"Of course. And he knew you were the only one who took it.
How?
Police officials don't pocket things like that during an investigation. If Phelan had recognized it, he would have called attention to it openly. He wouldn't need to steal it, because merely knowing what it was for would have told him all he needed to know.
He must have thought I was a kleptomaniac.
Possibly.
Caldwell's eyes crinkled.
Unfortunately, Thompson might not have been killed if you had left the tape alone.
What?
It's true. When Flecker called on Thompson, his wig must have been inadequately fastened. If during the conversation he nodded or shook his head at all vigorously, the wig certainly would have tipped slightly.
Caldwell shrugged helplessly.
Thompson must have noticed, and Flecker had to kill him in order to guarantee his silence.
I didn't realize.
Of course not.
We were both silent for a while. At first you called it pressure-sensitive tape. Why?
That is its technical name, but being sticky on both sides, it makes an effective wig fastener.
Oh. I stood up, groaned softly, and started slowly out of the room.
Going to bed, Bendy?
I should say not, I said. I've got a date. End of Chapter 6. End of A Fiend in Need by Milton K. Ozaki.